that says that they're changing subscription revenue shares for people that are making $100,000 or more off of subscribers alone. And you can see that on my Twitter, which I've been ranting like crazy on Twitter here, that the 100,000 number was about 29% less revenue per subscriber after reaching $100,000 a year. And other than that, no other Twitch streamer will be affected. But this does affect Kai because he would be moving next year to a 50-50 split rather than a 70-30. That's even assuming he has a 70-30 now. He's a relatively new broadcaster, so I'm not even sure he's on that deal. So there's a lot of stuff we want to talk about here, right? So Kai, how's Kai losing $1 million? Let's talk about that real quick, right? Talk about the video. So I posted this tweet here, which says, with 100,000 subs, Kai Cenat will lose $1,071,440 in 2023 just from Twitch's sub split changes. You may ask how, and I will paste some boring math for you on the notepad because I don't want to explain it. There you go. Bam. Alright, check my math, nerds. I know you will. Alright. 1.171,440. Big number out of the 4.2 you would otherwise estimate. Twitch needs to win every winner at 7:30 split, no matter what it takes. Streamers like Kai are the most innovative in the game and deserve to be fairly rewarded for it. You shouldn't get to take 20-50% of someone's income just for being a platform. And any other business model is an insane notion. Twitch was taking more than any other major platform. If they don't change direction, the next streamers rise to the top will not be on Twitch. So I'm a big firm believer in what I said, and I think we need to kind of go through all of the problems of this and sort of just like a discussion around like creators like Kai. And you might think, okay, well, like Kai is a bazillionaire. Who cares, right? Like he makes $4 million versus $3 million, and it takes away from a lot of the discussion to say things like that. And I'm gonna push back against some of the concerns I've seen against this tweet and just in general, because so you have to keep in mind every broadcaster that like streams on Twitch, they don't stream with an idea of who they are right now, right? So they don't stream with the idea of like, I'm gonna be 10 viewers in like 20 years. No, they stream with the objective of being Kai Cenat, right? They stream with the objective of being XQC or being one of these huge broadcasters. So when you take away from the top broadcasters, you're also taking away from the dreamers. That's number one. And number two is there's actually kind of a hidden thing within this announcement that a lot of people haven't talked about, which is that there were a lot of opportunities for smaller creators to get the 70-30 split. And they say in no uncertain terms that that entire deal is going away. So what I mean by that is in 2018, there's this tweet by Commander Root, who's a stat collector for Twitch, very reliable tweet, that says, hey, back in 2018, 21% of people had a non-default contract suggesting that it was 70-30 or better. So 15% of the total contracts for partners on Twitch were 70-30 at least, right? And then a 6% that were totally custom. So probably 70-30 with a cash component. But nowadays, those contracts are actually less than 1%, right, of the partner contracts. So Twitch the real story here is that it does affect creators because Twitch is slowly pushing the 70-30 revenue split out entirely, only giving it to absolute top creators and then punishing those top creators for it. So that's the real story here. You want to, like, a lot of people are saying to me, yo, Kai's a millionaire, like, who cares? First of all, like, I don't think that's good, because again, we envision ourselves to be these success, and you have to really think about, if you're building a brand, you have to really think about how you're building your brand for a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year, 5-year run. And if a platform is moving subscription prices up and other platforms down, for example, Facebook offering 100% of its revenue to creators to like 2024, and YouTube moving its split, having its splits to 70-30, you really have to compare the base product offering. Okay, so there's about 3 things that we want to like really accomplish here, that like we're gonna try to talk about in. Where did my notepad go? I was making it. All right, that's the great thing about notepads. Okay, so there's like really like 3 things that I want to like talk about here. I want to talk about why all creators on Twitch should earn a 70-30 split, and I also want to talk about why the product offering, so like the actual core. The core product offering of subscribing on Twitch is unfair at 50-50, even considering things like Twitch Prime. And I also want to talk about opportunity cost, which means the cost of making your brand on Twitch versus another platform right now. And you might see that, like, I made some tweets about. We had this graphic which got stolen by a lot of people. I've learned that I need to like put my social on here. Like all of a sudden I just saw this graphic everywhere. Okay, I invented this graphic. Specifically, our team invented this graphic. Okay, so it shows where like how much creators take home for every $100 earned. And some people, like rightfully pointed out, will look like Patreon's not the same product offering as like Twitch, but YouTube and Patreon and Twitch can be described like directly. We'll get to that in a minute. But this is like kind of the premises of what we're starting off with, right? Because we've gotten a lot of pushback. So I think the first thing to talk about here is that the product offering of Twitch is kind of inherently unfair at 50-50. And a lot of people have brought up, even in this blog post, that Twitch Prime accounts for like an extra percentage of revenue. So Twitch says that Prime increases your effective revenue share by approximately 15% to about 65% total. So actually this is true. As far as we know, like we've looked into tons of data on this, and we have found that the average across like the website seems to be about like 15% of your subscribers end up being Prime subs. For people that don't know, Twitch Prime is like a service where if you have a Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe via Twitch Prime, and you can like someone for free. Cool, right? So that seems really neat, and I think the story is a lot of people coming at me and saying, well, Twitch Prime is like this offering that like makes it worth it to be on a 50-50 split. And that's not true. let me tell you why, okay? So, you have to consider what the base product offering of Twitch is, okay? So a lot of people, the big mistake they make is they think that Twitch is a platform, right, that is going to help you succeed or help you, like, create. And when you go to Twitch and you start streaming, there's an implicit idea that you are going to become successful and grow via Twitch, but that's not actually true, because Twitch doesn't lend to your discovery, right? So Twitch doesn't help people find you, unless you're in the top like 0.05% of streamers. So for someone like Kai Sennett, at the level that he's at now, he's going to get discovered on Twitch. So, and you can see that in the stats, right? Like he did, so, like previously back here, he's still like killing it in terms of viewership. When he started doing his collabs with Aiden, like then he started taking off because he has really innovative content. He does like crazy stuff. Like I've seen some people in the comments just saying like, oh yeah, Kai's not doing any like innovative content. Like what's he doing? He's just reacting to stuff. Like dude, this guy's done so much crazy stuff. He like hosted a daycare. He has professional dancers come in and do stuff. He's always got like guests on the stream. I'd encourage you to check it out. It's a really innovative stream, and just like the way that like the events and the beats are happening, there's so much going on that's packaged into a single broadcast that like sure there's like these periods of like React content, but he like has so many like weird events like slumber parties. He streamed out of a U-Haul at one point. Like he did like a prison like scene or something. Like he does all kinds of really unique stuff. Has all kinds of outfits and stuff. He's really a class A entertainer. I just want to point that out because I don't like people like oh yeah, he's like not innovative or whatever. This is not true. He's like one of the most innovative people in the game. That's why I wrote that. So Twitch doesn't lend to your discovery, and it doesn't help people find you. If you're Kai, it does. But if you're like any of the other broadcasters, it doesn't. So you have to look at what Twitch is offering for a subscription as this Prime offering, right? You're getting emotes and you're getting like a few other things. But compared to something like Patreon, because people ask me like, how can you compare these two things? It's the same platform. Like Patreon, by the way, which takes 8%, right, versus Twitch, which takes 50%. This is how you look at this, okay? And I'll just copy and paste it because I wrote it out before, so that we don't have to take the time to do it.
Wait.
Here's like the math on this, okay?
Oh.
So like, let's say that your channel gets 100 subscribers on Twitch, and you get $2.50 from it. But every individual sub is taxed as like ordinary 1099 income. On Patreon, you can actually like set up a business as an S corp. You can tax it up. You can kind of do this on Twitch too, to some extent. Let's just like ignore this because people are gonna argue with that. It's gonna get really complicated tax stuff. So on Patreon, you get $4.06 per sub, or $4.60 per sub. Then you get $2.50 on Twitch. So for 100 subs on Twitch, you get $250 a month, but on Patreon, you get $460 a month. And then right, so you make $210 on one platform, or 80, and then $460. Sorry, you make $210 more, right? Or 84%. So, once you got to the question, it's like, okay, yeah, sure. Like, there's some people that are subscribing to you via Twitch Prime. Well, number one, as we talked about, like Twitch doesn't actually do any work for you, right? Like Prime is a benefit of the product offering, but every other subscriber is still at 50%. So you using Twitch as an opportunity, right? It has a cost for you using Twitch that you would not otherwise be driving your subscribers to other places. Like Twitch doesn't drive subscribers. You do, right? You, the creator, do. The creators drive subscribers. The creator is the person. It's Kai putting in the work to get 100,000 subs. It's not Twitch putting in the work to get 100,000 subs, right? Now, Twitch can encourage subs sometimes through things like September. They can like make it cheaper sometimes, but it's Kai that's driving it. So yeah, 100,000 people sub, right? The gift is subs and everything like that. So, is Twitch Prime worth 84% more of your revenue? Well, yeah, of course it's not. Right? So the real question becomes here, like, where should a new streamer live, right? Like, because that's where you're living on a platform, whether that be Twitch or YouTube. Your community exists somewhere, and you can only choose one. So would you choose one that has a 50-50 split, right, or a 70-30 split? And then let's say you want to start moving people off platform, and you get like a 92-8. Patreon isn't necessarily the right choice because you can't like there has to, like these splits deserve to be higher to some extent, right? Because Twitch is hosting a platform for you where you can live stream and like it's doing all the encoding, it's doing all the work. Now likewise with YouTube, YouTube is much more fair. It's doing the same thing, right? So like it's much better to compare these two platforms. And like for the purposes of like, but just understand that like if your community should live somewhere, it ought live on Patreon. Like or like a website that because there's so many other reasons too. Like you can control your audience better. You can offer tiers that are priced the way you want them to be, and you can offer way more incentives and rewards than you can on Twitch, right? So the core product offering on Patreon is just better. But if we're gonna really like compare these two things, we're gonna really do it against these two platforms here, like Twitch and YouTube, right? So some splits on YouTube, like the ad splits, are more aggressive, like where I think it's like 45% to creators, but that's because YouTube is putting in all of the work to get you those ads. Like you would not have those ads if you weren't like if like there wasn't like the whole $1 billion impossible Google Ads thing that's made on top of it, right? So Google in that case, YouTube in that case, deserve to take a higher percent, but Twitch doesn't have anything like that, right? Like like Twitch, the 50-50 split for subs is assuming that like Twitch is doing substantial work to drive those subscribers to you. And I would argue that because the discovery is so bad, they are not doing that work. So it makes way more sense for Twitch to be on a 70-30 split. Because like even 70-30 is a little bit tough for me. And like I'll grant them that because I do think Twitch Prime is an additional product offering, but I don't think it doesn't make sense to me that Twitch is on a 50-50 split and that creators are going into Twitch and they're pulling people away. They're pulling 50% of their revenue away, right? Like it just doesn't make sense. You do the work to drive those people to Twitch, then Twitch takes 50% of it. It feels bad, right? Because we have to think about what Twitch offers as a platform and how Twitch like drives these subs or not. And even with Twitch Prime, it doesn't make any sense. So you could say, well, like people are saying, like, well, like people won't become Kai won't become successful without Twitch, right? Well, absolutely, he could have. He could have gone on YouTube and had the same success, right? He could have done a collab with Aiden Ross. He could have like popped off in the same exact way, and I would argue he would actually be infinitely more successful because his vlog content would be there. He would be on a 70-30 split, so he'd be making a ton more money, 4.2 million, right? Versus whatever the number is now. He wouldn't be losing.
I'm tired of this. I'm not going to do this anymore.
About 10 to 12%.
The fuck's with you?
Twitch Prime, but that's going to get made up.
I wonder if it's on my side. I don't think it is though.
That, like you can have far less subscribers, but if you're on a higher split, you'll make more money, right? So like 100 subs on Patreon are worth so much more than 100 subs on Twitch, and because the split is better on YouTube, 100 subs on YouTube are worth more than 100 subs on Twitch. So whatever money that he makes up on Twitch Prime, it was like you know it's like 12 or 10% of his total subs. He's going to make more money on YouTube. Most of Kai Sennett's subs right now are gifted subs, right? So he's going to make more money off of that split than the 50-50. Okay. I would argue that like he wasn't discovered on Twitch. Like there's a lot of people that said like Kai Sennett came up because Twitch enabled him to. like the platform enabled him to live stream, but there are other competitors with better splits, right? And then the other argument is like, well, Twitch splits are fair because in other industries, like, because I people zeroed in on this thing where I said you shouldn't get to take 50% of someone's income just for being a platform. Any other business model say that? No, like in a job, right? Because in other industries or in a job, right, you get paid a fraction of your value, right? So, like splits are fair, like because like you get paid a fraction of your value in other jobs. That's true, but in a job you're guaranteed your income, right? Whereas if you click the start streaming button on Twitch, and there's 10,000 people click it, 5 of them will make minimum wage at the end of the day. That's the real stat, right? You can see, I published that in Stream Hatchet in one of my previous videos. So, it doesn't make sense to me to make this argument that's like, oh, like, well, like in other industries, like, you're a job or whatever, you're making, like, you're making a percentage of what your, like, actual company is making. Like, what? Like, that's not a reason to, like, take away from splits. So I can't, like, really see a good reason why we should take away from creators and why Twitch should be justified in taking 50% of a person's income, right? Like, that is an absolutely
it's like slavery.
Crazy number.
It's like slavery.
And so what I mean by it, if they don't change direction, like streamers rise to the top of the on Twitch. What's happening is that broadcasters are starting to realize that Twitch's long-term product offering is not in their best interest. Because again, let's talk about the third option, right? If you're doing something, you could be doing something else. Right? So the cost of making a brand on Twitch is a lot of things. One, it's the bet that Twitch is going to be the platform that like contributes to your success. And 2, it's the bet that the long-term vision of Twitch aligns with like making you the most money and like making your brand the best it could possibly be. And this, like there's a lot of people apologizing for Twitch despite like seeing that the opposite is true. Twitch isn't moving forward in the direction of offering more money to creators. They are literally just monetizing to get themselves out of the terrible hole they're in.
Yeah.
Because they can't figure out their ad system.
Yeah.
I have a lot of other videos about this. So, like, someone like Kai making the decision, okay, I'm streaming on Twitch because it's kind of the hot thing. That's where Aiden is. That's where my community is. For every broadcaster, it's like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna make a decision to move over to YouTube, or I'm gonna make a decision to move over to this place that has another, like, a better split. That's like slowly shifting the culture. That eventually people will start to realize that people are being honest is not as effective as building a brand somewhere else. It starts with like a few of the bigger broadcasters making that move. So like that's like the Ludwigs, that's like the Billy Peaches, maybe offer YouTube contracts, and then people say, oh well, it's just because they're paid. And then you find out that like they're renewing contracts, or they're dropping their partnership on Twitch and they're multi-streaming, like in Ninja's case.
So like. The first 6 months of doing this, like, I thought maybe I would just talk all day long. And I don't think that's actually that beneficial to the style of stream that I'm wishing to provide, which is, like, constant movement all the time, grinding, get in, wait, like, for party or whatever it is necessary, and go to it and get the XP and actually get shit done and have fun, right? Have fun is the main thing. So oftentimes, like throughout my career, I felt like I had to provide content by just being loud and boisterous and like talky all the time. On top of it, like talk over people sometimes, depending on what it is I was doing, and like I have a different view of like, I don't know, like, I think some people probably think, like, that's sort of weird and, like, sort of schizophrenic in the respect that you speak to a, you speak to a, sort of a more two-sided thing where, like, one, you're a persona on online all the time. which is fine. You know, it is what it is. So it's like, you know, so like you have to present yourself a certain way that way, but then you also have somebody who, like, you know, you hang out with your friends, you do stuff with your friends or whatever. There's like this loss of like you know, one of the things I always kind of had to make assumptions of the people around me is their understanding that I wouldn't really be there. Like, you know, it's sort of like being on, like, it's like you're a radio host all the time, but you're not like, you know, you're not like, you can do it at your pace. It's your lifestyle. You do as you feel fit, you know. But it's got this element of, like, you know, sort of like you're private. I struggle to find the words for it. It's like you're like a private entity in the respect that, like, you control what goes on in your like hemisphere and stuff, your atmosphere. But it's heavy. I still feel it's like, oh man, look at all this crap. Like, yeah, like there all these fucking greens that, like, oh, did I get rid of the blue? I did. Oh well, tragic. Fucking, I honestly don't care. There we go. Close. 26 gold. Loot is loot. I don't know, whatever. So I probably leave more than that on the ground every day. Fuck that. Oh. Fuck off. Yeah, we always do this, and then poke you really hard, and then kill your ass when we do that. And it's like, it's cool, but it's also a dumb move tactically to turn your back like that. So I have the armor penny. I actually do. I really love the double blade flurry. It's so good. It's like blade flurry into blade flurry, and it just pops them. And I should begin to look at it like that. Every 7 seconds, I can double blade flurry and just slaughter whatever it is. Here it is. It's back up again. So we go, and then we flip and go. Yeah, and like I just blade flurry, and I'm learning now that that's probably actually my best. You know, that's probably my best. Mm-hmm. That's good. It's not a bad place. One of my defenses now against long, like really long fucking, I've been trying different experiments with my lifestyle and my sleep schedule and stuff, trying to figure out the best way to do this, and I'm learning that for some reason inherently, if I take a break in the middle of it, I do way better. I think I'm more rested, I sleep more. Like if I need a nap, I take a nap, like whatever. It's sort of weird, like this stuff can be so energy draining that I find myself like sort of like low key, like, you know, like you start to crack under pressure because you're just like high energy all the fucking time, and you just gotta talk. You're just like pushing all the time, and you talk about it. You talk about your ethos and your fucking, you know, your philosophy when it comes to, like, you know, what it is you believe this should be and what it means to you. Yep, it's a good way to open. It's like yeah, spear into and then close like all my fast stuff, you know. And then I have all these other like kind of like defensive stuffs, like stay off me while I wait for those cooldowns to go up. And when they sync up, I just go dump them on the target again. See what I can actually do to kill people this way. Like it's actually not the worst opening, right? It's like shunk, right? And then finish it off, and he's already dead. He's like straight dead, you know. I'm like, fuck him. And then I use like, you know, and then I use the fast ability to get out of it, you know. Like open, open spear, close, knife, because it's got this like nasty. Sorry, buddy. It's got this nasty, like ability where, like, you know, if you kill the target, you even maintain a cooldown. You get further away, so it's like sort of crazy. Like the execute is actually tactically very strong in most situations. So like I'm gonna open spear. Yep. I just close with the charger, but most of the time with the execute, you know. I'm beginning to see it. Yeah, like you wanna kill people on an 8-second schedule here. It's like shuck, close knife, and it just kills them. Fucking straight kills them. There's something to be said for that much fucking damage. And if you look at it like that, the best way to get it done is just to dump it out there. Like dump it all, kill him, because all those attacks basically go through whatever, you know. And, like, it just deletes, like, whatever it is, you know. And then if it doesn't kill them, you fuck around with your other abilities trying to get away. You close with the... Probably most likely close with the dash. And then begin stunning and spear chopping and stuff. Although running some of them in the combos is fun when you have a problem, you know. When you got, like, too many mobs and stuff. Like, generally, that's kind of what the rotation should be, technically. I mean, it would be better to probably, like kick open. Ooh, look at all that hemp. What's up, turkey? Take a turkey, yeah. Look at all that fucking hemp right there, yeah. This is like a hemp farm. Breckwater. Kind of shitty dope, but, I mean, yeah. It's hemp. Well grown and, yeah. It's got that sticky icky. What possessed us to smoke that? Could have been like, Jesus Christ, it's like so full of chemicals, you could smell it. You're like, Jesus Christ, this thing's so full of chemicals, what happens if you smoke this? And then we have like a cultural revolution right there. If you can suspend your boredom with this game long enough, it begins to be this very interesting meta game of how many bushels of like loot can you pull in to refine as a one-man like farmy. You know, you're like a one-man farmy. You're like you farm enough for an army, but you're one man. And so you fill boxes. And it's got this cool rust element to it. Like, bring back some for the hood, motherfucker. Like, that's how it feels. It's like, bring back some for the hood, motherfucker. Go invade Ghostland. And, yeah, see, I closed that, but I mean, yeah, I don't need that, though. But anyways, yeah, so we go, bop, 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 right? There we go. Wow, I don't know how all those missed, but okay, sure. I tried to stun him. This is my stun, like I'm starting to really understand it now. It's like it's actually definitely keybinding is a thing here. They want you to keybind. They should. And I don't know. I would never have thought of a mouse 5 as a stun. You know, I don't know what that would be. Usually it'd be my number keys. Like I could run this number keys. I could like kind of like run number keys like rotations and stuff. But it's, I don't know. I like the abilities on the mouse. I do. I'm like, shuck, right? You can aim them. Oh. Yep. Click, clink, clink, clink. I'm just out of curiosity. I want to see how long this takes because it's like he does turn around eventually. It's kind of funny. I just wanted to see it. I'm like, how long does that guy take with that? And how long does it take to bust his shield? It was kind of crazy. It was like, So I can break that shield. I guess you pretty much have to. You have to break that shield. Yeah. But it's better to open spear and close. You're dead, right? Yeah. Like, that's a good combo, and it hurts, and it's to the point, and it's direct, and it's kind of short. It's like, you can get it back up, like, fairly quick, motherfucker. Like, what? Yeah, dive. Whoa. Alright, so now we're gonna CC your ass. It's too late now. Oh, damn it. It's weird to rely on potions. It's like there's certain things that inherently have to happen when you're doing that. Like that you need a bag that oh shit. I technically should open kick. I should like open kick, I should open kick and then perforate his ass, you know? Open kick and perforate, you know? Yeah. Then close repost, technically. But it's sort of weird. It's like, you know, getting that kick though. It's weird to think of it as the F key. I've never thought of the F key as this. F key was always kind of like trinket or something like that. But like I can stun the. I don't want to fight that pig. I do want to fight that pig. It's free meat. It's like free meat pretty much. Yeah. So like you there. I'm done here with this whole shebang. Okay, I can go east. All right. So you there. I open kick. I close perforate. Yep. And it's just so strong, you know? It's like, yeah, but I can't just open kick all the time. But I mean, yeah, like, oh. What? Yep. Man, it just sort of renders them dumb, though. Like, it's funny. It's like, you need to chain it the correct way. I suspect just getting in their personal space and then opening mouse 4 is really good. Like, and if you get the stagger, you know, it in personal fighting is a bit different. Like I don't know, I don't see a mode in this game where it generally is like always available, and it kind of does need to be there. Sort of, it's you know. Hemp is good. Yeah, by the fort, huh? Alright. So technically the real hemp money should be... I mean, look at all this wire weave. There is a lot of wire weave here. But I mean, I'm looking for actual patches of hemp, you know? We're at this fort. Should be there. It's weird. It's... Excuse me. feel like it would be fun to do Blunderbuss Savior or Rapier. I think it would be very fun. I think it's got the control that Spear doesn't necessarily need, but it's got that thing where like if you chase him, it hurts him. You know, it's whoa, you need to fucking chill, yo. You went down like a bitch. Go back in. Kick you. Perforate you. Stab your ass. Ah. And then, oh shit. That's bad. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. Oh, okay. What? Just. You. Stay still. Ah. Fuck, I'm like running out of regens. I need to buy them. Make them or whatever. Ah! Nice, 300. XP 1.5, huh? Yeah, it like there's these rotations you can run. It's like, I mean, it kills them. Fucking just kills them, you know. That might be stronger. Yep. They don't have any grit if they haven't been attacked yet, so it's like sort of interesting. It's so it's what's now. Gonna go now. Okay. What? It's like chess. All right. I think I've done most of these. There's one. Fun as hell. What's this? You don't want it? We'll definitely take that. I'm mostly done here? I don't know. I don't see a lot of chests around or anything. That was a chest, but I mean, probably have to go over to that place. Probably missed that. Oh, there's one I missed. Yeah, I like that big yellow. If they got that perfected, this game would be perfect. It's like that. My main complaint about this game is the quest markers. Now looking around the graveyard, watching the sun shadows on the floor, looking for signs of life, but there's nobody home. Maybe I'll call or write you a letter. Maybe I'll see you on the 4th of July. I'm not too sure. I'm not too proud. That's a bit loud. Yep, there we go. Can't imagine what I need is in here. Welsh congregation. Uh-oh. Yeah, part of it is. Okay. Yeah, was that it? It was. It was it. So... I'm sick of this robe. Might take a look and see, like, this robe. I don't like this robe. It's too plain. Maybe I should try a different skin. Let's see. Like, I don't know. That one's okay, but those are the three I have, right? Yeah. So, I like this one. It's less space. Yeah, wear this for now. You know, it's all right. Gotta get north up the fucking border, like, stay in these lands, I think, though, because, yeah, oh, damn, I got a lot of turn-ins. Well, that's good, you know, work my way through, what's it called, not me. Don't think this is a good ring. I need to get rid of it. Oh, wait, there's another one now? Oh. Why did you spawn another quest on me? What? Oh, you gave me another one? You gave me another one. Oh. Alright, fine. We'll go back. So stupid. Fine. Oh, yeah. Damn dodgy ghosts. That's a boss. You don't have anything. Wait, that was it? That was it. Alright. First for me. Do this run again. Make sure nothing bad happens to me here. No, it's not. Fuck. Yeah, we're like pretty fairly far out here. Come on, man. Need flint, need flint. Need flint, need flint, need flint. Some kind of flint, some kind of flint. Come on, man. Flint, where are you? Oh, no. I don't see any flint. Uh-oh. Flint, flint. There you are. Go, and now it's like no big. Those 35 ones I could take a chance at, take a swing at that one, but I don't know. I don't know if I can finish that. It's probably too hard without like a heals. Alright, works for me. Yeah, like, so I turned in. Now you want me to go back? Oh. So dumb. Every once in a while, there's this violinist like that they wanted to give a solo. It's hilarious. Probably the hottest girls in Europe, you know. And they want the violinist to like really, you know, be freaked out and pressured, so they just give them these solos. Basically, their version of rock stars, basically rock stars, you know, violinists. Fuck, man. How do I get in this fabled place that has all this loot that I can't reach? Let's go. So annoying. Yeah, you fucking die. You die, you die, you die, you die. Prepare. No, no. Yep. Yep. Okay. No. Missed. Yep. Power up. What? Oh. Nice. Alright. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I love that green. It's so good. It's just like you know where the turn-in is. It's no problem. You like straight at it, you know. Yep. Yep. So gotta go all the way to the fuck north. I mean, it's about, you know, half dozen at once. I mean, it's like about the same. Like going to here and then to here and then going here is probably safer, but it's not like it's not faster. I don't know. It's sort of. I mean, this long journey is probably not as bad as going back south again, which is fine. Go back down there. Gotta get up to that fast travel north and stuff. Yeah. It's good that 1.5x is there because I'm like in a lower level zone that, you know, won't pay out as well. But with the 1.5x, that'll make fucking, you know, 40 to 60 really easy. It's an interesting time to be playing the game. They're doing interesting things. They're like, here's a XP rush for those that want to get there. I don't think most people are into, like, understanding how much work this actually is. It's quite a bit of fucking work. It's like, you know, to get to 60, it's quite a bit of work. It's not like this thing that you can just breeze through with dungeons or whatever the fuck. You can't just, like, phone it in like most modern MMOs right now. You have to put in quite a bit of work to hit 60. It's, like, quite a lot of work. It's the most since I've seen, like, you know, since, like, I don't know, what I would say, like, Final Fantasy 11 or something. It's a lot of fucking work. It's easy for me to televise this because it keeps you busy if you wanted to, like 70 hours a week, no problem. It's easy to do 10 hours of this every day. It's a great game like that. It's easy to do 10 hours of this. It's not. It doesn't stress you out so bad that, like, you know, that you want to log or whatever. It's fine. It's like this smooth, like, you know, smooth criminal, you know, fucking demeanor to it. That's like, you know, very good. What? Yeah. What was that? Well, that was good. So, back over here and complete some more Scrivener things. This is arcane.
Mark my words.
Let's mute for a second and run the actual audio because it's good. You know, this is where I am right now, anyways. Yep.
Mark my words.
Yeah, it works for me. And then gotta go out the town. Oh yeah, I went up a level, did I? Wow, wait, wow, that was a lot of XP. Damn. All right, well, works for me. Shit, reached that goal. Okay, so go southwest. Well, shit, now I want to look and see if there's a new rapier. 410, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, why would it have int on it, though? I mean, that's a significant upgrade, though. I mean, it's not the most amazing stat on it. It's not that amazing in terms of the stats. It's a little That kind of sucks. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, it's these are expensive. Some of these are really expensive. Like, I want Dex, like that one. It's a shame that that one's lower. But yeah, there's nothing on the market here for that. Like, it sucks. Like, there's nothing here that's workable for me. It's stupid. It would have to have Dex. So 396. That's an upgrade, I think, but not by much. Yeah, like, yeah. What am I currently wearing? I'm like 396, not 394. So this is the same thing. Just the one I have has int on it, which sucks. It's a tragedy. Kind of need Dex, but I mean, you take a serious drop in. You know, you take like a serious drop in eye level. I should buy it technically because it is an upgrade. It is an upgrade. It's an upgrade. It's not much. It's 2 points, but I'm gonna buy this because it is an upgrade. It is an upgrade. You know, I suppose the same is true of the rapier, sort of. But I mean, it's not like it's cheap either. I mean, it is cheap. It's a significant upgrade. I don't care. I'm gonna buy it. I don't really care. I'll go for the G score. I don't really care. Yep. So where is this? This guy. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's better. You know. Yeah, this 410. I'm just gonna keep going higher. You know. I'm feeling that's where my damage is. You know. It's a shame. This spirit's 332, huh? What's on it? Strength. I mean, that's alright, but I mean, yeah. Like, I want 20 for this, though. Yeah, you can buy that. It's not expensive, you know? Yeah, take 20 for this. Yep. And, yeah, and then, what about this? Anything? No, wait. I gotta pee. Damn shit runs through me. Nope. How many orders do I have now? It's like 74. Not bad. That's cool. So, but I gotta pee pretty bad. I'm gonna go do it. How's my money? 10,637. Goddamn, man. That's good. That flute is very skilled. Okay. Alright, so... Ooh, stuffed pork chop. What's that? So, good. It's... So, while I'm here... So, now I intend to go to Everfall and perhaps buy a house, I think. Which is kind of rash, but I don't care, frankly. Sometimes the music is so good, it's like... It's a lot of money. Wow, 15 grand. 10 grand. I'm tempted to buy it, but I'm gonna wait till my budget is a bit better. I am tempted to buy it. It's not like I have trophies though. I would prefer this one if I were gonna do something. Plus the Everfall standing is just, it's just like criminally annoying. It's just so. I don't know. The Brightwood, sure. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I need Everfall rep, and it's like, oh god, it just eats at you. It takes so much time. It's like, you know. Yeah. Could do an Everfall bent for a bit, you know. I need money. I made quite a bit of money yesterday. Could make quite a bit of money today. Like, I don't know. I could, but I get the feeling just questing is actually paying out pretty good. I don't know. No, I do have some cycling to do. I've got some set sales to do. A little bit. $136 linen. Damn. I could do some farming in for a couple of hours. I think it's kind of actually appropriate. I think at this level, could do some farming for a couple of hours to take a look at like Everfall rep, and just do like what's on the boards, which should be fun. It like doing the whole Everfall RP day, you know, Everfall RP day, you know, like do all kinds of it, like Everfall stuff, all the boards and all the stuff. What do we got here? We got stone bricks. Not much though. Not much though. Yeah, like I need to go out. Like I need a little bit more income than this if I'm gonna buy a house. So we'll get some income. It's not that hard, you know. Nice. Cut flawed amber. Onyx. The master itself is a little loud. It's weird. It's like the master itself. No, it's not the master. It's the music. The music shouldn't be this high. It should be like 78, something like that. There you go. That's a bit better. It's not like gratingly loud. I love this song. This is such a good town song. Reminds me of like man, I kind of want to go back to Final Fantasy XI sometimes. I'm like, oh, I don't know. It could be good, but it's not. It's not good. It's so tragic. Cooking, fishing, craft mods, resources, jewel crafting, reagents, smelting, leatherworking, weaving, woodworking, etc., arcana, and furniture. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at some sales, because that's not, you know, too far out of the way, I don't think. It's like, you know, it's probably a good time to try. Yeah, sort by, yeah, there we go. That is too much wire weave. I will absolutely sell you half my wire weave. It's too much. It's just too much. Obsidian flux, yeah, like, I don't know. This one I will use up, though. In the end, I'll use them up. But the silk threads, oh, can't sell silk threads. It's tragic. Yes, let's sell them for gold. That'd be okay. Gold ore. Yeah, you buy gold ore. I'll take 50 gold for it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Bye by me. Wire weave, water mode, water. Oops, that was not what I meant to do. Oops. What? Oop, there we go. Okay, so we're down here, and we start looking for other stuff like sateen. I'm tempted to just give him his. Oh my god, that is not worth it, but. I mean, I don't know. I'm tempted to just give him the money. I don't care. Or I'll take that. I'll take those small gains over. Yeah, like. Yeah, I mean, that's a ripoff. There's no way I'm doing that. Yeah, like, did you pay me? Yeah, fucking pay me, dude. Just say, yeah, what, like, what? Okay, then just go back here. Okay, so, shade cloth, nope. Got some common alkalists, I'll need them to make those regens. Gotta take a look at that on the arcane chart, because I need, like, I need strongs, and I don't think we have the arcane repository tier 2 sucks. It sucks so bad. Taking a look at towns like what Windsor, right? We're looking at Windsor for settlement details. Windsor, yeah, but like, oh yeah, crafting. Here we go. Looking for arcane to tier 3. You don't have it. What about First Light? They're getting up there in terms of like smelting and outfitting and stuff, but they don't have the tier 2. They don't have it. What about Weaver's Fen? Level 3 kitchen. Why? What about Brightwood? No. I want to go look at Brightwood. The settlement, right? T3 Forge. Nobody's got Arcane 3, which is just tragic, because, like, we can't do strong potions. It's so sad. It's like, I mean, I can... Wait, maybe I can make them, but this requires a tier 3 craft station. Yes, yeah, I can't make that. I can make these, which, you know, is cool, but I'm not using light blood stem. I'll do glowing mushroom cap. I got a lot of light modes, so I need a lot of glowing mushroom cap or light bloom. Light bloom or glowing mushroom cap. Light bloom or glowing mushroom. Light bloom or glowing mushroom. Light bloom or glowing mushroom. Light bloom. Is it light bloom? Yeah. Life bloom stem 50. Jesus Christ. Or glowing something or another. Glowing mushroom cap. Oh my god, look at the prices on those. It's just insane. So, potion reagents for, I don't know, like, no, not raw resources, but I'm talking about, like, I don't know. Let's just go see if the potions themselves are for sale. Because, oh my god, look at that. That's just crazy to me. That's just crazy. Look at how much that is. It's insane. I'm not paying that much. So, you know, like medicinal reagents, yeah, I got that. So medicinal reagents, maybe you have in this, we're looking for potion reagents, medicinal reagents, right? What else do you have? You have like spore bloom fruit, or whatever, spore bloom fruit, plate cap flesh, No. Wow, no one's selling anything. Glowing mushroom cap. Insane. Light blood stem. Insane. Light bloom flower, maybe? Nope. None of this. None of this is even remotely. So, I mean, okay, well, there we go. So, we can, I can make the 11 regens that I have. Ugh. Tragic. I'm looking for common regen, light blunt stem, glowing mushroom cap, and life motes. That's good. 14 of them, not bad. It will take, yeah, we'll take light stem bloom. 7. Yeah, gleaming lodestone. You can have that too. It's fine. Yeah. Yep, and we got enough. I think it's like 35 isn't like losing anymore. You know, it's fine. It is what it is. Speaking of which, like of the other, yeah, but I want strong health, right? See, but I can't do that. It's tier 3, so strong health doesn't exist on the market. So I mean, I don't know how I got all those. Maybe it does. Let's go see. Maybe people are just selling them. Looking for consumable potion, healing tinctures, strong health. Maybe I'll get out of the bracket, you know, strong health for, you know, ugh. I mean, yeah, get the price lower. Yeah, how did they make all of these? It seems weird. Whatever. I'll take it at that price. I'll absolutely take that, but it's still like kind of steep, you know. It's a little steep. I don't need a lot of these. Yeah, like just shore it up a little bit so I can keep going, and then at 40, let's see, at 40 I get a new one, which is powerful health potion, none for sale, which is the 41. Yeah. That's the 41, and that sucks. You can't even get that. So how do you raise a like the how do you raise like a fucking how to raise a like, how do you raise the tier of a crafting bench? Okay, new world, solo raise level of crafting tier, like something like that. Getting says that was so easy. Fast 5 head, yeah. But new world complete salvage guide faster. Level crafting, cheaper cooldown mats, yeah. This is not it. This is like crafting tiers, new worlds. Like I want to see a crafting tier, right? I think it's goes for day 1 of New World. Yeah, what?
Hey, random strangers, and welcome back to my YouTube channel. So today I'm going to show you how to access tier 3 crafting stations from day 1 of the game's release. Normally, to access these stations, you need to wait for a company to purchase an area and then upgrade a crafting station, which takes a long time. That whole process could take multiple days. On my beta world, I believe our first level 3 crafting station was done on the 5th day. But anyways, this is a method to get level 3 of every station except for one, the stone cutting, as early as day 1 of release. So what you're going to do is open up your map. At the top of the map, you're going to see 2 outposts. Now, these two outposts each hold different crafting stations.
Ooh.
And they're all level 3. Also, you can fast travel to them once you've been there once.
Oh.
You could even set your end to 1 so that you can recall to it, which can also be quite helpful if you're going to make a lot of things and you want to save some Azoth. So you could recall to it, craft everything you want, and then teleport to, like, say, a house you bought. This area is normally, I believe the monsters here are around level 40, level 45, and obviously you're not supposed to get here until later in the game. But what I'm going to show you is that you can get there as early as probably level 1. I mean, what I tried is I got to level 5 to get weapons, which helps you go fast. And at first I was trying to find a bow, but I just gave up on that and decided, you know, screw it, we're just going now. And what you're just going to do is you're just going to run there. And you can avoid most of the monsters. Most of them are melee. So you can avoid them by just roll canceling the entire time, which is also going to, helpfully enough, get you there fastest. What I also did and recommend that you do is, assuming you're going to be doing this as quick as possible, is just go ahead and respec everything into Constitution. It's free under level 25, so just go ahead and do it, dump it all into Constitution. And if you get unlucky, you get hit by something, maybe that'll be enough for you to live, because you are going to be wearing light armor if you want to do this right. To demonstrate this, I made a brand new character on a completely different world, just named it Outpost or Bust. Started the little beginning storyline, and then once I was level 5, I tried to get the bow abilities unlocked and decided that would take too long, so I just said we're going like this. I thought I had camping unlocked, which was also helpful if you can camp, because it sets your respawn point. But I did not have camping, which I found out after I got there, so I just ran anyways. Here I had a close call from one of the enemies you need to look out for once you get in this area, which are the archers. Obviously, they have ranged attacks, being archers, and those are pretty hard to dodge. At least they were in beta with the sound cues not working perfectly, and they can be lethal. I'm surprised I survived that shot. But other than that, it's a simple run, make it to the outpost, and we're good. Or end to 1. So that you can recall to it, which can also be quite helpful if you're going to see 2 outposts.
Well, that's not that bad of a run for me. Yeah, probably live, easily live, and that, yeah, like, so that's on the agenda. So what's in my current inventory right now? Not bad. Looks great. You can dump those on the ground. Don't care about those. And yeah, and so let's go unlock that. And I'd like to get my hands on some nice potions. Yeah, you know. Yeah. So, I mean, I've got money. I could see how dominating the potion market right now might be really good money if I could sell those for, you know, not 20 like they're trying to do. I'd probably sell them for 5, right? And sell a stack of 100 for 500. If I can get the mats to make them, which I don't know if I can, but it you know, eh. So we're going to that guy. Oh no, we're going, oh, I went to the wrong fast travel. Oops. What was that? Yeah, I'm going to that, like that guy. Oops. Yeah, I went to the wrong fast travel. Yeah, I gotta go all the way up there. Yeah. Gotta go pee. Damn, energy drinks went through me. It's so annoying. That was a cool trick that he taught me. That was very high value. It'll be some days before we pick up to the level of where these crafting stations are sufficient for what we're doing, but I can get by on level 30 or whatever, level 40 potions. I technically shouldn't make these potions yet. But, I mean, yeah, like I'm a bit ahead of myself, but I can definitely get the travel rights here. It's something that I should do anyways, and I remember this whole bit. I remember this whole area and all that. Yeah. So it'd be nice to warp there and make, like, I wouldn't mind, like, some higher level, like, strong regen potions, and on top of it, there's quite a bit of quest turn-ins. It's gonna cost me a lot of money to do this, but I mean, like, I wouldn't mind doing it. I think we can maybe get a return on the auction house of, you know, like 15 gold a piece or something like that. I think it's not the worst market. I think it would actually sell. So we'll get caught up in that. Okay. Oh, don't really want to get caught up in that. Oh, it's a shame that you're on me. I want to fight you for this Prisma Bloom. $15.93. God damn. It's a slimy twist cap. Oh well, I fought him for it. And I won. Thick hide's good. Helps. So, I suppose... Oh, lots of wolves around here. A lot of wolves and dogs. Not good. So we're just gonna kind of, you know, if we aggro, we aggro, but they're all melee, so... I like exploration stuff like this. Reminds me of Elden Ring. You're like, oh god, you gotta push up against this thing. They stole this from Elden... Like, they didn't steal from Elden Ring, but this is like the meta right now. Running up to a castle with all this, like, weird fortification stuff. These things are nasty. Can't really take a whole lot of aggro of this, especially not casters. Like, if I can, I'd like to skirt him, but I don't think I can. Not without aggroing a bunch more. I'm just gonna keep going. Yeah, I should have farmed. Yep, do not die doing this. Nope. Yeah, I kind of want that. If you leash. Will you leash? No, you're not going to leash. Son of a bitch. There's a lot more guys, too. Come on, leash. Leash. Come on, leash. Fine. I'll kill you for this. Yeah. I'm okay with that, you dick. Go down. Ugh. Life Jewel is a big part of, yeah, like what it is I'm trying to do, which is potions. Yep. Oh, there's so many. I want that. It's like it knows like the one item I'd be willing to stop for her. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. I should have sang a song before I did this. Okay, everybody leash. I'm seeing that. Ouch. Ooh, yeah. Fucking ranger. You motherfucker, dude. Let's go. Did you leash yet? Yeah, you did. Okay. So while we're here in the middle of nowhere, in a moment of peace, gonna jangle it up with some song. I don't know, Morning Shores, Pathless Travel, Potter's Sprint. This is Potter's Sprint pretty good. Yeah, I think so. And we'll go to like expert, territorial, decidedly ready. Play the song. Play the expert Potter's Sprint. Gonna just relax and get in my groove here. Get my groove thing on, you know. Kinda. Yeah. Get my fucking tablet all lined up here and. Okay. Alright, I feel like I'm in the zone. She's a badass little girl. I like her. it's so hard. I sucked at that so bad because I've never played it before. But it was fun. You know, I got some XP. It was okay. It's fine. Alright. Let's get some food on. Yeah. And, yeah, let's get this to this fucking thing. Ooh, what's that? Oh, those guys don't look too good. If I can maintain no aggro, I can pull this, whatever it is. Oh, it's a torch? No, it's a torch. Fucking lame. It was like some kind of thing I'd never seen. I remember this area. As I go to higher level places, I'm reminded that you know, I have to do my I have to do my crafting levels. It has to happen, you know. Mountain music. Okay, now I'm gonna worry about this. Yep. Okay. Oh, no star metal, huh? Need, like, green wood and... Is this briar? It's briar. Alright, well, briar's fine, but... It's a fuck ton of briar. Shouldn't be up here PvP flagged. I'm gonna lose this progress. It's so annoying. Why is there all this briar here? I mean, I'll take it, but... Fucking briar patch right here. I need bush. And just like one flint. Come on, one flint. Some kind of 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 flint. Oh, come on, flint. You stupid sheep. Ram or whatever. Yeah, oh, you didn't get him? Nope. Okay, so we got the bushes. I just need flint now. Damn rams. Ah. What? Prime red meat's good. Come on, man. Some kind of flint. Some kind of flint. Some kind of flint. Oh, seeping stone. Cool. I'll take it, yep. Seven oil. Flint. There we go. Wong, wong, wong. Flint, boulder. Flint. Don't. Don't. Ooh, look at all this. Oh wait, you are 43. Oh, so are you. Yeah, you're going down like a bitch, kitty. Little bitch, kitty. Yep. Little bitch, kitty. Yeah, a lot of stuff here. Just gonna... Oh, I gotta work on my mining. There's this overall meta that I worry about all the time in this game about supply versus demand, where I know I can't get the shit cheap, and I know that I don't have it, and so that's and getting it in bulk is like quite impossible. Basically, it's not impossible, but what it requires is paying some kind of astronomical fucking fee on the auction house for whatever availability of whatever it is item that you want for whatever it is reason. And so I ran across this like whole supply meta problem where, like, if I want strong regen pots and strong and powerful healing pots and powerful like regen pots, I don't foresee having that. I do. I mean, I foresee it right now, but it's like so weird. Like as I come to these, it's good, and like we look at a level 3 arcane. I think see Loom tier 3 is huge. Workshop tier 3. It's good to keep all your stuff here and live here because it's like really high level stuff that doesn't prevent you from crafting. So it's better to live here. I believe now I'm going to make the trips to move all of my crap over here, which is just insane. But also on top of it, like, yeah, like, I don't know, go to the storage shed here. I don't know how I picked up this much crap, but I did. Yeah, just dump it all here. I don't care. And the name of this place is And I'll do my farming out here. Yeah, like the names of these places is Cleves Point Outpost, right? I could buy a house here, I think. It would be good to recall here.
Aha! Welcome to Cleves Point Outpost.
Yeah, I don't care about that. That's fine, you know, that's good. And, yeah, and I want to live at Cleves Point because, yeah, like, this is kind of crazy. It's... Now, I dumped all this, yep, and I can just keep going. And I can res here now if need be, so it's like, it's... I've done this run before. It's kind of crazy. It's good to do it right now, though. It pays good XP. Ooh, look at that. It's like it knows that I want life stuff. I mean, I don't know if this is life stuff. I don't think it is. It's... Oh, yeah, Springstone might be... might get Loaming Lodestone or whatever it is. Freezing Lodestone. Yeah, never mind. That's an ice node. That's okay, though. There's water right outside. That's good, you know. It's not a bad place to fetch water. I'm gonna move all my stuff out here, like, right now, immediately. And I don't know about buying a house in Everfall, because I could see this being a problem for a bit, you know. I want to live in Everfall, but it also implies getting a lot of work done in regards to, like... Damn, look at all this springstone here. This is a good springstone spot. Come on, man. God damn it. Ooh, that's a slug. It is. Ooh, floating spinefish. Let's see what else we got here. We got kitties and... I mean, yeah, just running this fucking pond, I got, like, pretty good loot, I would say. Alright, gotta make our way east down the road. This music kind of sucks. I don't know, it's alright, at least I'm hearing it. I don't think I've heard this track. That's so weird. Ah. I noticed that the blue things went off the top of these turkeys, so I think I do have some turn-ins. Yeah, I got some turn-ins and stuff. That's good. There's some wireweed back there. I need to, like, sit by a fort and just, you know, I think I want to... What do you mean obscured? It's not, though. It's not. Oh, I dumped all of that. Son of a bitch, dude. It's not gonna happen, I don't think. I mean, it might, but it's not gonna happen here. Let me gather the mats out on my way. Oh, nope. It's a whole slog. This whole thing. I remember this. I did this far earlier than last time, which is good. It's a good way to get XP. Got 10 XP for that fucking turkey. Did he see me? He did. God damn it. 48. Not good, not good, not good. Dun 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 dun.
If only I could have seen this place before the war. Someday, this wretched war with the corrupted will end. Food, friends, family, life. The eager type, are you? I like that.
I'll take my Arcana there. And the cooking. Oh. Yeah. I did fuck this up. There is, like, god damn it. there's no arcane here. There's no arcane in this fucking... in this thing. And that's annoying, so now I have to pull all the arcanes. So what else did I leave here? I left, JC here can stay here, but the cooking... Is there a kitchen here? Yeah, there's a kitchen here. So the kitchen can stay here, but I'm pretty sure there's a kitchen at the other place too. So it's like, yeah, that arcane, I'm gonna pull all of it. Yeah. Unfortunately, you know. A lot of those class mods, but you know. Fuck, I had to piss again. It's so annoying. Hate being 40. Okay, so yeah, we have the box here, Arcana. I don't need to set my thing here, but 267 XP.
Welcome.
There you are, my lovely. So we are trying to make not common, but strong regens, strong alkalest, which will take hyssop and water. I don't have any hyssop, so I could buy it or I could go get it. And then the place that I found the best hyssop was, it was a bit of a walk. It was like, what, Brightwood, wasn't it? I think, yeah, or not Brightwood, but Monarch's Bluffs. Over here around that area, there was so much hyssop. But I mean, it's such a long fucking walk. Why can't they get a teleport there? That's stupid. I wish I could look to this control. I wish I could warp to it. I took that point. We've had this point since I took it. Like, I took that point. I should be able to warp there. It's stupid. So it's like, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a long fucking walk for hyssop. It's a long walk no matter what you do, but like hyssop in particular, oh god, I don't know. I have other stuff I need to do, like turn-ins as well, like that Brightwash turn-in. Should technically do that before it gets much further. I have something in Weaver's Fen, so you know, I can't do this until I have hyssop. Hyssop is a thing. I mean, I don't know. It was such a long walk, but there was so much hyssop there. There was. It's a long walk, but I mean, I know there was a lot of hyssop there. There was. It was a lot of. I mean, it's a good farming route, anyways. It has all this loot all over that area, so I should just do that island, right, and view it like a farming run. I mean, why not? I said I was going to farm today. If I want hyssop for strong regens, I have to. I don't know. We could take a look at dumping on the market. I can buy hyssop now at... I don't know. Let's take a look at hyssop, because it's like... I don't know, man. Are you going to sell that for... Oh my god, it's expensive. How much would that be? It's 352 gold. But it would be a lot of hyssop. You know, it would save me like 500 gold to just go farm this. It's stupid. And get like consumable of trade skill bonus of harvesting, right? To cook herb roasted corn on the cob, right, is I mean, I bet I have all of that. But I just like, I don't know. Yeah, harvesting, right? Because part of that's garlic and all the stuff you can get from it. So it's, you know, the garlic hyssop run that guy pitched was such a long run, was the unfortunate part of it. But like breakfast bread, yeah, you don't have any of that. No. So like, in order to do this, I think first of all I would need corn on the cob, right? Herb crusted corn on the cob recipe is not for sale, so that's like part of it. So we go back not to recipes, but we go back to trade skill bonus foods of the corn type, which would be harvesting. Oh, not too good, man. Not too good. So cooked corn would be acceptable. Corn, butter, and salt, which is fine. You know, that's fine. Corn, butter, and salt, right? I mean, I don't know. It's, yeah, if corn, butter, and salt. I left all my food at that one over there. But if we look closer here, yeah, there's no kitchen here. It's funny. They don't want you mixing mats like that. So we go back over here and we take a look at urban crusted corn, because I might be able to make that. So, please teleport. Yeah. I'll need hyssop before I can go further into the potion grind. There's a free jar in the store. Free canopic jar. Sure. That's cool. So now I am trying to get to the kitchen. Super Nintendo. Anyways, trying to make some tray skill food of the cooked corn variety. Anything corn. I can make cornbread, which would take corn. Which, corn itself is not that bad, but I'm out of salt. That's a problem. So, like, cooked corn takes salt, like cornbread, anything corn, right? Weaponsmithing, engineering items, arcana items. So, I mean, I don't know about this. I guess I don't believe I have what is needed here, the corn and the salt. I would like to make 10 of these, though, I will say. So corn and salt, right? Like, yeah, but salt. Salt is not going to be fucking cheap. It's just not. Oh, God. It's just murder. So, hyssop it is. Hyssop and salt and all that crap. So, like, all of the stuff around those, I don't know, hyssop grinds. I'm like 40. I could look at higher, I like better ones, but I'm fairly sure I know where the best one I've seen is. I know where that is. It's. So I guess I'll go do turn-ins now. So we learned, you know, I learned that I can't really do too much, you know, can't. But I did free up a lot of space in, you know, it's all a process. I freed up a lot of space in. See, now the jewel crafting is kind of odd. Like, that stuff should probably come with me. Yeah. Like the little stuff, yeah. So, I don't know. Can I make any of the materials that I need for this? Oh, I can make more light meals. That's cool. But yeah, no, I'm trying to allow cheese bay to be a turn-in, but I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to see tray skill foods such as cornbread would be so good, but I can't get salt. I can't get salt. It's so where did I get salt at? I can't remember. It's that one by Everfall. It's not too good. It's not too good of a grind right there. I mean, it's good, but it's not like salt is such a pain in the ass. There's nothing you can do about it. You have to go get salt, and it's so bad. It's so bad. I know where the salt grind is. It's like here at this whole place is full of provisions crates, but it's so like Salt Hollow. Oh god! But I mean, like, it's so much work to loot all that, and I doubt I'd find much hyssop, though I would like to look. Salt and hyssop and and I mean, yeah, it's not amazing. I definitely need I need to go turn in first of all. I keep thinking of like what it is I'm gonna do, but I know what it is I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get on the grind again. Okay, so we're here to run southwest.
To some, it would be. But I have never really sought power over others, to be completely honest. My faith wavers. Call me Emir. What use are titles at the end of the world?
So
Send
annoying.
word of the time and location for your parley, and I will come. I hope time does not prove me a fool.
That's like a turn in, but
It may have been proven already.
Alchemist Rubus says I am not cured, but the illness no longer spreads inside me.
Damn, I got a lot of XP off that.
Glad you like it. From here, so, you marched off hoping to win the hearts, minds, and souls of the Covenant. I don't imagine they were too open-minded, were they? Really? That is certainly a surprise. You seem to be quite a recruiter, my protege. If the Covenant will talk, perhaps these other warmongering flag wavers will too. Who's next? I'm sure I have no idea. With a name like that, they sound more like a guild of thieves. Say, are those the ones who wear black and wear the plague masks? Ah, yes. I met one once, rushing off on the way to battle. I recall saying, know the enemy and know yourself. But they hadn't even read Sun Tzu. Some scholars, these syndicate people. Good luck.
Sweet. Got my buff. So now go out over the land. Yep. Middle of the night. So I gotta monitor the stream. Nothing? God damn it. Fucking weird targeting thing from running through doors. See, there it is again. Fucking stupid. You go through doors and get this fucking glitch. Works for me. Pacing. Placing. Oh no. Oh, did you aggro? Yes, you did. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, shit. You're fucked up. Yep, alright. Oh, oh. Shit. Oh. Oh. Hortus bear, mining skill. Fuck. It's a mining bear? Okay. Well, they're fun, but, you know... Interesting place. Might could get some good loot off that, you know, if you grinded them all. I doubt the respawn's good, though. Might be a good source of income, though, that... If you were to sit and haunt it, you know, come through once or twice a day and stick the mat somewhere. Might actually make quite a bit of money from that spot right there. But you'd have to like kind of come religiously and do all this. I'm not casual. I think you are.
You'll have to give me a moment. A boiling bear urine. You see,
Great.
the forceful, but I don't mean to be rude to a fellow syndicate member, especially. Let me introduce myself. My parents named me Theophrastus Bombastus. They were otherwise good
Theophrastus
parents,
Bombastus.
but you can call me Dr. Theo.
Dr. Theo.
Ah, wunderbar! A fellow seeker of truth. In my opinion, the Syndicate is the only rational faction choice. Though I do wish we could devote more resources to research and less to warfare. Yes, well, this has been a stimulating conversation, but I must get back to it. I've more mind to study. Now that is funny. I do love a good hypothetical, but right now I need bear repellent for my research team. Man, this urine should work, but who knows?
Oh, really? Prattling on about bear urine, are we? Yeah.
Heard you tromping through the brush from yards out. Thought you were one of those syndicate clowns.
What's up?
Scare off the game.
Oh, it's doing pretty good. I'm 39, about to be 40. Today they started like an XP buff, 1.5x.
Very
So, you know, it's like 50%
Sure.
extra
Easy
XP. It's
There's
pretty
no
good.
recipe
You
that
know,
hundreds
I'm
here
enjoying
use
it.
for
Thank you for
ages.
asking. Yeah. I'm
Here.
doing pretty good. I'm enjoying it.
Those syndicate folks.
Doing pretty good. Hey, there's a
That's
level
me.
40.
They're so concerned with being logical, they forget to be practical.
40's not bad. Cool. But I gotta do quests for those, I think. Restless Shore and Great Cleave would be good, yeah. Go to Restless Shore. I like Restless Shore, but, yeah, I like Restless Shore. Could go to Restless Shore. Gotta go to Weaver's Fen and follow this through. Oh, squash? Really? Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah. Squash is good. Hidden stash. That'll be some money. Oh, yeah. Cool, cool. I mean, I don't really value any of this. I don't know about posting it. I mean, maybe, but yeah. I'll keep blues. Sell blues. Gross. Great. You literally have me digging up piss. It's just, ugh. Looking forward to a good 20 level grind to 60. I think it'll be fun. Ew. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright. Ah! Yep, gonna do new character, yep. Gonna do Great Sword and all that mess. Do all the New World stuff. I love this game. Yeah. New World's good. Ah! Get out of that. Ah! Oh, stun me just in time, you son of a bitch. There's still barrier in. Blech. Yeah, the XP event. Yeah, it's yeah, it's a good XP event. Huge. If you want to level, it's the time to do it for like 5 days. It's
Now I can avoid accidentally stepping on those field researchers.
Freak a barrier in. Blech. Now, Syndicate researcher in the field.
Wow, Yurin, my fellow researchers are also in the field studying these bears. You should bring them some repellent too. Share the pain.
Oh.
Did Theo finally figure out the formula? Thanks science for that. Wow, that's pungent. You know who else would love this formula? Rind. Definitely.
Shame I can't mine those.
Ugh, this smells terrible. Get some of this to Lubin. She's like to get herself mauled out.
Dope bears. I love crawling through the fucking brush and the swamp and shit. They got the atmosphere so good. It's like, I'll stalk through the fucking swamp and I'll kill bears. Oh. Damn horde of spare. Ah. You bastard. Wish I could mine that. Ooh, yeah, hey, nice. Yep, that's 20 gold.
You're probably right. Maul me twice, shame on me. Go and tell Theo. I'll try it his way then.
Bear piss urine in the swamps with these like researcher people and just weird plot line that doesn't really follow much, but works on a different level, I guess.
Oh, you're back. Do you know much about urine? I can't figure
Not
out
really.
what I've gone wrong. Not enough sulfur? Certainly smells bad enough already. And gave it to my team too. Ah, thank you. I didn't. With the bear threat eliminated, we can study the physiobotanical aspects of this region further. I have a theory, you see, about corruption and the angry earth. Well, it began when I was studying the storm wall that surrounds the island. We've always taken it for granted that the storm... Well, let's not go too far without proof. But that is the reason I'm here. There is actually a phenomenon with all the same properties nearby, and I want to run some tests. I'm not exactly sure. Can't get close. It's very volatile, even more so lately. You might be able to, however. If you can discover the source of this mini storm, that could change everything. Good luck!
Yeah, but, yeah, alright. Yeah, I mean, I could carve a path that way, yeah, but it's, I mean, it's sort of, it is in line with what it is I'm doing here, but, I mean, yeah, like, do I fancy tromping around the zone? I can definitely cut some time here if I do it right. So we go back to where did you set? Was it like here, right here? Yeah, recall to win. Yeah, it's good. I'll go to the east side. I dinged, right? So I gotta take a look at weapons, maybe. You know, like, yeah, that might be a thing. Yeah, might have a new rapier, new spear. Take a look here. First of all, have fun with that. 20G. This, yeah, nothing. Okay. So we're looking for weapons of the rapiers. 340. No, that can't be right. Wait, you got that right? 388. There we go. 388. I already have 410. I bought the best thing on the market. I don't know what the fuck's with that, but I took it. Yeah, I have it. I got it. So, I mean, this is a good rapier, but I was not going to pay that much for it. And then the spear... Any 40 spears on the market that I might have missed? 391, still not as good as this for the 396. That's good. I'm on top of the food chain when it came to the weapons. That's good. So then right, so while I'm here, I guess, I mean, I could drop off, I suppose, you know, it's fine, and it doesn't really matter, I don't think. Yeah, drop some Arcana and shit. Yeah, like craft mods and cooking and stuff, yeah, just drop all that shit here, because, wait, what happened there? Yeah, like, what, yeah. So that's cool, but, like, let's, yeah, this is good. So then, now you will go back to Weaver's Fen and turn in and then warp to the southern side of Weaver's Fen to continue the MSQ till it gets hard. And then I can fuck around on, like, blue missions. But I'm doing blue missions on the way in anyways, because they're on the way. So... gotta go... Wah, wah.
You are always welcome in Weaver's Fen, Mike. There is always more we could do. Huh? So it is said. We need such stories to get us through the dark times.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Oh yeah, oops. Duh. Yeah, it's good. But they want me to go to Restless Shore. I like Restless Shore. I'm okay with that. Yeah, take me to Restless Shore. That place was fine. It was fun, you know. I like the rain. It's good. It's pretty. So where is that? That's like, yeah, you want me to go like over here. Someone over here, like the innkeeper? Is it you? Yeah.
All kinds of madness from what I hear. I'm telling you, from what I've heard about Restless Shore, makes me grateful to live in Weaver's Fen.
No, I'm okay. But yeah, like you want me to go to Restless Shore. Alright, Restless Shore is cool. I like Restless Shore, you know. Morningdale is the ultimate goal. But, you know, I gotta go to Restless Shore first. I like Restless Shore, though. It wasn't bad. It like, yeah, a lot of good stuff to it. Yeah, it was... yeah, so, so now I gotta go east. So, but I was gonna do that whole path. So then we go fast travel, right? Yeah, I think so, yeah. I happen to be at an opportune time where I'm like level 40 when the XP boost hit. So it's not gonna be that hard to get to 60. It's funny. It's made it like half as hard. So it's like, you know, everything I do. So I gotta go due east here, but this is just money lying here. There's more of it. Oh yeah, lots of silkweed. It's good, it's good. XP just lying on the ground. Beautiful as can be. XP just lying on the ground. I feel like I need a better set of tools now, a little bit. Ooh, Scale Lord. So, going east. That might be what I spend this 10 grand on, is like better tools. It might be kind of a challenge to get better tools. So like, you know, better tools would be very good, because I definitely use them. If I was like, I don't know, if I was RPing this, I would farm like all the way north, but they're like, I don't know, like, eh. I'm not gonna do trees on this journey. I'm just gonna push through, solve quests, visit the hamlets, and get this silk that's just lying here. That's a fatty oil thingy. A lot of hits off that. Right on, supply stock top. I was just sitting here. Nice. In here. That's good. Done with this place. I was hoping it was a provisions dealie. Get some food out of it, but doesn't appear to be the case. Don't see any more provision kit packages, so we're just gonna go cut due north here. Don't really have any interest in these ghosts. They don't really drop like too good, you know. This is worth the time, kind of. It's probably get some aggro, but that's alright. It's worth it for these. See that toadstool fringe? That shit's good. Gotta get it somehow, you know. I love all the little bits of loot. There's so much loot. It's just, and it's all good for something, and I love it. It's the loot is so addictive. It's more oil. That's gonna take me a bit. I'm gonna get double aggro here probably. Oh. Playing it dangerous. I don't have anything. Aw. That's a P. Come on, flint. Some kind of flint. Some kind of flint. Some kind of flint. Some kind of flint. Some bitch. I just started keeping like 50 flint on me, so this is never an issue, and I can just throw it down at will. Because it's like a safety thing. Come on, man. Oh, that wasn't flint. Name. Is that flint? Nope. Oh, you aggro too? I had to pee so bad. You suck. I don't know. There'll be... Ooh, there's a supply cache, but they're gonna aggro. Nice wire weave. Not bad. Ooh. You bastards. Ah! Fucking bastards. Ah. What? Die, die. Ouch. Oh, you fucking... You loud-ass mage. Flint! There we go. Flint. 2 flint. So now I don't even know where I am at anymore. I gotta go north. I gotta pee so bad. I don't know. Will you aggro me out here? I don't know. Yeah, like, build over here. Or, yeah, like, right here, yeah. At least if I die, I'll just spawn here. It's fine. Yeah, and I wanna like craft. I don't wanna craft. I wanna rest or change skin. Two options. Rest, right? I gotta pee. Something fierce. Yeah. Much better. Okay, sorry. I missed whatever somebody said. Oh man, you're NA, I'm you. I could join your server but have a high ping. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, my pacing too is such that like I don't often try to do co-op on these very lately because like you know my pacing changes. Like I might suddenly want to go focus on a video for a game that I'm looking at or that kind of thing, you know. So I sort of, you know, I sort of like tend to like move at my own pace. I don't tend to take people with me. I know it sounds kind of like antisocial, but it's more about like my pacing might change on the like to, you know, on the fly. Oh. Ah. Oh. Sleeping stone. Oh. Oil. Lots of it. That's cool. Little furniture recipe. Chest for philosophers. Oh, there's one in there, is there? Oh. Nice blues. Has some money. I stunned him. I stunned his sound blast. That's funny. The parry is kind of cool. It does teach good gameplay practice and stuff. The parry, you know? Yeah. I should practice it more. I should be like, oh, you want to hit me? Oh, no, nope. No, you don't. Oh, this quest just keeps on going. Like, where else could this possibly be? It's actually a really big area, too. I need to, like, go look around, I guess. There's one. This might be it. Hopefully this is it. Otherwise I gotta go over there. No, that was it. That was it. Sweet. So... okay, then I'm not that far, but I mean, it would be best to take a ride home. 6.5 minutes, so we'll do Recall to House.
The specimens you gathered are helping me learn a great deal about the Fen.
Dude, 6,000 tokens, huh? 16,000, huh? What's like the best rapier you can sell me? 395. That's what it is. 395. That but I have a 410. It's nice in the respect that it's strong. You know, it's strong. This thing, I don't know, but it's It's got that dex, you know. It's got the dex sex, but it's 518. It doesn't hit as hard. This one does hit harder. This one hits harder than the spear I have. I don't know. It's cool in the respect that I can enchant them. I think I will RP buy these weapons, even though they're inferior, and enjoy them while they're there, you know, because it's sort of RP. They might be cool, you know. I don't think I've ever owned these, so I'll buy them just, you know, by rote, you know. Yeah, I mean, it's cool, you know. They're not bad. They're fine. They're so 33. I mean, they're antiquated weapons. They're sort of antiquated. They're not. I don't know. They're cool in the respect that I could enchant them, you know. But it's just not the same. It's not. It's still inferior gear score, which goes against my instincts. I do want to go check the auction house one last time here before I leave and just make sure that there isn't like some weapons sitting there that are inferior, or I'm sorry, superior to what it is. Plus I have like 4 blues to post. That'll be like hopefully 80G, you know. Okay, 7 blues of the weapons variety blunderbuss. 20. $20. $20. Okay. $20. Okay, and then I want to see if there's any weapons of the two-handed variety. Spears. 391. It's inferior. I'm still on top of the market. It pisses me off a little bit. Like, I don't know. It's been a couple hours. But whatever. You know, 388. Still inferior. It's inferior. So what can I do? I can't do anything about that. You know, I can't. So now we go out east. That'll be interesting. Actually, I go out east, like northeast. Archer, Archer. Ooh. Oh, I've been here before. So annoying. This is not a landmark, damn it. It's not a landmark. What are you talking about? This is not a landmark. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna move on. Yeah, yeah. Excuse me. Howdy. Ooh, musket of the faithful Huntress. Looks pretty good. Thank you. Whatever that was. Yes, I did go to the wrong place. Oops, I guess it would be better to do that, yeah. Might even be better to do that first, and then... Yeah, and go fast travel, yeah. I mean, I could go through there. Figure out what they want there. Yeah, like, figure out what they want there. I'll go there first, I guess, yeah, and we'll just follow the chain. It's fine. I'm not really too worried, you know. Actually, but yeah, my inventory isn't amazingly full. You know, it's fine. I think I will actually go drop. Well, it actually behooves me, I think, to go do this first before I do anything else and run southwest, which I do have a loadout commensurate to that. You know, it's fun. Yeah. Kill the audio here. And finish the rest of this video I was watching.
And now they're getting better viewership. Where like Ninja, for example, something like 30% of his audience is on TikTok Live while he streams. So his multi-streaming thing is and it's really interesting. And now all of a sudden the opportunity cost starts to make less sense, right? It starts to not add up. Like that you're streaming on Twitch versus streaming on other platforms. So, like slowly as you start to realize this and people start to move over, like right now it seems so obvious to stream on Twitch. It's like why would you like stream anywhere else? Well, now it doesn't. Like actually, if I said that to you a year ago, it would have seemed obvious. Like yeah, everyone starts on Twitch. Now it's not obvious. Like I started making videos about this 3 years ago, right? So like. Nowadays, it's like, oh yeah, I can stream on Twitch, that on, and that's how it shifts, and it's very gradual. So, like, when I see changes like this, it worries me because the opportunity cost for streaming on Twitch and the core platform are worse than they were yesterday, and are continuing to become worse. They're not just worse, by the way, because of the subsplits. They're also worse because Twitch users are getting tons of ads. They're also worse because it's harder and harder for smaller creators to succeed. It's also there's hate rates, there's gambling, there's tons of like bad stuff on the website. Like the product offering, the core product offering that they take 50% of your income for subscribers is getting worse. Whereas the core offering on places like YouTube is getting better or staying the same on like Facebook and other games, right? And so as like this develops, the streaming world in the past like 3 to 4 months, like I should start diversifying and creating more stuff on YouTube. I should start making more stuff on other places, right? So that's like kind of why I'm worried about the direction of the website. And it's kind of interesting that Twitch would make this decision, because there's like a big factor that people aren't considering that I think is a little bit weird. Before you're 22, you've made it this far, you gotta leave a comment, and you gotta say, hey, I'm here at 22, I'm still listening. I love these comments, really real, so thank you very much. 20 minutes, 2 minutes to the club. I've got nothing to advertise really. Well, actually, I'm gonna advertise a bunch of shit. Like my Patreon, I did a 40-minute video today on success. I teach business and marketing over there. $5 to get videos over 80 now. I just make videos there. There's a bunch of other core product offerings, and you can also give me 92% of something other than 50% on Twitch. Okay, so go check out Patreon if you want. It's patreon.com/DevinNash. Links in the description down below. You don't have to do it. Don't do it if you don't have the money. Absolutely. But just support it if you like these videos. Okay. Other than that, you can check out Novo. That's my company. And, but I have nothing to sell you there because unless you're a brand. If you're a brand, you can probably sell you. Okay. That's it. All right. So, what is the big thing that people aren't considering about the subscriber thing, and why it's so weird, right? What's the thing I promised you before that call to action? It's really that like subscribers aren't even a big revenue driver of Twitch, which is why it like confuses me that they're making this change, and like kind of makes me think like, wow, if they're willing to take away from their top creators and make their top creators like start to reconsider like where to go, like what else are they willing to do? Like how much in trouble are they? Because man, like subscribers. Here's the thing: if you're a company and you have a monthly recurring revenue of $2.50, say, okay, like you don't want to be in a position
You found it?
where
Exactly.
like monthly recurring
Could you
revenue is
really?
driving
Oh,
you
is that
because,
yes,
like,
yes,
like,
it could
here's
be a
why.
good thing.
If you get into, like, a
Do
Netflix
send a
situation,
message when you know the
like,
time
Netflix
and
is doing
place.
great, right? Everybody thought it was an
Now,
amazing company.
what to do with all this bear urine?
And then what happened? Well,
Has to
they
be
stopped
useful
producing
for something,
content
yeah.
that was as
A
compelling.
bomb, maybe.
And now everybody drops their subscription. Same thing happened to HBO Max. So, typically in the business world, reoccurring revenue should be seen as a like sort of tertiary thing, but it shouldn't be like a primary source of income, right? Like Amazon makes a ton of money off of Amazon Prime, but it's not their main source of revenue. It's the main source of revenue is their shop, Amazon. Yeah. So subscribers aren't even a big revenue driver of Twitch, because this is something that I see a lot of other content creators they don't really understand, is that they're like, oh, like subs makes Twitch so much money. Like they don't. So like let's say that Twitch is making $2.50 off of every sub, right? That's only as good as the creators on the platform that are driving it. And but here's the big thing, there's no way to actually increase that money. So you can't increase that number to, unless I guess you make an announcement like this, and you say now we're going from $3.50 to $2.50, but look at the shit show that is, right? Like, generally speaking, you can't increase the amount of money that, like obviously if Twitch came in and said, hey, we're taking $4 now, instead of, like, everybody would be like, what? Like, now you get $1 for subs, like, everybody will leave the platform, right? So that you can't really increase the amount of revenue that you get from subscriptions, but you can increase the revenue you get from ads. That's why that's why Twitch is so aggressively driving ads. They're driving ads like crazy because they want to. For an ad, you could sell it for $5. You could also sell it for $50, $500, $1,000. No problem, right? You can sell an ad for whatever. Buy it. So
pause to grab something to eat
ads,
here.
they can make money. Also add scale to numbers of total viewership. You don't need
It's
to
lunchtime.
If you have 1,000 viewers, maybe 10 of them subscribe. But if you have 1,000 viewers, all of them see an ad except the people that block or whatever, and they're trying to fix that too. And so is like Google and everybody is trying to get you to see ads. So also subscribers take away from ads because subscribers can't view ads on the stream they're subscribed to. So that is a revenue loss for Twitch as well. So Twitch is not actually incentivized to encourage people to subscribe or makes a lot of money on subscription, which makes it all the more strange that they would say this, because like now that they're doing this is like really scary, and kind of makes me think about Twitch Prime, which like every Twitch apologist like sort of sits on and says like this is the thing that they do. We've already discussed why Twitch Prime is like not really competitive, and isn't enough of a product offering to like really build a brand there. But also like you have to consider Twitch Prime is not necessarily a permanent thing, right? Amazon can revoke that at any time. And there's a really interesting tweet that I saw which I probably don't have on hand because it's not in my show notes. Oh, it is. It is in my show notes. Cool. And that's from this dude. And he said, the loss driver for Twitch is the free subs that all Prime users get. Sources quote that there are 41 million active Prime subs. That sounds insane. But let's take 20 million as the real number. So I also agree that 41 million seems insane. I can't see how there's 41 million Twitch Prime subs. This doesn't seem right. But Stream Hatchet says it, and Stream Hatchet is really reliable. So I actually know all those guys, and I'll actually ask them about this, and I'll get an update for you when I make a video. I'm making a video soon about being a Twitch partner, and so that'll have this in it, and we'll see what the real number is. But yeah, let's say it's 20 million is the real number. So that's just like $50 million a month in cash that Amazon is paying. Like $50 million a month, right? Like to a website that's not profitable. So people that are like relying on Twitch Prime, and they're like, oh, like Twitch Prime is like this whole thing, like it's driving like so much revenue. Like we already showed how it's not. Like it's only like 9 to 10% of total subs, 15% maximum, right? And that's totally dependent on like what kind of streamer you are. People like Kai have benefited way more from like from things like gifted subs and things like that, which you can also do on like YouTube and stuff like that. So like it's kind of crazy to assume that like Twitch Prime is going to be around forever. Like if Twitch doesn't turn around, you understand that Twitch Prime is going to go the way of the dinosaur, right? Amazon is not going to support a product that it costs them $50 million a month and not making them money. Like Amazon's not stupid. It's the most successful company in the world for a reason. So they cut loss leaders. They cut people that are costing them too much, and that's what some of these changes are that you're seeing. So they can't cut ads. Because if they cut ads, they're doomed. There's no monetization model there. So the logical thing to do is to actually cut subscriptions. That's where you hurt people, right? That's why, even though Twitch subscriptions are not a big revenue driver in Twitch, they have to cut their top cases because they're losing money. They're bleeding. Amazon is saying fix this, and Twitch can't, right? And there's a bunch of reasons why. Like I've done a bunch of like podcasts on that. You can check out our videos or whatever. But like, yeah, the ad system is broken. So like, okay, shoot, like we're in trouble, aren't we? Because now we're still bleeding money. What's the next thing to go? And I mean, I'd be looking very carefully at Twitch Prime. And if I was an Amazon executive right now, why are we spending $50 million a month on a website that doesn't succeed? Because remember, these like people like they don't have an incentive to support creators. They don't really care about that within their ecosystem. Like the Amazon ecosystem doesn't make money from creators; it makes money from shops and vendors and such. So they don't have the same incentive as someone like Google that wants like Google at all costs is going to support content creators because content creators drive ads, which is the core of their business. But the core of Amazon's business is not ads; it's product. It's a big difference, right? It's one of the reasons why I kind of wish that Twitch was acquired by Google like way back in the day, because I think it would have ultimately been a better outcome, even if it was eventually folded into something like YouTube Live. Who knows what would have happened? It's a totally different metaverse that we'd have to travel to. But it's an interesting concept. So thinking about this, like a lot of people are relying on like Prime as like this big thing. I don't know like how much longer Prime has to stay if Twitch doesn't turn its revenue around. If that doesn't speak to what people really should. Because once Twitch Prime goes away, that's it, man. Anybody that just stays on Twitch at that point is just a crazy person. And we're gonna get some of them, but most people are gonna move to YouTube. Yeah, so that's how Twitch cost Kai $1 million. He basically they changed his revenue split from 70-30 to 50-50, and they did so for any creator that's above like 2,300 subs or something. You just do the math. I have it in my tweeter if you want to go see it. It's somewhere in there. How many subscribers is it? Yeah, it's about 2,380. Assuming that they're all subscribed in like the US and Europe, so it's going to be a little bit less for people that are in other categories. So there's a lot of people that are being affected by this revenue change, but moreover, like my argument is, I think it affects the sort of total of Twitch. It's like the people that are aspiring. It's more important for like the smaller broadcasters that are aspiring. Okay, like previously you were aspiring for a 70-30 split. And if you're making $100,000 a year in subscription revenue, now like to see these top creators like lose hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars from this change, should be a red flag to like, do you want to like sort of plant your brand here for the next like several years with how Twitch is moving? And that's what gets me worried. By the way, like just as a side note, I don't hate Twitch at all. I love Twitch, right? Like Twitch like built like most of my brand. That's like Twitch.tv / Devin Nash I used to stream on, and I've moved to YouTube since. It's been way better, but like. so much of my life has happened on Twitch and been as a result of Twitch that like I just really want the platform to succeed. It really upsets me that it's not succeeding, and I hope that these reasons are enough to convince you that you should jump on the train of getting Twitch to offer a 70-30 split. Now, given their financial situation, I don't know how the hell you do it, right? That's the one thing I'm hoping nobody notices in this video. He's like, okay, Devin, you're the CEO of Twitch. How do you give people a 70-30 split? I don't know. I have no idea how to fix that problem because Twitch is bleeding so much money. But it's just not fair. Like, it's not a fair situation for creators to live on the platform while Twitch takes 50% of their income. They're not doing enough work to justify that. That's not cool. That's not how business works, right? They're not offering you a salary. They're not driving a ton of people to your stream. They're not like meaningfully contributing to 50% of your business. And that's why I said in that tweet, like, it's not like, man, if anybody came into my business like, hey, give me 50% equity, or sorry, it's not equity because it's a little bit different. Give me 50% of your revenue, right? And in exchange, I'll keep the lights on and pay your rent. Like, nobody would take that deal. That'd be insane, right? Like, obviously, I'll pay my own rent. It's going to be a fraction of the cost of what I end up making. Like, you know, if I spend like $5,000 a month for my office or whatever, or even $50,000 a month, a multi-million-dollar business, you see that scale versus like if I give 50% of like 50% of what I earn back to the place that I rent from, it doesn't make any sense, right? And again, like, and that's like, it's an even worse offering because a lot of times the landlord or whatever is driving people for you, so you just paid rent. I don't know, it's so crazy when you look at it in like the normal business world. Anybody that's like in the business world that looks at this as like, why are you giving them 50% of your revenue? What are they giving you? Like, what is the product offering that they're giving you for that? It's not nearly fair. So I really hope everybody jumps on this train of the 70-30 split because it's not just Kai that's being affected, but like. It doesn't matter that he's just like he's rich anyway. Like, that's such a stupid argument, right? Like, he deserves to be rewarded for what he's doing, right? Every creator deserves to be rewarded for what they're doing. So jump on the train of doing a 70-30 split, and I guess we'll figure out how they can actually do that later. Anyway, that's me. I'm signing off. That's the video. Leave a comment with what you think, and let me know. Thanks. Bye. Hello, everyone. It is a crazy time in the new media world, and one of the craziest things is we're going to talk about today is Ludwig's decision to move to YouTube gaming. He is stopping live streaming on Twitch and moving to YouTube gaming. We're talking about that today, but not only that, we are also covering Twitch and its future. We're covering YouTube and its success and where it's going, what's happening in 3 sections. Strap in. This is going to be a crazy video. And we're going to start with Ludwig, and then I'm going to timestamp the other 2 sections for you if you want to look at Twitch and what's happening with it. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff there. I think there's so many things that are going to appear in this video that nobody is talking about and just doesn't realize. And if you want to really get a good picture of like what new media is doing, especially in the live streaming space, make sure to watch the whole thing. So starting with Ludwig and his reasons, I think, for moving and what's happening there. Ludwig is someone who I respect at a very high level. He's what I would call an intentional content creator, a person who sets themselves up to target a goal in content creation and then just goes for it and nails it. He had incredibly successful YouTube channel in a relatively small amount of time, as well as on Twitch. He's launched tons of really cool events, from supporting the fighting game community in Smash to doing insane subathons where he gets tons of subs and doing charity events. He's just
the specimens you gathered are helping me learn a great deal about the Fen.
For leaving, he had a fantastic video that I encourage you to watch, which is why I left Twitch, on his mogul channel, the secondary channel. And I want to kind of like outline some of the reasons there and bring some attention to them, and also incorporate some of the other content creators into this. If you don't know, I'm Devin Nash. I run an agency called Novo, which is one of the top agencies.
Man, I got a ding here. Jesus. Way faster. Come on, salt. Garlic. Satisfying meal. That violinist went nuts.
Well met, traveler. People call me Ah, well, if you... I do. I am on a quest to discover a way to create an eternal... And I will reward you.
Salamander snail. Yay. Salamander snails. Oh, you dicks. You fucking dicks, dude. Oh. Oh, damn it.
The specimens you gathered are helping me learn a great deal about the Fen.
You know, I never did check to see if they got back to me. That's kind of interesting. Man, there's a lot of this stuff lying around. Ooh.
Have you noticed anything off? True. Snow-filled forests, not ruins. They are clues that club hunt
sucks to bet on that. Yeah, at least it's XP, you know? It's like fine. You get hyssop. Almost never see it. They didn't put enough of it in the game. Hyssop's a fucking problem. Cool. $355 gold for what? For what? Oh god. 12,239, like what? Yeah, man. Dude, look at all this hemp. $905. Silkweed can now be tracked. Sweet. More hemp. Lots of hemp. Yup, I knew it. I fucking knew it. I mean, there's nothing really stopping me.
This episode of The Great War is sponsored by Curiosity Stream. So go to curiositystream.com/thegreatwar and you can sign up. There'll be more information at the end of this video and in the video description below. It's May 1921, and in the border region of Upper Silesia, trouble is brewing once again. Most Silesians have voted to remain within Germany rather than join Poland. But now it's civil war. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to the Great War. The Versailles Peace Treaty that had brought an end to the First World War had also created a contentious new border between Poland and Germany. One of the disputed regions was Upper Silesia, which was part of Germany but was majority Polish-speaking. A low-level proxy war had flared up in 1919 and again in 1920, but the peak of the violence was in May 1921. In this episode, we'll take a look at the events surrounding the Third Upper Silesian Uprising, and it all began exactly 100 years ago. Back in 1918, the second-to-last point of U.S. President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points for peace stated that, quote, indisputably Polish territories should go to Poland. The trouble for the post-war Paris Peace Conference was that areas like Upper Silesia were linguistically and ethnically mixed. Many locals considered themselves Upper Silesians before Poles or Germans, but the national question began to dominate the political fight over the region. Economics, though, was the most important thing for German and Polish state interests, since both wanted to control the region's large coal and iron deposits. The Treaty of Versailles called for a plebiscite, which would determine whether Upper Silesia would stay a part of Germany or join with Poland. The Allies sent a plebiscite commission and a 15,000-strong French and Italian peacekeeping force, but the situation was tense. According to French general and head of the commission, Henri Laurent, their job was not easy. The commission has a hostile population, a hostile police force, a hostile magistracy, a hostile German government, and a not altogether friendly Polish government. In the months leading up to the vote, both sides pushed their option hard, but the Germans had the support of the state. The bureaucracy, the school system, and the police were all under ethnic German control. German-speaking citizens also formed the Defense League, which agitated for the German cause. The pro-Polish campaign was led by charismatic politician Wojciech Korfanty, but was partly suppressed by the German authorities. The violent clashes in 1919 and 1920 had resulted in radicalization on both sides, and a dispute about who would be eligible to vote strained the situation even further. But when the plebiscite took place in March 1921, there was relatively little violence and 98% participation. The result was 60% in favor of Germany, even though about 60% of Upper Silesians spoke Polish as their mother tongue. Historians have argued about why locals voted as they did, and some recent studies have argued that Upper Silesians were primarily motivated by the local situation rather than blind patriotism. For most, Germany seemed to offer a more prosperous future than Poland. Now, the results of the vote did not automatically resolve the border problem. The Allied Commission would have to take the results into account, but the Allies couldn't agree on a solution. The French favored Polish claims since they wanted to make sure that the new Polish Republic would be a strong ally in any future conflict with Germany. The British worried that if Poland got too much territory, German bitterness would prevent a lasting peace. Franco-British mistrust got even worse in February and March 1921 over the question of how much Germany would have to pay in war reparations and the French occupation of 3 more German cities in the Rhineland. The Germans argued that they would need the revenue from the Silesian mines in order to pay the reparations. The French were unmoved, but British Prime Minister Lloyd George was sympathetic. The question of reparations is bound up with Upper Silesia. If the Poles won't give the Germans the product of the mines at reasonable terms, the Germans say they cannot pay the indemnity. There, the Allies may be cutting off their nose to spite their faces if they hand the mines to Poland without regard to the question of the indemnity. In April, there was still no sign of an end to the deadlock. While the British and Italians wanted to give most of the region to Germany, France and Poland wanted the border along the Oder River. To complicate matters, in the larger cities and the most industrialized region, voting had been quite close. The longer the crisis lasted, the more the British worried that Germany's economic recovery was being held up by the uncertainty. So the tricky question of what to do with Upper Silesia had split the Allies and inflamed Germany and Poland. And in the middle of the negotiations, the situation on the ground boiled over. On May 1st, Korfanty's newspaper published an article which falsely claimed that the Allied Commission was about to accept the British-Italian border proposal, which was favorable to Germany. The article set off a powder keg. Polish-speaking coal miners went on strike, and local paramilitary groups took up arms, joined by volunteers from across the border in Poland. The third and most violent of the Upper Silesian uprisings had begun. On May 3rd, about 12,000 armed Poles and Polish Silesians began to advance towards the northern and western parts of the province. In the eyes of the Polish state and local nationalists, these groups were acting against German oppression. Pro-Polish paramilitary leader Jan Faszka gave his reasons in his memoirs. My father's stories left a grim impression on me. I saw the horror in his eyes as he gave me a detailed account of the bloody suppression of a miners' strike in 1919. When the German cavalry charged in to attack the strikers, my father barely managed to cheat death. Shaken by the experience, he ground his teeth in helpless fury as he recounted it, cursing the German nation. According to British reports, French troops had begun disarming the German paramilitaries, but weren't doing much to stop the Polish ones. Italian units and pro-Polish insurgents did clash at Rybnik, which resulted in 25 Italians killed and 100 wounded. Thanks in part to tacit French support, the Polish militias were able to defeat many of the unsupported and isolated German units. German Chancellor Josef Wirth and his government were outraged and submitted a note of protest to the Allies. The Upper Silesian voting area is now largely in the hands of Polish gangs. The peace-loving population is being terrorized, and destruction of valuable production facilities is to be expected. Acts of murder and abduction are increasing. The regular operation of mines and smelting works is forcibly prevented. Korfanty has assumed the position of Chief Administrative Officer, is appointing military and customs officials, and is handing out death sentences. The Polish gangs are heavily armed and organized on military lines, and their activity has spread over the whole of the country at breakneck speed. The Weimar government asked the Allies for permission to send in the German army, but the French refused. To add to the crisis, at the same time the Upper Silesian Civil War was raging, the Allies presented Germany with a revised reparations bill of 132 billion gold marks. British Prime Minister Lloyd George largely agreed with the German position and urged the French to use their troops on the ground, which included tanks and artillery, to restore order. He felt that Poland had broken the rules of the Versailles Peace Treaty by supporting the uprising, and openly challenged the French on May 13th. Either the Allies ought to insist upon the treaty being respected, or they ought to allow the Germans to do it. Not merely to disarm Germany, but to say that such troops as she has got are not to be permitted to take part in restoring order in what, until the decision comes, is their own province. That is not fair. Fair play is what Britain stands for, and I hope she will stand for it to the end. French Prime Minister Aristide Briand refused to back down and insisted that France was protecting its Polish ally and itself. I am certain that Mr. Lloyd George would never, on his own initiative, invite German troops to march against Poland and so against France. No such invitation could possibly be issued except in concert with the Allies. We've been getting a lot of advice from England recently, but it would be more useful for the establishment of order if we could get more British troops to help our 12,000. The French government could never consent to German troops entering Upper Silesia. As the diplomatic conflict got worse in early May, so too did the situation on the ground. Both the German and Polish governments lent indirect support to the fighters and set up command centers just outside the province. German-speaking Upper Silesians had begun to organize their own militia, the Selbstschutz Oberschlesien. In the next 2 weeks, they were joined by volunteers from the rest of the country and Freikorps units like the well-known Marine Brigade Erhard, which had been instrumental in the failed Kapp Putsch a year earlier. One of the volunteers was Ernst von Salomon, who described how his unit was created on the fly. In the train, we formed the nucleus of a company. A leader was found after a few minutes' talk. Immediately, and as a matter of course, his authority was recognized. Future Sergeant Major wrote out the roll. Officially, the German government opposed the illegal activity of the Freikorps, and some were stopped and disarmed before they made it to Upper Silesia. But in practice, German leadership and newspapers were convinced that the pro-Polish uprising had been planned long in advance, was professionally led, and was being actively supported by France. The government couldn't send its own troops, but it also didn't want to give the radical and violent paramilitaries a free hand. So Berlin sent Generalleutnant Karl Höfer to oversee the German militia and, in theory, rein in the Freikorps to avoid the risk of open war. Polish paramilitaries, under leaders like Jan Faszka, who was a veteran of the Great War, were also organizing. Warsaw even secretly sent an extrajudicial paramilitary force known as the Bojówka Polska to Upper Silesia. Corfanti sometimes clashed with these paramilitaries, who were quick to resort to violence, no matter what the political cost. The Warsaw militias of Mr. Magnitsky, Wupek, and others are at large in Sosnowiec. There are grounds to suspect that these people organize expeditions to Upper Silesia by themselves and commit murder and pillage. Banditry is having a terrible effect on the local population. And much the same was said of their German opponents as well. So the third phase of the Upper Silesian Civil War was now underway, and German reinforcements had arrived. It wouldn't be long before they went into action. Between May 6th and May 20th, the fighting in Upper Silesia had been mostly isolated skirmishes, with pro-Polish forces on the attack. Jan Faszka's units managed to capture the important St. Anne's Mountain, also known as Annaberg in German and Góra Świętej Anny in Polish. The mountain was actually a 300-meter high hill which dominated the Oder Valley and gave pro-Polish troops a clear observation point over the German positions. With more and more experienced Freikorps fighters arriving, the pro-German side began to counterattack. Veteran groups like the Kompanie von Eiden and the Sturmbataillon Heinz successfully recaptured several local strongpoints. The key battlegrounds were the railway lines and the banks of the Oder River. A major clash took place on May 20th along the Zembowitz-Kreuzberg rail line. A Polish armored train, equipped with machine guns and artillery, managed to force the Germans back and retain the control of the line for the Polish side. When General Hofer arrived, preparations were already underway for Bernhard von Hülsen's Freikorps Oberland and the Silesian militia to retake St. Anne's Mountain. Hofer acknowledged that the position was tactically important, but he worried that if local pro-German forces launched a high-profile offensive, France might invade Western Germany in response. Another problem for the Germans was supply. They were short of rifles, ammunition, and only had a few machine guns. It was a gamble for the Germans, but Hofer agreed to let the attack go in, even though Berlin had officially forbidden it. At midnight on May 21st, 900 German troops left their trenches. The plan was to attack the mountain from three sides, while an extra battalion advanced on the neighboring village. Polish defensive fire stopped the Germans at first, but the former stormtroopers used the tactics that they'd learned in the Great War to penetrate the pro-Polish defenses and
penetration
resistance. The pro-German spearheads reached the top of St. Anne's Mountain more quickly than they expected, and their advance on the village forced the Poles into a retreat. By 12:30 in the afternoon, the Germans were in control of the heights and the village and began to consolidate their new lines. They also raised the old imperial flag and not the flag of the Weimar Republic. Polish forces counterattacked throughout the afternoon with the support of an armored train, but the Germans' elastic defense tactics wore them down. Von Hülsen would even later call the battle the first German victory since 1918. According to Hofer's memoirs, the victory boosted morale unrealistically. A great pride filled the victorious troops. Some believed that they could now accomplish anything if only given the chance. How gladly we would have complied with their wishes. But such an inferior assessment of the insurgents was not justified, as the next few days clearly demonstrated. The insurgents had lost a battle and an important position on the Annaberg. They'd been surprised to feel the German fist, and they'd been terrified.
The German fist.
But one must judge with moderation. The insurgents recovered from the defeat much faster than we expected, and there was heavy fighting for the next few days. The capture of St. Anne's Mountain brought the Germans much-needed weapons that they'd captured from the retreating Polish troops. But it also meant that they were now stretched even further than before, and they were still lacking ammunition. Although fighting continued around St. Anne's for several days, neither side could deliver a knockout blow. The Germans were left in control of about 2/3 of Upper Silesia, and the Poles with the remaining third. And there was political fallout from the battle as well. Paris formally protested to Berlin and threatened to withdraw the protection of French troops from German areas in Upper Silesian cities. General Laurent insisted that the Freikorps be disarmed and that the remaining German militias withdraw from St. Anne's Mountain. The German government responded that they were not involved and the Freikorps had acted independently, both of which were half-truths. But the Germans did realize that the political risks of another such attack were simply too great to bear, and they also feared that Korfanty might order the destruction of the mines if his forces began to lose ground. The British position remained largely sympathetic to what they viewed as the German right to defend themselves. They also wanted to avoid a rift with their ally France and to avoid an escalation of violence. In early June, the Allied Commission tried once again to create a neutral zone between the two sides. The British had sent in reinforcements under Canadian General William Henniker, who was able to mediate between Laurent, Hofer, and Korfanty. An agreement was finally reached according to which both the German and the Polish militias would withdraw starting in July. All told, the three conflicts in Upper Silesia between 1919 and 1921 cost the lives of at least 3,000 people on both sides, according to the most conservative estimates. The neutral zone agreement reached in June did calm things down on the ground, but a long-term political solution was still needed. The Allied Supreme Council in Paris started yet another round of negotiations in August, and Lloyd George and Briand were still at loggerheads. They haggled over villages and towns, but the main problem was still whether the industrial zone of Upper Silesia would go to Germany so that it could pay the war reparations, or to Poland to help with its struggling economy. France was isolated, since the smaller allies involved in the talks, like Belgium, China, and Brazil, sided with the British. The British were not really in a position to force a solution in favor of Germany, since they were distracted by the war in Ireland, the Greco-Turkish War, and the Middle East. They also did not want to destroy the alliance with France over a question like Upper Silesia. The issue of the border was turned over to the League of Nations. The League appointed two experts to finalize the line, one from Switzerland and one from Czechoslovakia. The Germans protested that British support for the Czechoslovak candidate was unfair, but they were overruled since the League wanted to put the Upper Silesian question to rest. The League drew the new frontier with the intent of keeping most of the industrial area intact as an economic unit. 57% of the inhabitants and about 70% of the territory of Upper Silesia would remain in Germany. Although Poland received a smaller share, it did get most of the factories and the mines. Neither side was satisfied with this arrangement, but the decision generally favored Poland. When the outcome became known in Germany, politicians and the press were livid. The scandal was so serious that the German cabinet was forced to resign. But it wasn't only German politics that were now out of control. As of fall 1921, inflation began to spiral to previously unseen levels, and the mark lost half of its value between August and December, an ominous sign of things to come for the German Reich. Bringing you the story of Versailles flashpoints like Upper Silesia is what we love to do here at the Great War, but I have to admit, it's not always smooth sailing. To be honest, history is a bit of a niche topic in the grand scheme of YouTube's reach, and they haven't always made it that easy for history creators like us in the past few years to bring you what we hope is an objective and accurate view of historic events. That's why we crowdfunded and released our Battle of Berlin documentary, 16 Days in Berlin, specifically outside of YouTube, because 250 of our YouTube videos were retroactively demonetized because YouTube changed their rules years after these videos were originally made. And in this kind of climate, we went even further to be safe in the future. We teamed up with some other creator friends to have a platform where we don't have to worry about YouTube's capricious actions. This platform is called Nebula. On Nebula, you can watch top educational creators like us ad-free and support them at the same time. For example, this video that you're watching now does not have this very ad on Nebula. This episode of The Great War is sponsored by CuriosityStream. So go to curiositystream.com/thegreatwar and sign up. And if you do, you'll also get access to Nebula, where you can see current Great War episodes and other creators ad-free. You can find out more in the video description or at the end of this video. It's November 1920, and the bitter dispute between Italy and the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes over their post-war border is coming to an end with the signing of the Treaty of Rapallo. But solving the Adriatic question has not been easy. Governments have fallen on both sides, allies have felt betrayed, and a proto-fascist mini-state has sprung up right in the middle of it all. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War. As 1920 began to draw to a close, a new post-war order was beginning to take shape in Europe. And one of the hotly debated borders was between Italy and the new state of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes. Now, the Italians and the Serbs had been allies during the Great War, but that didn't stop a bitter dispute from breaking out over the spoils of the territories of the former Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was finally resolved by the signing of the Treaty of Rapallo. Now, there's another Treaty of Rapallo that was signed in 1922, but that will be saved for a future episode. And for this episode, we're going to concentrate on the dramatic events that led up to the Treaty of Rapallo in 1920, exactly 100 years ago. In the aftermath of the Great War, Italy was a divided country that was facing some serious problems. Back in 1915, they'd entered the war on the basis of promises made by the British and French. The secret Treaty of London promised Italy territory from its former Austro-Hungarian ally to the north and east, and would give Italy influence over Albania. The treaty seemed like the realization of Italian nationalist dreams and aspirations, but it was also complicated, as hundreds of thousands of Germans and South Slavs would find themselves inside Italy according to the treaty's borders. And Italy had indeed paid a high price for what it hoped to gain. The expected breakthrough against Austria didn't come until the war was essentially decided elsewhere, and losses had been extremely heavy. In 1919 and 1920, the country was also in the grip of a political and economic crisis known as the Biennio Rosso, or the 2 Red Years. In the countryside, peasants went on strike and occupied the land. And in the city, things were not any calmer. In 1919, there were protests against the high cost of living, and in 1920, much of the country went on strike. 500,000 workers downed their tools, and about 300 factories were occupied by those who worked in them. Socialist leader Antonio Gramsci expressed the passion of the Biennio Rosso in a speech to striking workers. The social hierarchies are broken. Historic values are overthrown. Today, the workers themselves must build the first historic cell of the proletarian revolution, which thrusts through the general crisis with the irresistible power of a force of nature. The government responded to these disturbances with force, which drove the wedge between workers and politicians even further. And to make matters worse, the nationalist right was on the rise as well, and street clashes were common. The pre-war liberal centrist political order could not get the new situation in the country under control. So Italy was a country that was in a state of crisis, but its leaders hoped that its wartime sacrifices would soon be rewarded by the proceedings at the Paris Peace Conference. But the Treaty of London was signed in 1915, and by 1919, there was a new player on Italy's doorstep that would complicate the situation. That new player was Italy's neighbor, the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which came into existence with the fall of Austria-Hungary at the end of 1918. Now, it would rename itself Yugoslavia in 1929, but in today's episode, for simplicity, I'm often going to call it Yugoslavia anyway. Now, the South Slav state, like Italy, was facing a host of problems after the First World War. The country included pre-war Serbia and Montenegro, plus significant parts of Austria-Hungary. Its population included Serbs, minus the 20% of the population that had died during the war, as well as Croats, Bosnians, Slovenes, Montenegrins, Macedonians, Hungarians, Albanians, and Vlachs. Though how to define these groups was hotly debated. It was divided by mountains, had 4 major religions, 2 alphabets, and a legacy of 8 separate pre-war legal systems. A major political struggle also broke out between Croats and Serbs, which was made worse because the groups had fought mostly on opposite sides during the Great War. The borders of the new state had mostly been established by the peace treaties in 1919 and 1920, but not war against the short-lived Hungarian Soviet Republic. There was also a guerrilla war against the state being led by Macedonian nationalists, and there were armed clashes on the border of Austria. Parts of the province of Carinthia.
Wait, that's cheap as hell for what it. Oh.
And Austria,
oh, I thought it was an actual.
Was a mix of Slovene
I gotta
and
go
German
pee.
Loyalties in Carinthia were also mixed, since many Slovenes preferred to join the Republic of Austria primarily for economic reasons. To the Yugoslavs, these Slovenes had simply been Germanized under Habsburg rule, and so the Yugoslav army marched into the region at the end of 1918. This set off a back-and-forth guerrilla war, mostly pitting German speakers against Slovene-speaking troops of the Yugoslav army, which was only ended in the middle of 1919 with the signing of the Treaty of Saint-Germain. Both sides agreed for a plebiscite to take place in the disputed region in late 1920. Now, the Yugoslavs didn't actually want a plebiscite, but they were confident they would win, so they agreed anyway. And more importantly, they realized that in the coming border dispute with Italy, they would need Allied support. US President Woodrow Wilson soon became Yugoslavia's main supporter amongst the Allies, while the British and French remained more or less ambivalent about a resolution to the Adriatic question. For the Italians, Yugoslavia was fast becoming a threat to their hoped-for territorial gains in the Adriatic. Italy did all it could to weaken Yugoslavia from the beginning, including trying to delay the recognition of the new country, supporting Soviet Hungary in its fight against Yugoslavia in 1919, and lending support to the deposed King Nicholas of Montenegro in the hopes of encouraging separatism. So by 1919, Italy and Yugoslavia, although both considered themselves to be on the winning side in the Great War, were now locked in a bitter struggle. And both sides turned to the peace conference in Paris for a resolution. Italian Prime Minister Vittorio Orlando knew that his best hope for achieving his goals was an international treaty with the support of the Allies. But 1919 was not 1915, and the rules of the game had changed. Point 9 of Woodrow Wilson's 14 points spoke specifically to the Adriatic question. A readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. This formulation called into question the Treaty of London, which was based on strategic principles and not only on nationality. On the other hand, Point 9 meant that Italy might also make additional claims, like the port city of Fiume, today's Rijeka. Orlando preferred to compromise on the treaty and ask for Fiume, but his foreign minister, Sidney Sonnino, preferred to stick only to the treaty. In the end, they demanded both. But at this point, the Allies were no longer so receptive to the Italian demands as they had been in 1915, and some felt that Italy had not done its part during the war. French Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau described the Italian position as, quote, shooting for the moon. The Italians took offense and defended their war record to the Allies with a note. After having voluntarily thrown herself into the maelstrom of this long war, after having sacrificed to the common cause the best of the present generation and her entire national wealth, Italy could not consent to renunciations contrary to her honor, and history would pronounce its infallible verdict on the injustice of which our country would have been victim. The crisis at the peace conference inflamed domestic tensions in Italy as well, with some on the right now referring to Italy's role in the war as a mutilated victory. So despite the fact that the 1915 Treaty of London had assigned Fiume to a hypothetical future Croatian state, it had now become a flashpoint in the Adriatic question and was destabilizing Allied relations as well as Italian domestic politics. Now, back when Fiume was a part of Austria-Hungary, the city and the area surrounding it, about 21 square kilometers, enjoyed a special semi-autonomous status known as the Corpus Separato, or separated body. Within the city were mostly Italian speakers who made up about half of the Fiume region, but outside of the city, within the Corpus Separatum, there were also about half the population that spoke Croatian. Both the Italians and the Yugoslavs claimed the city based on the principle of self-determination. The Yugoslav delegation wanted control of the area around the city, but were not as concerned with the city itself. They did, however, want to control the port and the railway, and claimed other coastal cities that Italy also wanted, like Zara. Talks in Paris began to break down, as the two sides could not agree and the Allies could simply not bridge the gap. Ray Stannard Baker, who was one of Wilson's confidants, summed up the president's position. Wilson will agree to no arrangement which gives any people to Italy without their consent. The deadlock in the negotiations led to the Italian delegation leaving Paris and the government resigning in Rome. Meanwhile, in Fiume, tensions on the ground were increasing, and they boiled over on July 6th with a clash between the French and the Italian troops who'd been garrisoning the city. This clash left 9 dead and 58 wounded on the French side alone. With Fiume causing a crisis in the peace negotiations and violence on the ground, all sides called for calm. The new Italian Prime Minister, Francesco Nitti, wanted to concentrate on political and economic questions at home rather than borders. But now, a nationalist poet took matters into his own hands. And that poet's name was Gabriele D'Annunzio. He was famous before 1914, but it was his service during the war in the elite Arditi units and in the Air Force that made him into a national hero. It also made him into the darling of the nationalist right, and events at Fiume would cement this status. As it happens, he was also famous for being ugly, having bad breath, and somehow able to be a ladies' man. When violence broke out in Fiume in the summer of 1919, the Italian commander was replaced and plans were made to bring British troops in to garrison the city. This outraged Italian nationalists and D'Annunzio, who used his fame to publish articles in Fiume and in Italy denouncing the peace conference and calling for direct action. And he himself took action on September 12th, as he led a 300-kilometer march on Fiume with 2,600 men of the Arditi and the regular army. The new Italian commander of the city was unwilling to use force against his countrymen and allowed them to enter, and even handed over command the very next day. When D'Annunzio entered the city, he gave an impassioned speech. As a volunteer, as a regular soldier of all the different units, as a foot soldier, as a soldier of the Navy, as a pilot, as a maimed soldier of the war, I believe that I interpret the profound anxiety of our true nation in declaring today that the city of Fiume has been given back to Mother Italy for eternity. Despite his stated intentions of joining Fiume with Italy, this was not yet a legal reality. And it's likely that his true purpose was to provoke a crisis in Italy, which would cause the fall of the government again, and he hoped that it would be replaced by a government that would be closer to his right-wing nationalist views. Yugoslavia protested and called for Allied intervention, but the Allies refused to intervene, and the Italians were left to sort out the mess for themselves, while the frustrated Yugoslavs looked on. But although D'Annunzio had disobeyed orders and now found himself at the head of a so-called army of deserters and rebels, it's likely that he had significant support within the military. Many officers sympathized with his views, and they only half-heartedly carried out a blockade of the city that was meant to end his occupation. Instead, over the coming months, nationalists flocked to Fiume and increased D'Annunzio's troops to about 10,000 men. To many, he seemed to embody the decisiveness that Italy's politicians negotiating in Paris lacked. In Rome, writers even considered a coup d'etat. So there were no good options for the Italian government. Weakened by a polarized electorate, they did not feel that they could use force against D'Annunzio for fear of mutinies in the army. So D'Annunzio was left in control of Fiume, where he soon declared the Italian Regency of Carnaro. This was an unrecognized state based on proto-fascist, anarchist, and republican ideals. Though he wasn't a fascist per se, D'Annunzio called himself Duce, or leader, and gave wild, impassioned, and theatrical speeches designed to sway his audience and gain attention. While D'Annunzio was ruling his self-declared state in Fiume, international negotiations continued. But these were beset by conflicts between Italy and the Allies, between Italy and Yugoslavia, and between the Allies themselves. On December 9th, 1919, the Supreme Council delivered another proposal to Italy and Yugoslavia. According to Wilson, it was the only one he was willing to entertain. The border would run along the so-called Wilson Line in Istria. This was far less territory than Italy was to receive in the Treaty of London. So to compensate Italy, Wilson offered it several Adriatic islands and the port city of Valona in Albania, plus the prospect of Albania becoming a protectorate. Fiume would become a free state, and a plebiscite would be held under League of Nations supervision. The Italian delegation was not impressed, and they hesitated to respond. And this caused Wilson to send them a frustrated letter. I firmly believe that your doubts in regard to the reaction of the Italian people to a solution of the problem of Fiume, other than that advocated by an imperialistic minority, have no foundation in fact. The Italian people are not seriously interested in the question of Fiume, but rather in the solution of their major social and economic problems. I should rather ask of you and your colleagues of the Peace Conference that, for the good of mankind, the Adriatic problem be resolved without further delay. Now, the Italians did offer some counter-proposals, but these were rejected by both Wilson and Yugoslavia, even though now Britain and France were willing to consider some of Italy's demands. And then on January 6, 1920, Prime Minister Nitti presented yet another compromise attempt. He could accept Fiume as a free state, but only if the city's so-called Italianita, or Italian nature, was protected, and only if the city was joined to Italy by a strip of land. This was rejected by the Yugoslavs and also by Wilson. At this point, the French and British were becoming increasingly frustrated, and they sent a note to the Yugoslavs encouraging them to accept the Nitti Compromise. The British and French governments are prepared to ask the Serb-Croat-Slovene state to make these great concessions for the sake of an amicable and prompt settlement of a question which now threatens the peace and progress of Southern Europe. But they can go no further, and they urge the Italians that the conference and the Italian government will accept them.
Excuse me.
But the Yugoslavs once again refused, and now the British and French lost their cool. Wilson was back in the US on a tour giving speeches, and so the British and French, without telling him, issued the Yugoslavs with an ultimatum. They could accept the Nitti Compromise, or the British and French would allow Italy to impose the borders foreseen by the Treaty of London. Now, this ultimatum was a bit odd because by this point, Italy was not purely in favor of the Treaty of London since it did not include Fiume. Nonetheless, the Yugoslavs were worried and their top two negotiators were divided. Ante Trumbic wanted to play for time and call the Allies' bluff, while Nikola Pasic was more cautious. In the end, Trumbic won out, and the Yugoslav government resigned in order to cause maximum delays. And they hoped that eventually the US would come to Yugoslavia's aid. When Wilson did find out about the ultimatum, he was appalled and sent a note to the British and French telling them that the very alliance was at stake. It is time to speak with the utmost frankness. The Adriatic issue, as it now presents itself, raises the fundamental question as to whether the American government can, on any terms, cooperate with its European associates in the great work of maintaining the peace of the world by removing the primary causes of war. If, in a word, the old order of things which brought so many evils on the world is still to prevail, then the time is not yet come when this government can enter a concert of powers, the very existence of which must depend upon a new spirit and a new order. Britain and France now backed off, and the Nitti Compromise died on the negotiating table. Trumbic was relieved. We have successfully overcome the critical moment, the ultimatum. Now, our position is good, and Italy is in a pickle. At this point, British Prime Minister Lloyd George turned to deception in order to try to find a solution. He separately invited the Italian and Yugoslav delegates to London in late February 1920 without telling each side what he had done. When they arrived, he got them into one room and then simply left them to themselves, in the hopes that they would be able to work out a solution to the Adriatic question face to face. Once the talks began, Trumbic tried to convince the Italians that if they gave up Fiume, they would be gaining a new ally in Yugoslavia and peace in the region.
I don't know that.
That which Wilson, or anyone else, has recognized to you is worth less than that to which we would agree. Our agreement would be your greatest success, since it's our skin that is at stake. Only our government can create peaceful relations in the Adriatic. Nitti responded by reminding the Yugoslavs of the situation back in Italy. I cannot agree to what will not be accepted at home. You must keep in mind our internal condition as well. These informal talks in London led to the resumption of official negotiations in May 1920. And with the US out of the picture at this point, the Yugoslavs knew that they would have to offer concessions. They now allowed that Italy could have Fiume and the Wilson Line. On the other hand, Yugoslavia would get Fiume's port and railway, the Adriatic Islands, and Albania would be independent rather than controlled by Italy. As talks began to bog down again, governments in both countries changed again. In June 1920, following violent protests in Rome, Prime Minister Nitti resigned. And at about the same time, the Yugoslav government also resigned. Nitti was replaced by five-time Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti, and Count Carlo Sforza became the new Foreign Secretary. Giolitti had actually been critical of the Treaty of London and even agreed that Italy had not met Allied expectations during the war. But he still wanted Fiume. However, he did surprise the Yugoslavs by giving up any and all claims to Albania. This concession won Giolitti the support of the British and French. As for the Yugoslavs, their situation was getting worse. Domestic issues were pressing, they no longer had the support of Wilson and the United States, and the Corinthian plebiscite went in favor of Austria. It became clear that the Yugoslavs would have to compromise. On November 10th, 1920, Italy put forth its final proposal, and they hinted that if Yugoslavia did not accept, Italy might take unilateral action. Yugoslav diplomat Milenko Vesnic felt that it was the best deal possible under the circumstances. As there is no prospect of receiving better terms, and we consider an agreement indispensable with respect to external as well as internal conditions, we have decided unanimously and in the full solidarity of our responsibility to accept, after a long struggle, that which we could not alter. The Treaty of Rapallo was signed on November 12, 1920, and was soon ratified by both countries. The frontier in Istria would be extended east of the Wilson Line, and a strip of land would connect Fiume to Italy. But the city, including the Corpus Separatum, would become an independent state. In addition, Italy and Yugoslavia each got Adriatic islands. The disputed coastal town of Zara would also go to Italy, and minority rights were to be guaranteed. Italy had done quite well in the treaty, since it now had a solid border for strategic defense. And Count Sforza even said that Italy's border was as perfect as that of the Roman Empire. On the other hand, nationalists were outraged and felt that Italy had not gained enough. On the Yugoslav side, they had prevented Italy from getting control of Fiume, but they'd given up a lot of territory, and some 500,000 Croats and Slovenes now lived outside the country. And there were some who felt that the Serb-dominated government had abandoned them. D'Annunzio refused to accept the treaty and even declared war on Italy in December. Italian troops and warships surrounded the city, and after a brief bombardment, D'Annunzio's forces surrendered. He himself declared that Italy was not worth fighting for, although Fiume was eventually officially absorbed by Italy in 1923. D'Annunzio's defeat in Fiume was a serious setback for the Italian right, but only a temporary one. Nationalists were outraged about the treatment that he'd received at the hands of the Italian state, and his legacy was not forgotten, notably by Benito Mussolini. And now to change topics, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the challenges that history creators like us face when creating content here on YouTube. Our 18-part, 5-hour-long This episode of The Great War is sponsored by CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is a video platform featuring thousands of high-quality documentaries from science to technology to history. If you head over to curiositystream.com/thegreatwar, you can sign up for just $20 for an entire year and watch great documentaries like the War of 1812, the least creative name ever for a war that Canada won. Now, CuriosityStream is also supporting small, independent creators like us, and every account that gets signed up through curiositystream.com/thegreatwar will also get access to Nebula. Nebula is a new platform for educational creators like Feature History, History Buffs, Mustard, and us. Nebula is a place where you can watch our content and support us directly, where history creators can upload their documentaries without the fear of demonetization or any other shenanigans that YouTube likes to throw our way. In the future, you'll see original history productions from us on Nebula, where we can show history as it really was. So, sign up at curiositystream.com/thegreatwar, get access to CuriosityStream and Nebula, and support independent history productions. And now, on to the show. It's February 1920, and in Germany, the military is unhappy with the Treaty of Versailles. Some commanders are ready to topple the government and reverse the peace. The Freikorps marches on Berlin. It's the Cap Putsch. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to the Great War. In early 1920, Germany was still struggling with the political instability and violence that had plagued it since November 1918. And it was the tension between the military and civilian government over the peace treaty that would cause the next crisis, the Cap Putsch. So let's take a look at the events exactly 100 years ago surrounding the coup up to the end of March 1920. Now, the Treaty of Versailles came into force on January 10th, 6 months after it had been signed by the defeated Germans. In addition to redrawing Germany's borders and declaring Germany responsible for the war, there were strict limitations placed on the German armed forces, and these were considered unacceptable by many on the military and on the political right. Now, to prevent what they viewed as German militarism from rising again, the victorious powers stipulated that the German army was to be reduced to no more than 100,000 men, and the navy to just 15,000. The military would also be banned from using new technologies that had been developed during the war: tanks, submarines, and aircraft. For the Reichswehr, the German armed forces of the new republic, meeting the treaty requirements posed quite a challenge. The army had to be cut by 3/4, and the officer corps was opposed to both the reductions and the new Social Democrat government. The terms of the treaty also demanded the dissolution of the Freikorps. Now, these volunteer right-wing paramilitary militias were made up mostly of Great War veterans and had become not just a military, but also a political force to be reckoned with in post-war Germany. It's impossible to say just how many men served in Freikorps ranks, but estimates range from between 500,000 and 1.5 million. And in January 1918, there were over 100 units. The Freikorps had been heavily involved in political violence after the armistice and helped put down the leftist Spartacist uprising and the Bavarian Soviet Republic with the approval of the Social Democrat government. Now, that's not to say that the Freikorps supported the Weimar government. In fact, they'd actually intervened because of their strong anti-socialist beliefs. They also wanted to preserve German power in the east and were involved in conflicts in the nearby Baltics and the border disputes with neighboring Poland. Disarming the well-armed Freikorps was certainly easier said than done. So, the stage was set for a clash between the government, which had to decide whether to implement the treaty, and the regular military and Freikorps, who hoped that the government would refuse it. At the end of February 1920, this clash would come to a head. On February 29th, Army Minister Gustav Noske announced to the nation that the Republic would indeed stick to the restrictions outlined in the Treaty of Versailles. But although he had the confidence and support of the Army Chief of Staff, Hans von Seeckt, many of the other top generals were against the government's decision. One of these opponents was General Walter Freiherr von Lüttwitz, who was in command of the troops in and around Berlin, and a veteran of the Great War and post-armistice fighting. It had been von Lüttwitz who had briefly taken command of the Reichswehr following the November 1918 revolution, and who had overseen the suppression of the Spartacist revolt in January 1919. He was known as the so-called father of the Freikorps because of his support for the militias, and he'd become an influential political figure as well. In fact, he wasn't the only officer in the public eye. You see, the Army's central role in the domestic violence that followed the armistice meant that commanders now had the potential to become influential figures in German society. The post-war resignation, retirement, and removal of the old guard, like Paul von Hindenburg, Erich Ludendorff, and Wilhelm Gröner, meant that a power vacuum existed within the Reichswehr, which now could be filled by younger, politically ambitious officers who had to fight for the few remaining career options in the drastically shrunken army. In the volatile situation facing Germany in early 1920, the military held many of the cards and could act as a kingmaker by giving or withholding its support from the government in a crisis. Von Lüttwitz recognized this and now used his position to try to pressure Noske into going back on his decision to implement the Versailles provisions. On March 10th, von Lüttwitz and Noske met to discuss the situation, but far from backing down, Noske ordered the dissolution of the 5,000-strong Freikorps known as the Marinebrigade Erhard, after its commander, Captain Hermann Erhard. The Marinebrigade, or Naval Brigade, was one of the strongest and best-known Freikorps, and consisted primarily of naval NCOs and sailors. The unit had played a central role in the post-armistice fighting in Germany, and had seen action in the Baltics against the Bolsheviks and local forces. A staunchly monarchist militia, the brigade was known for displaying the old Imperial German flag and painting swastikas on their helmets. In early 1920, Erhard's force was based at the Döberitz military training ground near Berlin, too close for comfort for the government. Von Lüttwitz was outraged by Noske's refusal to back down and issued an ultimatum to the government demanding new elections and that von Lüttwitz himself be appointed commander-in-chief of the army. Demands that came very close to open rebellion. But despite the clear threat, Noske still would not budge. But von Lüttwitz was not ready to give up. So, Noske had essentially called von Lüttwitz's bluff and refused the general's demands. Von Lüttwitz now decided to bring other conspirators into the fold and make his move. Following the meeting with Noske in Berlin, von Lüttwitz went to Döberitz to discuss the situation with the Naval Brigade commander Erhard. They agreed to attempt a coup and march on Berlin. Erhard estimated he could mobilize his men and capture the government quarter around the Brandenburg Gate by March 13th. Von Lüttwitz and Erhard also called on close allies in the military, like General Erich Ludendorff and Waldemar Pabst, who had carried out the killing of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht a year earlier. Together, this group was to form a Nationale Vereinigung, or National Union, which would run the state following the coup. But they had a problem. The plotters were almost entirely from the military, and although this gave them important advantages for a successful coup, they knew that most of the people would not accept their leadership. They needed someone who shared their views, but who might also be able to win over enough of the conservative-minded public to stabilize their control once the coup was over. Eventually, they settled on Wolfgang Kapp as their future head of state, a Prussian civil servant and founder of the Agricultural Credit Institute. A proud monarchist with links to the Prussian Junker class of landowners, he had been a vocal critic of Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg during the war, and even founded the right-wing German Fatherland Party in 1917, a party that influenced the new Nazi Party as well. By 1919, he had won a seat in the Reichstag as a monarchist, and had spoken out against the Treaty of Versailles. And now, he was about to become the civilian face of a military coup. So the Naval Brigade was made ready to march on Berlin on March 13th, 1920, as planned. Rumors began to swirl in government circles that a coup was in the works, and Noske took action. He suspended von Lüttwitz from his command and ordered him and others taken into custody. The police, though, were not sure which way the political winds would blow, and they hesitated. This gave sympathetic police officers time to warn the plotters, who escaped arrest. Noske then ordered 2 security police regiments and a regular army regiment to take up positions to defend Berlin against the advancing Freikorps. But the army commander, General von Seeckt, told Noske that government troops would take no action. His exact words are disputed, but most often quoted this way: Reichswehr do not fire on Reichswehr. It may also be possible that von Seeckt, whose overall policy was to support civilian authority, refused to act for fear that his troops would be defeated by the rebel forces. Erhard and his Freikorps, on the other hand, had no such concerns, and the Naval Brigade was ordered to suppress any resistance with all necessary force. With no troops to defend against the coup, the government was now in crisis. Desperate discussions led nowhere, as some members wanted to negotiate, while the socialists wanted to fight. Noske even briefly considered suicide, and with Erhard's men only 10 minutes' march from the government quarter, the Republican leaders fled. The putschists had gained control of Berlin without a shot being fired. So on the evening of March 13th, the putschists had reason to be optimistic. They had captured the political heart of Germany, and they seemed to have the support of the regular army. Now, they would try to win over the people to consolidate the coup. The coup leaders began by getting their message out with proclamations and leaflets introducing the National Union and calling their planned government one of, quote, order, freedom, and action. Now, this vision for Germany did not include the return of the monarchy, but it did call for an authoritarian state which would attempt to reverse the peace settlement. They claimed they would not govern according to any one theory. But despite this claim of ideological neutrality, the coup was justified to the people in firmly anti-communist terms. Militant Bolshevism threatens us with devastation and violation from the east. How will we avoid external and internal collapse? Only by re-establishing the authority of a strong state. What concept should lead us in this endeavor? Nothing reactionary. Instead, a further free development of the German state, restoration of order, and the sanctity of law. Duty and conscience are to reign again in German lands. German honor and honesty are to be restored. The putschist program also covered other issues, but was not very specific. Workers were promised a voice in economic reorganization, but were also issued a polite warning. The government will suppress strikes and sabotage without mercy. Let each man peacefully go about his work. Everyone who is happy to work is assured our vigorous protection. A strike is the betrayal of the nation, our fatherland, and the future. Now, initially, the Social Democrats could do little more than call for resistance against the coup, as their leaders fled first to Dresden and then to Stuttgart, where the military had remained loyal. At the same time, military commanders in regions affected by the treaty border changes, like East Prussia, Pomerania, Brandenburg, and Silesia, came out in support of the new regime. But in general, officers mostly took a wait-and-see approach. Only in Munich did the army take to the streets and force the Social Democratic Bavarian government to resign. The head of the army and Freikorps in Bavaria, Colonel Franz Ritter von Epp, was eager to cooperate with the putschists as soon as possible. So he contacted fellow officer Ernst Röhm, a member of the fledgling National Socialist German Workers' Party, to arrange a liaison. Party members Dietrich Eckart and Adolf Hitler volunteered for the job. So the would-be military regime was quickly trying to solidify its position, and Hitler left for Berlin to help coordinate efforts across the country. But he would soon discover that a lot could happen in the time it took to make the trip from Munich to Berlin. By the time Hitler arrived, the situation had begun to turn against the military. On the evening of March 13th, workers' councils and union leaders met to decide how to respond. They briefly discussed armed resistance, but instead decided to go on a general strike. The strike began on Monday, March 15th, and was the biggest in German history. 12 million workers refused to work, and millions of these poured into the streets in protest. But this was not just a working man's movement. Middle-class Germans who opposed the prospect of a military dictatorship also joined in. Everyday life ground to a halt. Railroads and trams stopped running, as did mail and newspaper delivery. Some government offices were also abandoned, and in Berlin, there was no water, gas, or electricity. Almost immediately, the strike dealt a powerful blow to the coup at a critical moment. Not only did it reveal a lack of popular support for the military government, it also made organizing the coup extremely difficult. The civil service refused to cooperate, while the lack of phone service or mail meant contact with the rest of Germany was cut off, forcing the putsch leaders to use couriers. Not only was this far too slow, but couriers could be intercepted by striking workers. It seemed that the tables had been turned, and the putschists themselves were now surrounded and isolated in a hostile Berlin. And the regular army wasn't fighting either. The new government called on the Reichswehr to join them, but these appeals were largely ignored. It appeared that although the Reichswehr would not fire on fellow soldiers, it wasn't ready to fire on strikers either. Unable to govern and stripped of support, the putschists had no alternative but to negotiate with the very politicians they had driven from government just days before. The two sides reached a face-saving agreement. The putschists would be seen to resign voluntarily, and in exchange would receive amnesty for their crimes. By March 18th, the last of the Kapp government had resigned, and the Republican politicians were back in control. Erhard's naval brigade was forced to leave Berlin, but as they left, they finally put their weapons into action, firing on the crowd of civilians that had gathered to heckle them. So, just 5 days after the Kapp government announced it had taken over, it had collapsed. But that wasn't the end
With
of the chain
hecklers.
reaction that the putsch set off. In fact, elsewhere in Germany,
Goddamn Nazis.
the coup nearly caused the communist revolution it claimed that it would prevent. Although the epicenter of the putsch and its reaction was based in Berlin, the most dramatic impact was felt in the state of Westphalia, on the eastern bank of the Rhine River. This mining region was heavily industrialized and was home to one of the largest and most politically active working-class movements in Germany. Throughout 1919, it had witnessed a series of strikes and riots, as political agitators on the radical left attempted to push the German November Revolution into a more radical communist one. In that year alone, there were 5,000 strikes and over 48 million working days lost in industrial action, resulting in a state of emergency being declared. One of the reasons Westphalia became such a hotbed of left-wing agitation was its special status under the Treaty of Versailles. According to the treaty, German military forces were not permitted to within 50 kilometers of the Rhine River, which created a relatively safe zone for radical parties like the Independent Social Democrats and Communists to agitate and issue strong anti-government statements without the fear of armed retribution. However, despite the protection of the demilitarized zone, these groups still feared the state. They had seen the government's use of force in 1919 to crush the Spartacists and the Bavarian Republic. So some leftist organizations had stockpiled arms and ammunition to protect a future revolution of the army. This had created a militarist sector in the region, often consisting of former soldiers, who were now ready to take armed action the moment of right-wing reactionary forces arrived. To many, the Kapp putsch appeared to be just that moment. As well as supporting the general strike, the Communist Party of Germany and others called for the creation of an armed organization to protect the workers in Westphalia, the so-called Ruhr Red Army. Now that the Kapp putsch had begun, the Westphalian radical left saw an opportunity to turn what had started as a right-wing coup into a social revolution. Emboldened by the lax actions of the military, the Ruhr Communist Party began to issue demands to the restored Social Democrat government, calling for more control of the mining industry and extensive socialization of other sectors of the economy. The party also called on workers to continue the strike to a revolutionary conclusion. Workers and comrades, the struggle has shown that amongst the workers, there are many fully capable soldiers and military leaders. In a word, the Red Army must now come into being. And what's more, after a hard-won victory, do not sleep. Remain at your posts. Now comes the real work, the consolidation. Be vigilant. But to the newly restored and democratically elected government, these demands were being made under the threat of armed insurrection. The government perceived them as a clear challenge to the state's monopoly on the use of force, and they now plan to reinstate that monopoly. To reintroduce order, security forces were dispatched to the Ruhr, but their arrival was delayed by the railway strike. Locally based Freikorps, who were not part of the Kapp Putsch, took advantage of the confusion to attack and move in. Their brutal arrests and summary executions caused the Ruhr Red Army to fight back, and disorganized skirmishes broke out across the region. The communist forces had between 50 and 100,000 supporters, but other than rifles, had only machine guns and a few light mortars. Nonetheless, by March 18th, the Red Army had taken control of the Ruhr area, including Düsseldorf and Essen, and 200 Freikorpsmen had been killed. To the government, this seemed like a well-organized, planned insurrection from the radical left. Government troops and police finally arrived in the area under the command of General Oskar von Watter, and a state of siege was declared. The returning government were eager to bring the situation to a rapid conclusion, partly because the general strike was still on, even though Kapp had already fled. They opened negotiations with the Ruhr communists and promised to lift the state of emergency, free political prisoners, punish the Kapp putschists, and enact social reforms. But the Ruhr communists were distrustful and divided. Although the various trade unions and socialist organizations were able to rally around a common threat when the Kapp coup was announced, as soon as it collapsed, divisions on the left came to the surface again. The moderate leftists had achieved their goal of stopping the putsch and had no desire to start a civil war with a republic that they broadly supported, and began to demobilize. But the radicals wanted to continue armed resistance. There was little time for debate, though, since the government security forces, backed by the Freikorps, advanced on April 2nd. So, by the end of March 1920, the Kapp putsch had failed, mostly thanks to the opposition of the majority of the population, and also because of its leaders' mistakes. But Germany was still far from stable, as the coup had sparked a leftist uprising in the Ruhr, which laid bare the unstable ground and shifting alliances in German politics. For even though the Social Democratic government and Freikorps were bitterly opposed to each other, they had now united to march on the leftists in the Ruhr, just as they had previously in Berlin and Bavaria in 1919. And the results would be just as bloody. So now that we've caught up with the latest unrest in Weimar Germany, it's time for our roundup segment, where we take a look at what else is going on in February 1920. So let's start in Eastern Europe, where on February 2nd, Bolshevik Russia and Estonia signed the Treaty of Tartu. Russia recognized Estonian sovereignty and gave up any territorial claims, bringing an end to the Estonian War of Independence. On the 7th, Admiral Alexander Kolchak, formerly the leader of the counter-revolutionary Whites, is executed by a Bolshevik firing squad. The next day, the Red Army completed the capture of the city of Odessa. In Great Britain, the Conference of London began on the 12th. Delegates from Britain, France, and Italy met to discuss what was to be done about the provinces of the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East, with a view to an eventual peace treaty and new political map of the region. A day later, on February 13th, the League of Nations, whose headquarters was established in Geneva, recognized Switzerland's perpetual neutrality. On the 24th, German politician Adolf Hitler gave the inaugural speech of the newly renamed National Socialist German Workers' Party at the Hofbräu House in Munich. And finally, in Asia Minor, on February 13th, Turkish forces pushed the French and Armenians out of the city of Maraş, with atrocities against civilians occurring on both sides. Now, we want to thank Marcus Dinke and Mark for their help with this episode. And as usual, all the sources for this episode are in the video description, including links to our Amazon store. To get access to all our podcast episodes with expert interviews and other perks, you can also support us on Patreon or by clicking the join button below. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1920, a production of real-time history and the only YouTube history channel that refused to disband after the armistice.
What?
It's 1919, and though the fighting between the great powers has been over since November, the aftershocks unleashed by the Great War have struck across Central and Eastern Europe. In Germany, the fragile new republic is about to hold its first elections when another round of revolution breaks out. The Spartacist uprising.
Greetings, indeed. The woman is because the victor will turn on us.
I'm Jesse Alexander. Welcome to the Great War. We left off in November with the signing of the armistice and the end of the First World War. But it might be more accurate to say we left off with the end of the war that began in 1914.
Now, I've seen my fair
As
share
that
of...
war ended 4
more
years
like
later, it plunged
the
much
only
of
choice
Europe
we have.
and the Middle East into a new period of uncertainty, revolution, and conflict. Germany was rocked by revolution in November 1918. Along with pressure from victorious allies, this led to the establishment of a German republic under an interim government. The governing council was a coalition of members of the majority Social Democrats and the independent Social Democrats. And these were the two wings of the Social Democratic Party, which had split during the war. The majority Social Democrats had more or less supported the war effort, and the independent Social Democrats had mostly opposed it. Now, the majority, under the leadership of Philipp Scheidemann and Friedrich Ebert, favored change by reform rather than through revolution. And though they were socialists, they feared a Russian-style revolution and wanted to avoid it at all costs. That's why Ebert made a pact with the new commander of the German army, General Körner, who had taken over from Ludendorff in the last few years.
Welcome to Let's Win.
Now,
Oh,
under
why,
this
yes.
pact, the army
About
agreed
time
to remain
someone
loyal
wants
to
to
the
get to
government,
the
and the
solution.
government agreed that the old officer class would stay in control of the army. The independents wanted to go further, and they were convinced that only a more radical revolution, giving power to the soldiers and workers' councils, could secure the future for the German working class. And they were very suspicious of the army. Now, this coalition was an unhappy marriage that did not last very long. In the end, the two groups soon fell into a bitter power struggle that escalated on December 25th, 1918. A rivalry for influence over the army led to the majority Social Democrat military
That's
commander
heavy.
of Berlin to dock the pay of the People's Navy Division, which was a paramilitary policing unit made up of revolutionary sailors in Berlin. Now, these sailors promptly took him prisoner, and Chancellor Ebert ordered in loyal troops. But
You've
he did
just
not
arrived from
consult
where?
the coalition party.
Well,
Nice,
that's
nice.
here in
Government
I
troops
have a
suffered
feeling I'll be
embarrassing
seeing
defeat
more of you than either of us
become
would like.
known as the Battle of Christmas Day. The independent Social Democrats quit the government and joined with other groups to form the German Communist Party. Now, during the Christmas incident, the Berlin chief of police, a man by the name of Eichhorn, who also happened to be an independent Social Democrat, was so incensed at the government's actions that he sent out the city's security force to help the Navy Division in its fight against army units. Eichhorn thus became a persona non grata in the eyes of the government, which was now under control of the Social Democrats. They accused him of links to organized crime, connections with Russia, and having Bolshevik sympathies.
Ugh,
In the end, on
it so
January 5th, he
inspires
was
me
relieved
to
of his
discourse
duties.
with one of our own.
This proved to be
To
too
what
much
do
for
I
many on
owe
the left,
this auspicious
including the
meeting?
Independent Social Democrats, the Communist Party, the Spartacus League, and other groups. Now, the Spartacus League had been founded on the left wing of the Social Democratic Party back in 1916 to oppose the war, and was led by two key figures, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. Both had been imprisoned for anti-war activities, but were released at the end of the war. And they were to play a key role in the tragic events that were about to unfold. Now, the opposition, along with the revolutionary group known as the Revolutionäre Obleute Berlin, feared a return to oppressive police practices, as had been the case in Imperial Germany, and called for mass demonstrations against the government that same day, January 5th. Thousands of workers heeded their call and took to the streets to denounce the government's dismissal of the police chief. In the evening, as most of the demonstrators went home, several armed groups occupied a number of newspaper offices, including the headquarters of the Social Democratic newspaper, Vorwärts, which means forward in German. They also occupied a telegraph office. Now, the 80-man government garrison of the Vorwärts building gave up without any resistance. And the fact that a newspaper office had an 80-man garrison gives you a good idea about the turbulent situation in Germany at that time. Now, throughout the night of the 5th to the 6th January, the revolutionaries discussed what they should do next. Would the masses rise up with them? Would the Berlin garrison and the People's Navy Division join them? Or had the hour finally come, as it had in Russia not so long ago, for a true social revolution to take place? They convinced themselves that they had a chance and it was worth the risk to go for it all. A revolutionary committee was formed under the leadership of Liebknecht and two others, and they put out a call for the overthrow of the government. Now, this begs the question, why would they do this? Because just the day before, the Communist Party of Germany had come out against the Second Revolution. Second Revolution meaning after the November Revolution. There had been no concrete plan for a revolution on that day in January either. One explanation is that rumors paired with hopeful ideology led them to take the fateful decision for a revolution. And the fact is, they didn't have much concrete information and were forced to base a lot of their decisions on rumors of all different sorts. Like, they couldn't know that the stories of army units ready to defect or that the Navy division was rushing to support them were just not true. And the size of the crowds at the demonstration earlier that day fed their hopes and dreams of a mass uprising. Now, clearly, occupying a few buildings in Berlin was not a winning tactic. And actually, it made them sitting ducks for government troops and paramilitary forces. But they believed that even if the circumstances didn't favor them, it seemed that the moment for the inevitable revolution of the workers might have arrived. So in the end, a demonstration over the firing of a police chief had become an improvised revolution. Now, the following day, a sort of a standoff set in. There were competing revolutionary and pro-government demonstrations that took place in the city, where the crowds were whipped up with all sorts of different heated rhetoric. Government speakers brandished the specter of a Russian-style catastrophe in Germany and warned of imminent violence. A call was put out to demobilizing soldiers in ghastly terms. More blood must be spilled. Soldiers who have done your duty on the battlefield, consider it now your duty to ensure order returns to Berlin, that we might have peace. In addition, women Now, for his part, Liebknecht tried to fire up the crowd and announced that the moment for the revolution had come. He even invited soldiers to join the revolutionaries, stating, "Our weapons are at our side." Now, at some point that day, January 6th, the first shots were exchanged between the revolutionaries and government forces. It's not clear who fired first. But by the end of the day, it did become clear to the revolutionaries that the masses were not going to rise up with them. The streets emptied that evening, except for the government troops. And Liebknecht's plea to the People's Navy Division fell on deaf ears, and most of the Spartakists were ready to negotiate at that point, because they'd realized that their cause was lost. But there was no de-escalation possible anymore. as it happened at the Christmas incident. The government figures had made up their minds to crush the uprising. They issued a statement on January 8th. Violence can only be fought with violence. The organized violence of the people will put an end to the repression and anarchy. Isolated successes of the enemies of freedom, which they have laughably exaggerated, are only of temporary significance. The hour of reckoning draws near. Now, paramilitary groups of former soldiers, known as Freikorps, answered the government call and began to march on the city. But who exactly were the Freikorps? Well, they were loosely organized groups of a mix of frontline veteran soldiers and young students and officer cadets who hadn't fought in the war at all. Now, these men were not really united by a cohesive ideology, but they hated the revolution that had turned Germany into a republic and bitterly resented the humiliation of defeat that they just couldn't accept. They burned for revenge and eagerly adopted the myth of the stab in the back. That is to say that Germany had not been defeated on the battlefields of World War I, but had been betrayed by Jews and leftists on the home front. They also opposed the new position of women in society, and they glorified violence, hierarchy, and order, because they were searching for meaning in the chaotic post-war world. Now, the government's call to arms gave them what amounted to a state-sanctioned license to kill and release their pent-up rage. In the end, these were the men on whom the government would rely to crush the Spartacists. Now, we've got to ask ourselves, why did the government decide on this particular course of action? The rebels clearly had no chance, but the increasing polarization had gone too far. German newspapers egged on the government, calling for blood. And in a troubling echo of the war years, some in the government circles felt that a violent suppression of the doomed uprising would have a quote-unquote healing effect on the troubled nation. They also wanted to show the world that Germany was not Russia, and in spite of its weakened state, there would be no Russian-style revolution there, which was their greatest fear. They wanted revenge against the far left as well, since their social democratic counterparts in Russia had been defeated by Lenin's Bolsheviks. In addition, they hoped to show the Entente powers that they were still in control. They also felt the need to safeguard the upcoming elections, which had been scheduled for January 19th. Now, the independent socialists did try to negotiate, but the government refused. While the center and right-wing press called for blood, the independent socialist paper The Freiheit, Freedom, wrote bitterly, "The spirit and the language of August 1914 are alive again. But this time, they're not directed against the British, French, and Russians, but against the revolutionary workers." Rosa Luxemburg, though she was not present for the creation of the Revolutionary Committee, continued to call for revolution in the Rote Fahne, the newspaper of the Spartacus League. This is a bit puzzling for historians, since just days before, she'd helped to craft the German Communist Party platform, which emphasized taking power, but with the support of the people, rather than by a coup. On the morning of January 11th, the government finally made its move. Freikorps soldiers, under the command of former Imperial officer Franz von Stefani, began an attack on the main building occupied by the Spartacists, the Vorwärts offices. Now, their tactics were based on those of the Western Front of 1918 that they knew so well.
Jesus Christ, the money just flies out the fucking window. What can I say? I'm a bit of a snob. There was so much money, like so much money, just gone out the window.
One machine gun in particular held up the government, and the rumor soon spread.
I don't know, maybe I should keep one of these. Yeah, I should probably keep that one.
This was not true,
Yeah, get rid of that one.
Further attacks proved
Yeah, just keep that one. Yeah, like I don't know, put it in Everfall, I guess.
At this point, the defenders realized
I can carry some more stuff now. It's funny. It's worth the money. It's so expensive. Jesus Christ. At least I'm in a farming phase right now where it doesn't really matter. I got me a new spear. It's a nice green spear with a gold head. That's cool. I'm gonna put a badass enchant on this.
Then shot the men again and again,
Right.
even after they'd been killed.
No, wait. I want
Soon came to
you.
an end, and some 200 to 300 Spartacus,
Cut
including
gemstones. Looking
Napoleon
for,
and
I don't know,
colleagues
like
from
sort by
French
price here and go
Assembly
lower.
surrendered. Many local residents cheered the soldiers as they marched the revolutionaries to the nearby army barracks. Once
See,
there,
now we got
one of the
cheapers.
female
That's good.
prisoners was mistaken for Rosa Luxemburg and was then beaten by
See, there's a good deal. I could put ice on both, and it would be cool, you know.
Social Democratic editor of the newspaper, who had witnessed the entire morning's events.
Nature was cool, but it wasn't like that cool.
Now, the holdouts in the other buildings around the city were rapidly rounded up.
It'd be fun to do double fire, but I don't know. I think I'm just gonna buy 2 of these cut brilliant aquamarines and just use those. I think that'd be funny. Yeah.
The newspapers, other than those on the far left,
Yeah, put some enchants on those, and then what? Like I got one more. Oh wait, no.
The brave troops of the Republic
Yeah.
put down a revolt
Equip.
that threatened to destroy all the hard-won freedoms of the revolution.
Equip.
And the statement failed to mention that most of the Republic's
Equip.
soldiers were in fact Freikorps volunteers.
Equip.
And it went on to accuse the Spartacus League of siding with dark elements in Berlin and
Wait, that's that mining shirt. Yeah, that's
to seize power from the
that's a
nation.
lock.
Now, these allegations of Russian connections were
Lock
simply
that.
true. Of the 400
Lock this
Spartacists
too.
that
Yeah,
were
like lock
captured,
that. Yeah,
only
and
about
then
20
oh,
were
and a new
German,
hat.
and only a handful of these turned
Yeah,
out to be
cool.
Russian.
So then we got slots for
Karl
3.
Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, the 2 most prominent figures among the revolutionaries, soon went into hiding. But incentivized through a hefty bounty, a neighborhood militia found them and alerted the Freikorps unit Marine Escadron Flug. Now this was not a typical Freikorps organization, since it was actually secretly attached to an elite regular army unit, the Garde Kavallerie Schützendivision. Now the men in this unit were mostly ex-sailors and were hankering for some action they hadn't been able to get during the uneventful war years that they spent idly waiting in harbor. Now the Freikorpsmen stormed the building and took Luxemburg and Liebknecht prisoner. They were then brought to the nearby Hotel Eden, near the Schützendivision barracks, and handed over to a notoriously anti-Bolshevik officer of the regular army by the name of Waldemar Pabst. Now Pabst is likely the one who ended up giving the order to have them killed.
Looking good, but I need 3 more gems.
Each was taken out in turn through the hotel lobby, which was filled with officers and hotel guests. As they passed through the lobby, several soldiers beat them, including with the butts of their rifles. Liebknecht was taken to a nearby park and shot 3 times at close range. A little later on,
So now we're seeing like kind of like a better range, but I'm looking for blues. Not seeing any blues. Here we go. Start seeing blues around here at those aquamarines, but that's no good. 8% less threat, fire damage absorption. Don't care about that. Ice damage, arcane damage, 4% slash, like those cut brilliant moonstones. 4% slash bonus across the board. It's not that bad, but I mean it's also expensive. It's like I think I will buy all 6 of these. Wait, that's a moonstone though. Yeah. Yeah, slash damage is cool, but it's not like it's not amazing though. I feel like diamonds are better. Thrust damage, right? Like, but I mean, oh god, look at the prices on those though. But I mean, it's a normal cost. It's the ones that seem. Oh my god, look at how expensive it is though. But it's the off the hook costs that like really bother me. I don't know. I'm gonna go cheaper. I think I'm gonna go cheaper on this because it doesn't really matter. Like we could go far cheaper, like way cheaper to like cut malachite or something. There. See, I don't care about that. Yeah, I'll take all 7 of these cut malachites. I don't care. That's cheaper to me. You know. Yeah, and then we'll just stick them across the board.
So those in positions of command were never accused. And only 2 soldiers.
Like I really don't care, you know, I don't care. And then on top of this, she has a new jacket. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
After just 3 days in prison. Though the January uprising never really represented an actual threat to topple the government, it was nonetheless a tipping point for the young Weimar Republic. No one was ever punished for the murders at the barracks or for the murders of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. Instead, the government praised and protected those who were involved. The Spartacists were given all the blame for the violence, and little consideration was given to the consequences of military-style Social Democrats, conservatives, and Muslims had now found common ground. That violence in the name of government was justified and was not to be questioned. The controversial
Yeah, my
pact
throat
between
feels
Chancellor
good.
Hubert and General Gruner had, in the words of Jones, been sealed in blood. For Germany, this was not the last spasm of post-war revolution to come in 1919.
So one of these things was just like I did pull in some hyssop, but not enough. Got to my goal there, but now I wish to maybe make the run all the way to Hyssop area, which is far. I mean, it's far, but it's not the end of the world. But I do need to visit Everfall first before I do that.
Poland, Austria, Hungary, Germany, and all the way through the Balkans into Anatolia, the Caucasus, and the Middle East. Along that arc, social revolutions, national revolutions, paramilitary violence, and border wars between the new nations were the order of the day, and would eventually cost about 4 million lives. Here's a sample of what was going on in January 19.
Open my door. Sure.
On the 7th, the Christmas uprising, so called because Orthodox Christmas takes place in early January, reached its peak in Montenegro. The Greens, who resisted the idea of unconditional reunification with Yugoslavia, preferring a confederation, were defeated by troops loyal to the new kingdom. On the 9th, Polish rebels captured the German airport just outside the city of Poland, as Poles sought, in their eyes, to reclaim areas from Germany or Western Poland for the new Polish state.
Alright, so I got a new jacket, gotta see what that's like.
Ireland, 2 policemen were killed in the Solo-Hedvig ambush.
Yeah, it looks good to me.
The very same day, members
So, oh yeah, look, hey, oh cool. I didn't know you could get a cloak like this. This jacket's so dope. I'm so glad I bought this. Why don't they all have cool cloaks like this? What?
Rich and ethnically mixed region of Teschen. Both sides sent troops to the area, hoping to claim it before the peace conference in Paris could intervene. The Czech forces advanced until pressure from the Entente powers put a stop to the fighting.
Wow, why can't they all have cloaks?
German-speaking residents of the town of Marburg, and just to avoid confusion, that's today's Maribor in Slovenia, organized a protest in favor of the town joining the new Austrian Republic. The crowd was fired upon by soldiers of the new Yugoslav army, and around a dozen people were killed in what would become
She looks so dope.
Bloody Sunday. The incident led to an offensive by Austrian troops to reclaim territory north of the town, which had previously...
Why does everyone suddenly have cloaks, but I didn't? What the hell? I don't know.
An empire. You still with me? Now, throughout the entire month, fighting raged across the former Russian Empire. Not only was there a civil war between the Bolsheviks and the Whites, but numerous wars with parts of the empire which had declared their independence.
Fibers and Greenwood. I guess I need to go
22nd, Red Army forces advanced
cycle.
It pushed back troops loyal to the new independent Ukrainian People's Republic and captured the town on February 5th. On the Eastern Front, that is to say the Eastern Front of the Russian Civil War, near the Siberian town of Perm, a Bolshevik counter-offensive to recapture the city was stopped by a White Army under the command of Admiral Kolchak. In the north, the Red Army attacked Allied troops which had been sent in 1918 to intervene on the side of the Whites in the Civil War. The Reds advanced against the combined force of American, British, Canadian, and White
Leaving level 100, not bad. Silk, huh?
Which prevented any attempt at linking up with larger white forces to the southeast.
Silk takes tier 3, and I have a lot of sateen, but I would need silk threads and sateen to make silk. Okay, 42 6 silk threads.
Several small battles throughout the month in what would become the Estonian War.
This looks so cool. The green staff with the green chest and all this. I didn't know she could look this cool. Fuck yeah.
Facing every former belligerent state once the war, the Great Power War at least, was over. Demobilization. Now at war's end in 1918, tens of millions of men were still under arms. And though the vast majority were relieved that the slaughter was over, their thoughts soon turned to going home. getting them there would prove to be a massive undertaking. Undoing the armies of 1918 involved an unprecedented movement of people and material, and was a much bigger job than simply letting the soldiers go home. Now those same men
because
who'd
we
been
have
away
like
from
skinning
home
there.
and exposed to the horrors of war now had to be somehow
These
reintegrated
deaf soft
into
boots,
economy
they're
and
worthless.
society, which would prove to be no
Why?
easy
Then
task.
then just
One of the first questions was to
fucking
decide who got to go home first. Some
Wow.
countries, like France and Italy, chose to demobilize soldiers based on age. This had the benefit of being
Yep, worthless ass gloves or boots or whatever they are.
length of service.
Yep. Alright, so what did this do to my stats? It's not that bad, you know.
Units had to be reorganized. The British, on the other hand, chose to prioritize economic interests, and they allowed men in high-demand jobs to return home first. The Americans, for their part, reduced their forces unit by unit, which allowed the army to retain more cohesiveness. Now, given the scale of the operation, this would all take time. For example, France's 5 million man army was only fully demobilized by 1920. And though the Western powers' demobilization was relatively orderly, it was not without a certain amount of tension. For example, 5,000 British troops mutinied in January after hearing that they were going to be sent to France, and Canadian troops, frustrated at the delays, rioted in March. 5 soldiers were even killed in that incident. Now, the defeated armies of the Central Powers had a much more chaotic situation on their hands. Many soldiers simply demobilized themselves if they could, hitching rides or simply walking home. As the German army marched back across the Rhine, for example, about 500,000 men fell out of the line and made for home. The new German Republic feared the consequences of a rapid or uncontrolled demobilization, as that would see millions of men flood the labor market and lead to unrest. But Allied pressure for a quick dissolution of the Kaiser's army and self-demobilization meant that the entire process took only 2 months and was formally complete by January 1919, although we just seen how these men were able to take up arms again. One group that faced a particularly difficult challenge were prisoners of war. Often, there were long delays before they were able to return home, especially for prisoners of the former Central Powers. In the East, some were released by the Bolsheviks soon after the revolution, but hundreds of thousands of Germans and former Austro-Hungarian subjects were stranded behind the lines in the Civil War. Many of them were swept up in the violence and ended up fighting on both sides. Not until 1922 did the last of them reach home. Now in the West, the November 11th armistice terms called for the release of French and British prisoners immediately, but forbade the release of German prisoners until the end of peace negotiations. They were only allowed to return late in 1919 and even early in 1920, after the Treaty of Versailles had already been signed. This despite protests from German civil society groups and pressure from the papacy. In the meantime, they were put to work rebuilding areas destroyed by the fighting. Even more difficult than breaking up the armies would be putting the pieces back together in civilian society. It was one thing to give a man civilian clothes and some pocket money with the promise of a pension, but another thing to help him live a normal life after years of trauma. Now, governments did try to put some measures in place to make it easier for veterans to find jobs. Germany massively expanded the civil service, and there was a French law that required employers to give returned soldiers their old jobs back, although this didn't always happen in practice. And both in Britain and France, there were public campaigns to encourage women to leave their wartime jobs and return home or to take up women's work, which would free up space for men. Many of the returned men were also wounded, in body or in mind, and faced challenges taking up meaningful work. Some were bitter at the society to which they returned, since their pensions were often inadequate, and relatives, wives, and others simply couldn't relate to what they'd been through. Whether they found work or not, many veterans still struggled in their post-war lives. In fact, one estimate puts the rate of psychological trauma at about 25%, and divorce rates in France and also in Germany spiked ominously after the war. these difficulties could be more intense for former prisoners, who were often treated differently by their governments and also by their fellow citizens. In some countries, like France and Italy, they were denied equal pension benefits and military decorations until years later. Italy even classified former POWs as non-combatants, and the poet and right-wing nationalist Gabriele D'Annunzio derisively referred to them as the shirkers across the Alps. Guilt of having been taken captive haunted many for years after their release. A French prisoner of war wrote to a friend, "The immense joy I feel about current events, the end of the war, is mixed with indescribably bitter regret at not having played a better part in the war. Not having been able to participate in this victory, weapon in hand, will be a source of grief that will only expire with my life." That soldier's name was Charles de Gaulle. For he and many of those who'd lived through it, the Great War was not over. Just weeks after the armistice, it had already become clear that the war to end all wars did not even come close to achieving that goal. Here's a fitting quote from a Freikorps member, Friedrich Wilhelm Heinz, from 1930 that sums up the situation well. "When they told us the war was over, we laughed, because we were the war. Its flame continued to burn in us, lived on in our deeds, surrounded by a glowing, frightful aura of destruction. We followed our inner calling and marched on the battlefield of the post-war period." That was our first new episode of The Great War 1919. Here we'll continue to deliver an in-depth look at history 100 years ago, as we did before. Usually we're going to pick a main topic, like the German Revolution in this episode, but we'll also talk about all the other relevant events and ideas. As a rule of thumb, we'll upload new content every other week. And if you're curious about me, the new guy, you'll be able to get to know me a bit better soon here on the channel. Now, two of my main sources for this episode were Robert Gerwart's The Vanquished and Mark Jones's Found in Weimar. You can find all our sources for this episode in the video description, including links to Amazon. And if you buy through these links, you do get a small cut, whether you use the US or other international Amazon sites. The Great War 1919 is a production of Real-Time History, Flo and Tony's new production company. See, Flo and Tony produced The Great War already from 2014 to 2018. And if you want to support our revamped channel, please consider supporting us on Patreon. Among other things, Patreon supporters will get access to our relaunched Great War podcast. On the podcast, Flo and I will talk more about the topics of the month and give you some sneak peeks behind the scenes of the show. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War, the only YouTube history channel that knows where to get the most revolutionary Currywurst in Berlin. It's April 1919, and the leaders of the victorious Allied powers are struggling to determine the shape of the post-war world. After weeks of bitter arguing over the spoils of war, there is no solution in sight to the controversial question of Italy's borders. On April 24th, the Italian delegation leaves Paris, and the peace conference is plunged into crisis. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to the Great War. In April 1919, the Paris Peace Conference was in its third month, and the peacemakers, for all their efforts, were facing a deadlock. Now, one of the most difficult questions, and the one that was threatening to destroy the wartime alliance of France, Great Britain, the US, and Italy, was the impossible problem of Italian post-war borders.
What the fuck is
Now,
that?
before we dive into the Italian issue, if you want to get a bit more of an in-depth look at the start of the peace conference, you can check out our Beyond the Great War episode from February. Now, in the meantime, here's the quick and dirty version. The Allied powers met in January in Paris to bring an end to the 1914-18 phase of the war. Not only did they plan to decide on traditional questions of war and peace like borders and reparations, but they also hoped to establish a new world order to prevent war in the future. This was a very ambitious plan, which was made even more difficult by the fact that the fighting was still raging in most of Central and Eastern Europe and the Middle East, and the defeated nations had not even been invited to the peace conference, contrary to centuries of tradition. Now let's fast forward from January, when the conference began, to April 24th. By that time, the crisis had become so serious that the Italians left the peace conference, returning to Rome to consult the parliament on what to do. After more than 3.5 years of fighting on the Allied side and the defeat of their main enemy, Austria-Hungary, why did the Italians leave the peace table? Now, at first glance, the Italians leaving might seem surprising, since they'd gained a more significant role at the peace conference starting in late March. Allied leaders grew annoyed with the slow pace of progress and replaced the Council of 10 with the Big Four: France, Great Britain, the United States, and Italy. The leaders of these four nations would now be the direct architects of the peace, and work was not in short supply. The conference had an incredible amount of decisions to make, and time was passing quickly. To give you a quick example, just for March 31st, the agenda of the Big Four included the following: German reparations, the Saar coalfields, the occupation of the Rhineland, the situation in Poland, a Channel tunnel, Belgian claims, the Hungarian Revolution, the Hungarian-Romanian clashes, the Smuts mission to Hungary, French strikes, and US-UK naval competition. Now, the question of German peace terms was the central issue, and disagreement between the French on the one side and the Americans and the British on the other slowed but did not halt the talks. So in spite of all the challenges at the peace conference, things finally seemed to be moving ahead by April, and the German terms were taking shape. On April 18th, the Allies invited the Germans to come to Paris to receive the terms of the peace, but not to negotiate. What did become the major sticking point was the issue of Italy's borders. So let's take a closer look at just what Italy wanted for its part in the Great War. Now, the debate about Italy's claims began to pick up steam in February. The leaders of the delegation in Paris, Prime Minister Vittorio Orlando and Foreign Minister Sidney Sonnino, submitted a memorandum outlining their demands. These focused on territorial gains along the old border with Austria and included the Trentino and South Tyrol, northeastern Dalmatia, Istria, and the city of Trieste. Now, these claims were mostly based on the Treaty of London, which was a secret agreement signed between Italy and the Allies in April 1915, which was the basis for Italy entering the war on the Allied side. But now the Italian demands went further than the 1915 agreement and added in a deeper buffer zone along the old Austrian border and the Adriatic port of Fiume, known as Rijeka to Croatians. The Italian wish list also included issues relating to Africa and Asia Minor, but it was the Adriatic borders which became the most contentious. Now, these claims posed a serious problem for the other allies. First and foremost, the proposed borders infringed on the claims of the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which we are just going to call Yugoslavia for today for simplicity's sake. Now, the 1915 agreement alone would have placed around 250,000 German speakers and over 1 million Slovene and Croat speakers under Italian rule. As for the flashpoint of Fiume, within city limits there was a slim Italian majority. But if you include the suburb of Suzac, the Croatians had a slight edge. All this wasn't a problem in 1915 because back then, no one was thinking about self-determination. In the context of 1919, the terms of the treaty had become a bit of an embarrassment for the British and French and were even more strongly opposed by the Americans. That's why the Italians did their best to frame their case in the language of Wilson's 14 points in their February memorandum. The Italian claims show such a spirit of justice, rightfulness, and moderation that they come entirely within the principles enunciated and approved by President Wilson and should therefore be recognized and approved by everybody. So the Italians wanted to get the most out of the Allied victory, but their claims had hit a roadblock in the new context of 1919. So let's take a moment to ask ourselves why Italy adopted the position it did in spite of its allies' misgivings. For one thing, Italy had suffered terribly during the war that Orlando and Sonnino themselves had supported. More than 600,000 Italians had been killed in repeated attacks on well-entrenched Austrian positions in the Alps, and the country had nearly bankrupted itself. Such a sacrifice, in the minds of many Italians, would have to be rewarded with significant gains in territory and a more secure border farther from the coast. But there were other factors at play as well. For some, the destruction of Austria-Hungary represented a unique chance for Italy that must be seized. The Great War could become the final stage in the Risorgimento, the unification of all Italian-speaking people into the new Italian nation-state, which had begun in the 1860s. Now, some even hoped that Italy would conquer much of the Mediterranean and continue the expansion it started with its 1911 war against the Ottomans. Now, in terms of Orlando and Sonnino's approach to the negotiations in Paris, historians have emphasized two key points. Firstly, both had a more traditional understanding of power politics, more reminiscent of the pre-1914 diplomacy than the Wilsonian context of 1919. They were not very sympathetic to Wilson's new brand of idealistic politics, as Sonnino made clear when he said, "Is it possible to change the world from a room through the actions of some diplomats? Go to the Balkans and try an experiment with the 14 points." The two Italians were determined to adopt a maximalist position at the negotiating table to get as much as possible for Italy, even if they knew some of their demands were not likely to be met. And though they recognized they had to at least try to give lip service to the 14 points in front of Wilson, they felt Italy's case warranted an exception. As one Italian diplomat informed an American counterpart, "Self-determination is applicable to many regions, but not to the shores of the Adriatic." But in addition to dreams of empire and nation, Orlando and Sonnino also had to worry about the home front back in Italy. Orlando was at the head of a fragile minority government and depended on the right to remain in power. He needed to appear strong in Paris to maintain his support at home and limit the influence of a nationalist right that was in no mood for compromise. The nationalist press had been screaming for an uncompromising stand, elevating the town of Fiume, where just 25,000 Italians lived, to the status of a life-or-death symbol. Two key figures on the nationalist right were decorated soldier and world-famous poet Gabriele D'Annunzio and former socialist and new fascist party leader Benito Mussolini. Both of them had pushed hard for Italy to enter the war in 1915. Now, D'Annunzio had coined the term mutilated victory to represent what he felt was the danger that Italy's glorious triumph might not bring the conquests that he and other nationalists expected. In March, Mussolini had founded his fascist movement of war veterans and disgruntled socialists and adopted a hard nationalist stance. Now, both men would play a public role in putting enormous pressure on the Italian delegation in Paris to take a hard line, and in the regular strikes, riots, and street violence playing out across the country. In fact, Mussolini's newspaper published D'Annunzio's diatribes, including this one. "And what peace in the end will be imposed on us, poor little ones of Christ? A Gallic peace? A British peace? A star-spangled peace? Then no, enough. Victorious Italy, the most victorious of all the nations, victorious over herself and the enemy, will have on the Alps and over the sea the Pax Romana, the sole peace that is fitting." In one incident typical of the polarized atmosphere, former government minister Leonida Bissolati was shouted down by a nationalist crowd while trying to give a speech on the border question in Milan. Bissolati had earlier resigned over Italy's policy on annexations, and he favored a strict Wilsonian interpretation under which Italy would only receive Italian-speaking areas, including Fiume, but excluding Dalmatia. Now, a dramatic scene unfolded as he was drowned out by the screams of outraged nationalists, who accused him of being a closet Croat. Bissolati attempted to shout over the crowd until he saw Mussolini in the front row, saying simply, "Not with this man." This incident marked the end of significant public opposition to the maximalist position and has been called the first act of organized fascist violence in the country. Now, some historians have judged that Orlando and Sonnino created unrealistic expectations by pandering to the nationalists, while others argue that they adopted such an uncompromising stance in order to keep the right under control and prevent civil unrest or even civil war, as Orlando himself confided to the rest of the Big Four in Paris. In any case, the Italians felt pushed aside by their more powerful allies. British diplomat Harold Nicholson recorded a conversation with his Italian counterpart, Carlo Placci. He told me they felt France and England had gotten everything they wanted from the war, and that Italy was pushed aside and had gotten nothing. Wilson had very generously interpreted his 14 points in favor of France and Great Britain and wanted Italy to pay the price so he could se refaire une virginité. That's basically French for put the toothpaste back in the tube. So the Italians adopted a hardline position in part to maximize their gains and in part as a response to nationalist pressure back home. So let's have a look at the motivations of the other allies in the Italian question. From the American point of view, the Italian position was a nightmare. Wilson's experts maintained that, legally speaking, when Italy agreed to make peace on the basis of the 14 points, the Treaty of London was just no longer valid. This suited his deep-seated moral convictions about the principle of self-determination, as the text of the points had stipulated that a readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. The problem was, these lines were not so clear in practice and didn't align with natural frontiers and defensible mountain ranges. Wilson had already agreed to make an exception and allow Italy to receive German-speaking South Tyrol to get support for the League of Nations, and was unwilling to compromise further. He also opposed the Treaty of London in principle, since for him it represented the pre-1914 secret diplomacy that had brought on the war in the first place. Fiume had become a symbol for Wilson as well, one that stood for his own resolve to hold firm against the old Machiavellian diplomacy of the past. Wilson, a Democrat, needed to stick to his principles to have any chance of getting the peace treaty through the Republican-controlled Senate back in Washington, and the Italian position was a thorn in his side. He also wanted to ensure the political and economic survival of the new Yugoslav state. He feared that satisfying Italian demands would lead to future conflict. If he gave in, he wrote, "At the very outset, we shall have followed the fatal error of making Italy's nearest neighbors on her east her enemies, nursing just such a sense of injustice as has disturbed the peace of Europe for generations, together with playing no small part in bringing on the dreadful conflict through which we have just passed." Not only would the Yugoslavs resent the borders, they would also be deprived of economically vital port and rail facilities on the Adriatic. Now, it did not help relations between Italy and the US that in February the Italians blocked American food shipments to Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, and Austria, which made the hunger problem in those areas even worse. In response, the US froze a $50 million support package and threatened to end its aid shipments to Italy. This forced Italy to let the food through to its neighbors, but did not bode well for future discussions. The tension took its toll on the French and British relationship with the Italians as well. Clemenceau was dismissive of Italian desires and reminded them of their crushing defeat at Caporetto in 1917. At one point during the discussions, he simply exclaimed, my God, Italy or Yugoslavia, the blonde or the brunette." The British had better relations with the Italians, but were annoyed that the Adriatic question was holding up the entire conference and did not appreciate the hard-nosed style of the Italians. Lord Balfour summed up the British delegation's exasperation when he wrote, "The Italians must somehow be mollified, and the only question is how to mollify them at the smallest cost to mankind." So Italy's allies, which had come to its aid after the defeat of Caporetto and had a different concept of the basis for peacemaking, now had little sympathy for its maximalist territorial demands. The table was set for a dramatic showdown, and it came in late April. As the conference continued and an agreement remained out of reach, Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and Wilson continued to be frustrated with what they saw as an unreasonable position on the Italians' part. They complained that Orlando took little interest in contributing to any aspect of the peace settlement which did not directly concern Italy, and accused him of delaying progress. Now, there was some truth to this, as the Italians consistently opposed diplomatic recognition of the Yugoslav kingdom and provided weapons to the Hungarian Soviet Republic so they could better fight against French allies Czechoslovakia and Romania. They even armed their old Austrian enemies who were fighting the Yugoslavs over border issues. Now, by mid-April, Orlando refused to proceed with the crucial discussions of the German peace terms until Italy's demands had been resolved. Several compromise ideas were floated, and both Sonnino and Orlando proved to be more flexible behind closed doors. But an agreement could not be reached. In public, Orlando maintained the maximalist position, demanding for Italy the natural frontier that God has given her. And after one especially emotional meeting on April 20th, in a breach of social norms for the time, Orlando wept openly and threatened to leave the conference if Italy's demands were not met. By this point, Wilson had reached the limit of his patience. He decided to make his case directly to the public and published a statement in a French paper. In his view, Fiume was critical to the economic well-being of its Yugoslav hinterland. Dalmatia should not belong to Italy, and minority rights in Italy and Yugoslavia should be guaranteed. This was an unprecedented step, since up until this point, very little information had made it into the press, and the negotiations were carried out behind closed doors. Orlando was outraged and announced he was leaving the conference the next day so he could consult with the parliament in Rome. He and Sonnino were cheered everywhere they went for having stood their ground. Wilson had overplayed his hand, and though he had been saluted by the crowds during his January visit to Rome, he was now pilloried in the press and on the streets. An angry crowd of Italian nationalists in Fiume marched through the streets shouting, "Down with Wilson! Down with the Redskins!" The newspaper L'Epoca asked rhetorically, how could he for a moment think that at his bidding the Italian people would rise against their government and force it to accept a program dictated by a foreigner shut up in an ivory tower of his own abstraction?
Gonna pause it for just a second and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. How to use Game Pass Ultimate on cell phone to TV.
In addition to nationalist outrage in Italy, another consequence of Wilson going public was that the opposing views were now out in the open, with the result that neither side could back down without appearing to lose face. A deal with Italy was now farther out of reach than ever before, and time was pressing as the Germans were on their way to Paris and the Allies worried they might be able to exploit divisions among the victors. The crisis then got even worse, as the Belgians and Japanese also threatened to leave. Now, the Belgians were angry because they felt that their country's suffering was not being properly compensated and that they, as Germany's first victim, had been overlooked. A typical Belgian headline that spring screamed, "Belgium deserted and humiliated by its allies." But the Big Three were not particularly sympathetic to the Belgian threat. Lloyd George recalled a harsh comment of his to the Belgian Prime Minister. "I had to tell him quite plainly that the Belgians lost comparatively few men in the war and that, when all was said, Belgium had not made greater sacrifices than Great Britain." During one session, Belgian Foreign Minister Paul Huymans showed his frustration, saying, "I wish there was something I could do for Belgium." An impatient Clemenceau simply responded, "The best you could do for Belgium is die or resign." In the end, Belgium would simply have to take what it could get. Now, the Japanese threatened to leave the conference over the question of their influence in China. They wanted to get control over the Shandong Peninsula, which had been controlled by Germany until Japan occupied it in 1914. The Chinese delegation wanted it back, since despite internal instability, China had declared war on Germany and sent a labor corps to Europe to gain influence with the Allies. Wilson was sympathetic to the Chinese position, but political considerations held him back. He was afraid that an alliance of Germany, Soviet Russia, and Japan might take shape if Japan's demands were not met, and he desperately wanted Japan to join the League of Nations. In the end, Japan got its way, but Wilson held out hope that the League of Nations would someday rule in China's favor, which it eventually did in 1922. With the Belgian and Japanese issues resolved, the conference made ready for a German peace without Italy, until on May 6th, the day before the Germans were to receive the peace terms, the Italians returned. The Italian gamble had not paid off. Wilson had not given in, and several important questions, including the distribution of German colonies and final drafting of the wording of the Treaty of Versailles, had proceeded uninterrupted without the Italians. The Allied victory proved a double-edged sword for the Italians, as they no longer had the leverage they enjoyed from 1914 to 1918 as a necessary ally in the fight against the Central Powers. Orlando had overestimated Italy's influence and underestimated Wilson's resolve to protect the new state of Yugoslavia and, in this case at least, stick to the principles of self-determination and anti-imperialism. During subsequent negotiations in May and early June, Orlando began to take a softer stance, though he still would go back and forth between flexibility and firmness. Wilson's frustration with the Italian leader remained, and he at one point observed of Orlando, "His mind seems to me completely unstable." Now, the conference had been saved, but the Italian question remained. Orlando's government eventually fell on June 19th, leaving the festering problem of Fiume and the Italian-Yugoslav border unresolved. As spring gave way to summer 1919, the public discourse in Italy bubbled with rage. Journalist Giuseppe Borghese wrote later, "Italy, or at least the intellectual and political elite to which an evil destiny had entrusted Italy, had transubstantiated a victory into a disaster. The nation, masochism-stricken, exulted in frustration." Fiume continued to be seen by many as a symbol of injustice and betrayal of Italian sacrifice during the war. The crisis at the peace conference had weakened Italy's democracy and bred an extreme nationalism based on victimhood, in addition to providing fodder for Mussolini's growing new fascist movement. The future was uncertain and angry. The peace of 1919 had not even been made when the nationalist poet Gabriele D'Annunzio wrote, "Down there, on the roads of Istria, on the roads of Dalmatia, do you not hear the footsteps of a marching army?" Now that we've absorbed the drama surrounding the crisis in Paris, it's time for our roundup segment, where we take a look at what else is going on in April 1919. Let's start in Europe, where on April 7th in Munich, local socialist revolutionaries founded the Bavarian Soviet Republic, which would last a mere 3 weeks before being crushed by government and Freikorps forces. You can find out more about the Bavarian Soviet in a previous episode. On the 10th in Paris, the Inter-Allied Women's Conference came to an end after 3 months of lobbying the Peace Conference on women's issues. One result of their work appeared in Article 7 of the League of Nations Covenant, which stipulated that all positions in the League of Nations would be open to both men and women. On the same day in Ireland, the Irish Parliament adopted a policy of socially ostracizing the members of the British police force in Ireland, the Royal Irish Constabulary. On the 15th, workers striking against British policy in Limerick declared the Limerick Soviet, which would govern the town for the next 2 weeks. On April 16th, the Romanian army invaded the Hungarian Soviet Republic, followed by the Czechoslovaks and the Serbs and the French. You can find out more about this conflict in our March episode. On the 18th, a revolutionary coup attempt in Vienna, supported by the Hungarian communists, was foiled by police and social democrat militiamen. In the former Russian Empire, on April 2nd, the Battle of Balshir-Ozyorki ended in stalemate. This was the last major action involving British, American, and Polish interventionist forces in North Russia. On the 21st, Polish forces captured the city of Vilno from the Bolsheviks after a 3-day battle. And the very next day, Polish head of state Józef Pilsudski issued his proclamation to the inhabitants of the former Grand Duchy of Lithuania. His call for federation uniting Lithuania and Poland was met with harsh criticism by nationalists on both sides. On the 22nd, the Red Army stopped a major white offensive on the Eastern Front, just east of the city of Samara. And on April 30th, the Red Army completed its occupation of the Crimea and established the Crimean Soviet Socialist Republic. Now, throughout the entire month, heavy fighting took place in the Donbass region of Ukraine, pitting the whites against the combined forces of the Red Army and their temporary allies of the Black Anarchist Army of Mieta Mahno. In international news, on April 10th, troops loyal to Mexican President Venustiano Carranza killed his former co-revolutionary peasant leader Emiliano Zapata, who had fought for land reform in the province of Morelos. And finally, on April 13th, troops of the British Indian Army, acting on the orders of the British officer Reginald Dyer, fired indiscriminately into a crowd of thousands of unarmed civilians. At least 379 were killed and hundreds more wounded in what became known as the Amritsar Massacre, which further stoked the growing Indian independence movement. As usual, you can find all our sources for this episode in the video description, including links to our Amazon stores. In this month's supporter podcast, we talked to Dr. Vanda Wilcox, an historian specializing in World War I Italy. To get access to all our podcast episodes with expert interviews and other perks, you can support us on Patreon, or you can support us by clicking on the join button below. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1919, a production of Real-Time History and the only YouTube history channel that thinks Georges Clemenceau was the best stand-up comedian in Paris in 1919. It's March 1919, and Europe continues to boil with both revolutionary and nationalist fervor. In Hungary, a fragile republican government tries desperately to govern an unstable country and hold on to its territory when suddenly, crisis strikes and a revolutionary movement seizes power. There is now a second communist state on the map of Europe, the Hungarian Soviet Republic. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War. In the spring of 1919, Central Europe was still in the grip of uncertainty. No one yet knew where the new borders would be drawn, or whether Bolshevism would spread outwards from Russia. In Hungary, there was a dramatic answer to these two questions, in the form of yet another revolution and the proclamation of a second communist state in Europe, the Hungarian Soviet Republic. A new state that was soon plunged into war with its neighbors. Now, since there was no lack of would-be revolutionaries in many different countries, let's take a moment to start off with a basic question. Why Hungary? Well, the answer, as usual 100 years ago, goes back to November 1918 and the collapse of Austria-Hungary. Now, since 1867, the Kingdom of Hungary had formed half of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But as the state fell apart in October 1918, the so-called Chrysanthemum Revolution broke out and brought a democratic government to power under Count Mihaly Karolyi. Now, just because the new Hungarian Republic had left the empire, that didn't mean its situation was stable. In fact, the biggest problem plaguing the country was the question of ethnic minorities and state borders. Now, the pre-1918 borders of the Kingdom of Hungary had included lands inhabited by many different peoples, not just ethnic Hungarians, or Magyars. Now, the largest minorities were the Romanians, the Slovaks, and the Croatians, but there were also many Serbs, Germans, Jews, and Ukrainians as well. Under the Austro-Hungarian system, ethnic Hungarians and the Hungarian language enjoyed a dominant position, which was reinforced by a policy of Magyar. The defeat of the Central Powers made the border question into a real sword of Damocles hanging over the head of the new republic. And many of the minorities resented the past dominance of the ethnic Hungarians and now looked to neighboring Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia for their salvation from what one historian has termed Magyar imperialism. Now, the Romanian question was particularly thorny, since Romania had fought on the Allied side during the war, but had been defeated by the Central Powers in May 1918 and signed the Treaty of Bucharest. The country then rebuilt its army and re-entered the war on November 10th, 1918, just one day before the armistice on the Western Front. Now, the Romanian army invaded the mostly Romanian-speaking region of Transylvania, hoping to occupy as much territory as possible before the borders could be settled at the coming peace conference. Now, Romanians viewed this as a critical part of their nation building, but to Hungarians it was a violation of their borders and an unacceptable fate for the large Hungarian minority there. In fact, Romania didn't only claim Transylvania, it also wanted the province of Bukovina. The Czechs and Slovaks had their eyes on the ethnically mixed region of Upper Hungary, and of course the new Yugoslav kingdom viewed Croatia and the Banat as its part of the pie. Now, the Allies, especially the French, were keen to support Hungary's neighbors as part of a cordon sanitaire blocking the influence of Bolshevik Russia from spreading west. As a country on the losing side in an ethnically mixed Central Europe, Hungary was in the crosshairs. Now, Károlyi and his new government hoped to limit Hungary's losses and adopted a policy of concessions towards the Entente. Károlyi accepted that he would lose some territory, but hoped that the principle of self-determination in Wilson's 14 points would preserve as much land as possible for Hungary. At the same time, the Czechoslovaks, Yugoslavs, and Romanians felt the 14 points meant more generous borders for them too, and they held more sway at the peace conference. In any case, to help his cause, Károlyi regularly reminded the Allies that he had led an anti-war faction in the Hungarian parliament during the war. And in the end, he didn't have much other choice, since the terms of the armistice had limited Hungary's army to just 6 divisions, which was not enough to defend against an attack. On November 13th, the Hungarians and the Entente signed an agreement in Belgrade, which set out demarcation lines to which the forces of Hungary's new neighbors and the French would advance. The Hungarians accepted that much of Transylvania would be occupied by Romania, and that Croatia and most of the Banat would be occupied by the Serbs and the French. Now, there was a bit of unfinished business here, though, since French General Franchet d'Espéry had taken a somewhat softer line than his political superiors in Paris, who wanted a firmer stance against Hungary than the Belgrade Agreement provided for. Now, even after the Belgrade ceasefire, the situation remained tense, as all sides waited for decisions about where the borders would ultimately lie. But to make matters worse, Transylvanian refugees fleeing to Hungary stretched an already meager food supply to its limit, and by January 1919, Romanian troops had pushed beyond the agreed lines, and the Romanian authorities began to incorporate the occupied territory into their country, in violation of the terms of the Belgrade Agreement. A clash seemed more and more likely, since although Károlyi was trying to win over the Allies by concessions, he was also determined to retain as much territory for Hungary as possible. On March 2nd, he addressed Hungarian soldiers in Transylvania. "I will never accept the dismemberment of Hungary. The world must understand that if the Paris Peace Conference decides against the right of popular self-determination based on mutual agreements, then as an extreme necessity we will liberate our country with arms in our hands." So by the spring of 1919, the fragile new Hungarian Károlyi government was facing incredible pressure from neighbors looking to expand at Hungary's expense. As if that wasn't challenging enough, the situation inside Hungary was extremely unstable as well. Throughout the winter of 1918-1919, the Hungarian government also tried to reform the country and establish a democracy. But given the external pressures and political conditions inside the country, this would prove next to impossible. You see, at this point, the political landscape in Hungary was polarized and radicalized for several different reasons. For one, wartime tensions and shortages contribute to Hungarians' frustration, as did the question of land reform. You see, Hungary was a largely peasant country, dominated by a small number of gentry, who owned most of the land and held most of the political power. In fact, the largest 1,000 landowners alone laid claim to 30% of all forest, farmland, and pasture in the entire country. Now, this meant that the young republic was caught between the peasants, who wanted to have their share of the land, and the conservative gentry, who did not want to give up their dominant role. Now, even though Count Károly broke up his own private estates in February, he still couldn't please either side. And on an interesting side note, Sigmund Freud was not a fan of Károly's either. From Vienna, he wrote to a Hungarian friend in November 1918, "I was certainly no adherent of the Ancien Régime, but it seems doubtful to me whether it is a sign of political shrewdness to beat to death the smartest of the many counts and to make the stupidest one president." Now, as if the domestic political scene were not complicated enough already, enter the Bolsheviks. Now, during the Great War, hundreds of thousands of Hungarians had been captured in battle, and many spent years in prisoner of war camps in Russia. And when the Russian Revolution broke out in 1917, many of them joined the revolutionary side. One who did was former cavalry officer Béla Kun, a pre-war socialist Hungarian of Jewish origin who had been in a Siberian POW camp since 1916. Now, once Kun was released, he was put in charge of the Hungarian group of the Bolshevik Party and actually met Bolshevik leader Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Now, when the war between the great powers ended in 1918, the Hungarian Bolsheviks in Russia saw their chance. In November, they founded the Hungarian Communist Party and returned to Budapest to see whether Hungary was ripe for revolution. In January, they were joined by another Hungarian communist named Tibor Samueli, who had returned from Germany where he'd been on a mission to the Spartacus League in Berlin. So during the winter of 1918-1919, there were regular strikes and violent clashes between communist supporters and the police, often over the government shutdown of red newspapers. In fact, the New York Times even reported in January that in Budapest, the Russian epidemic of Bolshevism has reached a virulent stage. Famine and freezing are its active allies. New Year's was celebrated with riot and murder in the city's streets. Now, the violence continued, and on February 21st, most of the communist leaders were put in jail. Now, somewhat surprisingly, they were allowed to continue some party activities from prison, which would prove quite handy when the storm finally broke. Now, all this meant that Hungary's transition to a stable and independent democracy was stalled by a chaotic deadlock. And this explosive cocktail of pressure from outside and instability inside came to a head on March 20th, 1919. On that day, French liaison officer Colonel Vix presented the Hungarian government with an ultimatum from the Entente. Hungarian forces were to withdraw to a new demarcation line up to 100 kilometers farther inside the country than those agreed in Belgrade, in order to allow a further Romanian advance. With this demand, the Allies had broken the terms of the armistice and plunged President Károly's government into a crisis. Prime Minister Dénes Berinké resigned immediately, and Károly desperately planned for a new coalition. Now, he wanted to appoint a social democratic government, but they had other plans and secretly contacted communist leaders who were still in jail. You see, though the communists were fewer in number than the social democrats, the radicalized political climate, the loss of trust in the Entente and the post-war order, and the hope of support from Russia, where Kun had prestigious connections, led the social democrats to take the plunge and go all in on social revolution. So the social democrats met with the communists in their prison cells, and the parties agreed to merge and set the wheels of revolution in motion together. The next day, the prisoners were released and the Hungarian Soviet Republic was declared, joining the Russian Soviet Republic as the only two revolutionary states in the world. The new leader, Sándor Gárbay, made the situation clear to the Budapest Workers' Council. The imperialists of the Entente took democracy and national self-determination as their slogans, but since victory, they have acted differently. Our hope for peace was destroyed by the ukaz from Colonel Vix. There is no longer any doubt that those gentlemen in Paris wish to give us an imperialist peace. From now on, we must look to the East for justice, as it has been denied us in the West. Károly's resignation was announced without his knowledge, and he was imprisoned. The people were then informed. The party will immediately seize full power in the name of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat will be exercised by the councils of workers, peasants, and soldiers. For this reason, the proposed elections to the National Assembly will obviously be shelved. A proletarian army will have to be established to disarm the bourgeoisie, to ensure the power of the proletariat, and also to oppose the imperialism of the Entente. The fullest and closest military and spiritual alliance must be concluded with the Soviet-Russian government. So, a high-pressure combination of foreign and internal pressures had given birth to a revolutionary Hungarian state that rejected Allied demands on the all-important border question. So now let's take a closer look at what kind of state it was and how Bela Kun would try to succeed where Karolyi had failed. Now on paper, the revolutionary government was led by Social Democrat Sándor Garvai, but in practice, the shots were being called by Bela Kun, the Commissar for Foreign Affairs, since, as one historian put it, he was the only Hungarian communist with charisma. Now as foreign minister, Kun knew the Soviet Republic couldn't face its enemies alone, but it also had very few friends. So with hostile neighbors and the Entente fearing the spread of the revolution, Bolshevik Russia seemed to offer the only hope for help. Now, the Hungarians hoped the Russians would be able to attack Romania in the east and open a land connection to Hungary, which would secure the Hungarian Soviet's future. And this wasn't necessarily a far-fetched plan, since in March and April, the Russian Red Army advanced deep into Ukraine and eventually stood just a few hundred kilometers from Hungary. Now, Kun explained his thinking in the weeks following the coup. When we founded the proletarian dictatorship in Hungary, we did not base our calculations on our ability to confront the troops of the Entente militarily. We did not believe that the 6 divisions authorized for the Soviet Republic by the Armistice Agreement would be sufficient to halt the offensive which threatens us from all sides. We emphasized, and still emphasize, that the fate of the Hungarian Soviet Republic depends on the international proletarian revolution. So Kun used his Russian connections and the relatively new technology of radio to establish contact with Lenin in Moscow, and the two would remain in touch for the next few months. Now, he also hoped for some support from revolutionaries in Austria, but a Hungarian-supported coup attempt in Vienna on April 17th was foiled by Austrian police. But in the tense days of March and April 1919, it remained to be seen what, if anything, the Russian Bolsheviks would do to help the isolated Hungarian Soviet Republic. In any case, the Hungarian communists had their hands full with domestic politics as well. Now, although the Social Democrats were a much larger party, the relatively few communists in the government actually held most of the power, and they certainly had some ambitious goals. They attempted to collectivize the ownership of land, nationalize industry, confiscate church property, ban alcohol, and abolish aristocratic titles. The soldiers and workers' councils were even given the responsibility of the judicial branch of government. And in an attempt to convince the Allies to limit the breakup of the country, Kun also proposed new rights for minority groups as well. And though at least one historian has called the Hungarian Soviet Republic a milder, more social democratic version of Bolshevism, in which there was actual debate about policy, political violence was a key part of its approach. Take Commissar for Culture and Education George Lukács. He did call on workers to make education the prime objective of their lives, a laudable goal, but he also wrote that if blood will be shed, and who would argue that such a thing is out of the question, then we are within our rights to shed it. We must take full responsibility for the blood that will be shed. We must also offer to shed our own blood. In short, terror and bloodletting are a moral obligation, or more simply put, our virtue. Now, having heard that, it will come as no surprise that there was indeed a Red Terror in Soviet Hungary. Much of the terrorizing was carried out by a paramilitary group of about 500 men known as the Lenin Boys, under Commissar for Military Affairs Tibor Samuelin,
Lenin Boys,
the same guy who was on the Spartacus mission in Berlin. Now, his Lenin Boys even used an armored train to root out counter-revolutionaries in the countryside and ended up killing about 600 people.
Jesus.
Now, the communists' main problem internally was that most Hungarians simply did not like their policies, and their only reliable support came from the workers in Budapest. The peasants in the countryside were not happy with forced requisitions of food and the attack on the church, and the landowners were fiercely opposed to giving up their property. The Kun government also suffered from the perception that it was not really Hungarian enough. Some felt this way because of the international volunteers in the new Hungarian Red Army, the high proportion of Hungarian Jews within the leadership, the conciliatory policy towards minorities, and the connection to Bolshevik Russia. So at this point, let's recap. In a Hungary facing the threat of dismemberment by its neighbors and internal divisions, the communists were able to take power. But if, as we have seen, they had so many enemies abroad and so few friends at home, how were they able to stay in control? Well, the answer lies partially with old-fashioned nationalism. Now, you might think that in terms of ideology, Bolshevism and Hungarian nationalism might not be an obvious match, and you'd probably be right. But the existential crisis facing Hungary after the Allied ultimatum of March 20th was grave enough to bring many to support the Soviet Republic for reasons of national pride. Austrian politician Otto Bauer called the Soviet Republic a dictatorship of desperation, and historian Björn Leonhardt has referred to it as a self-defense reaction, or a means to an end. The national revolutions and social revolutions sweeping Europe ended up, in March 1919 at least, merging into a form of national Bolshevism in Soviet Hungary. Now, Kuhn purposely framed the impending war with Hungary's neighbors as a national struggle to defend the homeland from foreign invaders. And many Hungarians heeded the call and joined the Red Army, particularly those from threatened border regions. For them, it wasn't about a social revolution. It was a matter of national survival. Lieutenant Colonel Ferenc Julia wrote years later, "Everyone hoped that the change in regime would bring about general mobilization and the immediate initiation of military operations. Our notions at the time may appear naive to some today, but in March 1919 we could not have known how far the situation would degenerate. All we could see then was that the country was in agony and that we must grab whatever means were available to make her recover. All my officers spoke to the effect that we must remain at our posts for the sake of the fatherland." So the Allied ultimatum had broken the ceasefire terms and helped the communists take power in Hungary with the support of socialists and some nationalists. Now let's see how the crisis would play out. The Hungarians knew that their chances in a firefight were slim, so Kuhn tried to buy time in case the Russians decided to intervene. He invited the peace conference to send a delegation to Budapest, and South African General Jan Smuts and British diplomat Harold Nicolson duly made the trip. In the end, their two-day visit on April 4th and 5th did not bring much in the way of results, other than Nicholson's characterization of Kuhn in his diary as a sulky and uncertain criminal with shifty and suspicious eyes. Now, all sides expected fighting to break out. The Hungarians were determined to protect what they saw as their legitimate borders, and the Entente meant to impose the March 20 demarcation line. In addition, the Romanians and French feared that if the revolution in Hungary were to survive, Romania might well be surrounded by Red forces in Hungary and in Russia, with which Romania shared a border in the east. So the Romanians began to mobilize on April 1st. They recruited Romanian speakers into an army of Transylvania, which consisted mostly of veterans who had served in the Austro-Hungarian army and who still wore their Austrian uniforms and used German as their language of command. Now, combined with their regular troops, the Romanians had twice as many infantry, 3 times as much artillery, and 20 times as much cavalry as the Hungarian Red Army. The Hungarian troops were a bit of a patchwork. There were some regular army units who were fighting for reasons of national pride. There were Revolutionary Red Guard units and international brigades of foreign communists, notably from Austria and Russia. Now, this kind of motley crew would not necessarily be easy to control in the fighting to come. Now, the dam broke on April 16th, when the Romanians launched their offensive with the tacit approval of the Allies. The outgunned and outnumbered Hungarian troops began to retreat later that morning, having been outflanked by the Romanian cavalry. Now, some Red Army units resisted, but others simply broke and fled the field. And after just a few days of fighting, the Hungarian discipline was crumbling, the professional soldiers and communist political officers were at each other's throats, and some units had basically disintegrated. One Red Guard unit in Debrecen even refused to obey orders until an international brigade was brought in to put down the mutiny, and Bela Kun's parents were even captured by Romanian troops on April 18th. Now, they were later released in exchange for the family of a Romanian diplomat. But the crisis at the front caused the Hungarian government to issue a desperate call for mobilization. Scratch units of factory workers, like the Csepel Foundry Workers Battalion, were quickly raised and thrown into the fighting, but could not stem the tide, and the Romanians captured the city of Debrecen on April 23rd. Now, the last week of April brought complete catastrophe for the Hungarian Red Army. The Czechoslovaks attacked in the north under the guidance of Italian officers, and a counter-revolutionary revolt.
Gotta get my wood chopping to 100, so
Hungarians surrendered in a single.
Gotta make a wood chopping to 100. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just like sitting here chopping wood forever, trying to find this hyssop so I can make these potions and like fill my bar with pots and then sell the rest, because I figure that's a good way to get the money back that I just spent on fucking gear and gems and bags and shit. Blew 10 grand and fucking so fast, like, you know. Hey, what's up, Zelly? How you doing? What's up? Oh, doing pretty good, you know, just playing some New World and stuff. Yourself? Yeah, as I was saying, I'm just working on wood, trying to get wood. I'm just on my film something for a game like Rust. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I went through it. Yeah. Trying to find alchemical ingredients, hyssop, these little blue plants on the ground. This is a pretty good spawn for them, but I've been like getting them all. 500 is enough, really. I mean, it's not enough, but it's enough to do at least what I wanted to do. I think I don't know if it's profit per se. I don't think it's profit, but yeah. See, like they're starting to respawn now, which is good. There's some. Gotta make these strong regen pots for my level 40 so that, like, you know, she can actually exist on a battlefield in some sort of sense of hot term in terms of heals. Like, she can sit on a battlefield with the hot, because otherwise, you know, where am I gonna get? I am running spear and rapier combo, and like, you don't really have heals, so I believe I'm done here. I believe I am done here, yeah, so it's time to take the ride out. Oh, right. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Did I move back to Weaver's Fen? No, I moved to... That's right. Will this work, however? No, yeah, but I'll have to go home, but that's okay. Hunting for games. I know that whole bit. Like, I try not to do it if I can't. If I can avoid it. If I can just settle down on one game, I do it. Because I'm like, oh, God. Yeah, it's a battle. All the time in the background in my head, in the back of my head is some voice saying, is there a better game? Is there a deeper RPG? Is there some place you could be where your time is better? Is there one like Rust? Is there a game like Rust out there? No, probably not. Yeah. 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 Yeah, the community is toxic. It's... I got nothing nice to say, so I'm just gonna say nothing at all. I came here, but I needed to go warp out. I was gonna like get some more wood, but like I don't really need to like I just remember there being like a hyssop patch, but I think that's actually on the... Is that... No, that's here. There's like a hyssop patch, but I don't remember where it is. Where's the hyssop patch? Hyssop patch. Yeah, they overcomplicated it. Like, you know, it's good, but it's... You know, it's good. I think Scum's cool. I just don't... Yeah, just to get a bow going was, like, really overly complicated, in my opinion. There it is. I was like, isn't there usually a patch over here somewhere? Yeah. Yeah. Why is that guy sitting there? The hell? Empyrean. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know. It took Russ a long time to even be this good. You know? It takes a long time for those games to be good. Russ is good, it's just, you know. It takes time to perfect games on such an open-hearted nature as that one. I guess that's all the hyssop I'm going to get here. I need to warp back to the Alchemy 3, which was like, that's Great Cleave at Eastburn Outpost. Yeah, take me there. Yeah. It's concern, yeah. Like, it's been so nice for that stuff to just not take up my headspace of late. Like, just playing New World and relaxing, you know? It's nice. Okay, I'm looking for the Arcane Enchanter. Oh no, no, you're always welcome. I like talking to you. I'm just, I've got my just got my mind on the New World at the moment. But no, it's okay. Never, you don't need to apologize. It's good. I like the input. 21 of them. I mean, sure. I know I can make more than that. It's water. It's water. So like. Oh yeah, look, hey, okay, Gleaming Lodestone, Bulrush Cob, Life Reagents, 382. That's good. So, Bulrush Cob, that's fun. So, just get closer. Oh yeah, I mean, like on my first character, I hit 60, and I'm like 560 eye level or something like that. This one's my second one. She's on the quote-unquote fresh start server which started like on last Friday, like 5 days ago. I've been trying to play Overwatch, but the servers have been down for like 2 days. It's dumb. So I'm just on New World, like, because that's where my mind is. But this is on the other server, the new one called Akumea, which is a US West. It's the third server on the Western servers. Akumea. And it's a good server. Been spending a lot of time, you know. Oh yes, and that is where I'm going to. Very good. So how good are you? Yeah, hey, it's good too. It's good. It's cold, but it'll do. I am river hunting for both freshwater and bulrush cob, which are these little bulrush cobs, because they're like the medicinal. They're the medicinal factor for. I'm sorry, they're the medicinal catalyst for. Bulrush cobs are in medicinal catalyst for healing potions. So I run along the river. I love this shit because it's kind of like a. It's like a healer's errand sort of, because like my potions, they're weak. This one isn't weak, but this one's weak, so I'm trying to replace this stack of potions with strong regen potions, which give me a nice heal over time. But that requires some ingenuity. Like, I had to learn that in order to get on this brand new server, none of the town's crafting benches are very high tier yet. So you can come out here to the level 41 zone, which I did, and you can come into the towns here, and they have level 3 crafting benches, which is good because the arcanists, the people making the potions, they're like you know, they're like behind the curve because of the problem with level 3 arcane work, like repository. So I found a level 3, which is cool. And now I'm out here like just running along the river trying to pull some water and some bulrush cobs, because those are the main, that and life motes, which are these things you get off like life-bearing plants, like life-bearing herbs. Life bloom, basically. And so then you take the bulrush cobs here in the river, and the hyssop, which is the alchemical like base. Like you have to have like the base stuff is always the hyssop, which is like, I don't know, the colored liquid that the potion is made of, or whatever. I don't know what hyssop is, but it's something, I don't know. And so, and hyssop is rare. You're not going to see a lot of it out here in the cold. And so now I make a whole fuck ton of potions if I can. I'm going to try and make a lot of potions and try to corner the market, the strong regen market, because nobody else has bothered to do it, really. They're asking for strong regen potions for 20 gold a pop. I'm going to put them up for 777. And I'm going to put like, I don't know, I'm going to make like 300 of them. So that'll take quite a bit of water and alchemical, you know, ingredients and stuff. Ooh. Springstone. Come on, Loamy Lodestone. Or whatever it is. Yeah, I mean, Freezing Lodestone's good. Also, like this pond that's here. Where's that pond at? Is it over there? It's over there. Yeah, that pond over there is a really fucking good source of springstone. Yeah, I think this should be enough. Like, how much water is it? It's like, where is it? What happened to that water? It's all in my Arcana, right? No, it's, where is that? The fuck? What? Where is this water that I'm picking up? Where? Oh, there you go. 160 under cooking. Okay. So 160. That's gonna be enough to do what I want, like, I don't know, probably 10 more though. Okay, let's go make potions. Because it's cold out here on these streets for if you're only like if you're only a spear rapier person, you don't have heals other than these potions, so you need the fucking potions. Like, you have to worry about it. You have to figure out how you're gonna make that happen because it has to happen. So yeah, strong regens. Here we go. We're gonna get a fuck ton of these. So 95 bull rush cob and 382 life motes. Oh wait, no, I need strong alkylist, do I? So the potion itself only takes strong alkylist, so 67 more strong alkylist. Oh, it's expensive. But that's okay. Make the fucking potions, right? Yeah, the strong regens. That's good, that's good. So then we take these 95 bull rush cobs and these 382 fucking life motes. Pull 91 fucking strong regen potions. Yeah. 2000 XP, which is huge. Got quite a bit of a level off of that. Fucking tight. So now, I have strong regen pots, like a lot of them. And I'm going to need a lot of them, but like, I think, I mean, yep. And then I want to see if I can double down on this a bit further, because I do have some investment capital. And I'm going to go buy some hyssop, which sort of goes against my whole thing. How much water? Yeah, I got enough water, so... Yeah, but we're going to take a look at what I can turn on a profit here, because, like, that's the other thing. So, 80, right? The price. It's so bad. It's so bad, kind of. No. Sort by price, bitch. Oh, my God. 72, 77. I can buy it for 77, which is such a fucking ripoff. It's such a ripoff. It's such a fucking ripoff. It's such a ripoff. But, I mean, can I recoup? Got to do the math on this. 580 down for 615, which makes me about 100 strong regen pots. 100 regen pots at 7.77 is like a 200 gold profit. If I get greedy and ask for 10, but no one's gonna pay 10. Also, I have to go look at what they're gonna charge for this. It's like potions, healing. Oh, what do you charge for this, friends? Oh, somebody beat me to this racket. Somebody beat me to the racket, kind of. Because hyssop is really annoying to get. So at this point, it behooves me now to step back and wait. And I will dominate that potion market, I think, at a better price. But so we do take another look at hyssop from an investor's point of view. And, like, you know, yeah, it's 72 to, like, 80, you know, with about 2,500, yeah, no, like 2,200 available or something like that. I could just corner the market right here. It would be foolish, but I could corner the market right here. I could split this in half, put the other 1,000 up for gold each. And then sit on 1,000 hyssop to go manufacture the straight potions, but it still won't even remotely pay for $2,000. They won't pay for $2,000. That's the predator side of me. If I had a lot of money, I would just corner the market and take this ability away from them to do this. But I don't have that kind of liquid at the moment. I blew $12,000 today like it was nothing. At level 40, I blew it. So I mean, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do here, but I know that it's not that. So it's unfortunate. We're back to the hyssop grind, which is fine. The hyssop grind is good, and there's a huge market for these potions right now. So it's sort of interesting. Like, you know, if I could pull hyssop somehow cheaper, which is a thing. We could place a buy order on hyssop These guys are saying 21. He wants 400 of them at 21. I'd say 4.25. Like I would say at that price, yeah, what's that? That's like for 300 investment, I could walk with 2,000 if and I invest 500 and I straight manufacture straight hyssop across the board with life motes, right? So immediately we cut this in half, right? Yeah, and we say 1,000 hyssop runs me 234. It's a more sane buy order, right? We run the hyssop market a little bit, and then we look at the other side of this, which is life motes, I guess, right? That's life motes, yeah. Life motes, right, are 34, which, I mean, yeah, that's not cheap. So we place the buy order. Our competition is 27. He wants 3,000 of them. So we go up a penny, which is so annoying, but it's still half price. I mean, it's not half price. It's like 2/3. And we buy like 1,000 of them. We don't need that many. See, I had life motes. Wait, maybe I have life motes for sale. Do I have life motes for sale? No, I think I probably sold mine. Death mode, water mode, life mode. Yes, I do. Well, shit, well, here, take it back. Yeah, that's fine. Well, there you go. There's the life modes I need for this. That's fine. That's great. So, we're good. So, you know, yeah. So I don't even need the life modes. I just need the hyssop. Right? What just happened here? So I got like these buy orders out for hyssop oil. I bought a lot of oil, did I? I don't know about that. Yeah, the remaining 23.55. I don't know though. No, I don't. This order definitely paid the fuck out. You know. I put this aged wood one in there a long time ago, and I have bought 4,000 aged wood for like 4 gold, which is so good. I can't believe that worked as well as that did. That's insane. These buy orders are fucking huge. So I do have an order for 1,000 hyssop, but that's all I need. I have the life motes. If I pull it, then it's direct profit, because if I can make like another 100 of these at, say, a significant less, like 777 would be that would be at 100, right? Would be 700 gold off like a 300 investment. So it's like double the money. It's not amazing, but it's a way to pull 500 out of the auction right quick once it actually comes in, which is sort of like a bid. It's gonna take a little bit. Now we look at profit now, like getting this stack back up to like 14k or something like that. So we come in and we take a look at that. So it's like, you know, gonna switch vibes here a little bit and turn it down slightly. There we go. So we go back to it, and this is wood time, except I'm not sure there is a wood. Yeah, I don't believe there is a wood thing at this particular one, so we go with teleporting. Fast travel, yes, and we'll take a look. I don't think I need anything for tier wood. I don't think, like, except for it's like wordwood, which I don't believe I have any business doing. I don't think I need wordwood for anything. It's unlikely for me to be able to do much outside of Everfall with wood, because I believe that is where my wood stash is, and that's only T2. I don't believe there's anything tier 3 here that I need to do, but it is a thing. So, the timber, right? Timber, a lot of it. You know, yeah, 298 fucking timber. Now, I can take that I can take it along with the aged, yep. And with the obsidian sandpaper that I have on top of it, yeah, so it does call for a trip to Everfall, which means I'm going to pause that, and I'm going to run the settings for audio. I'm going to take the music up, yeah. Yep. And so we go to Everfall. Everfall faster. Okay, so all of this goes away, 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 away. Yeah, too much, huh? Too much? Oh, I'm full now? How am I full now? That's ridiculous. Oh well. So we go process quite a bit of this. I don't know what leather I have, but I'm sure it's some, you know. Yep, some. Fucking 5. No multiplayer on that at all, huh? Yeah, there's some multiplayer. So, oh, common health for 112, not bad. Nice, nice. So, stone blocks, 127 of them. Stone bricks, yeah. Oh, I'm out of sandpaper now, son of a bitch. That could be kind of bad. Let's go see. I don't know. I should be all right, you know. We'll see. I don't know. I think I'll be all right. I think I've been good to myself, like fairly good about this. Bad. Oh, come on, bad. Fucking dumb, man. So.
I greet you in reverence, fellow pursuers.
And progress. Oh, fuck me. Are you serious? I'm out. I'm out. I can only buy one. Son of a bitch. That's gonna cut into the profit a bit. I don't even know if I can do that. I don't even know if I can do that. But, I mean, we all knew it was going to come to it. Fuck. Maybe I have some for sale. I might have some for sale. Okay, so I am attempting to sell. No, I'm trying to buy. Oh yeah, in my orders, do I have masterwork? Yes, I do. Yay, there we go. Cool. That saved my bacon. Yay, let's do it. Thank you for that. Yay, 85, right? Yeah, or whatever. 85 is good. Yeah, I'll take it. Let's do it. So, we're going to use that to make some sandpaper. Quite a bit of sandpaper. And I think that's here. Yeah, no. Oh, what? No, what? No. Take the sandpaper. Oh no, the sandpaper. Is it the other one? I think it's the other one. Is it you? Yeah, oh, come on, it's the sandpaper. You don't take it? Oh no. Oh no. Wait. You say, come on, man, I need sandpaper. No, wait, like, oh, no. How do you do this? I don't even remember. It's, like, so stupid. What is sandpaper, question mark? It's like, it's not you. It's the wood bench. It always has been. It's the like, you're doing some kind of filter, huh? No. Obsidian sandpaper, there it is. So, but yeah, with Masterfield, right? Yeah, and I can convert. But that takes woodworking 150 minus 91. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, there goes that. So I have to buy sandpaper, and that's just gonna be, that's going to rupture my anus. I can tell already. The fact that I'm having this conversation is proof that I'm about to get my anus ruptured here. There's no way sandpaper is gonna be even normal priced. It's, you can see it. You can see it. It's gonna be like, that's not that bad. I mean, I mean, it's sort of bad. It's sort of bad though. It's sort of bad. It's sort of bad. It's sort of bad. It's sort of bad. It's so tragic. Run my money. Like, whatever. I gotta stay in business. It's cold on these streets, and I gotta be buying this fucking sandpaper. It's, be sanding these hoes. Jesus Christ. 700 gold gone like that. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, no, it's gonna be so expensive. It's, oh, God. I just don't even want to think about it. Just make me money. Just make me money. Like, it's fine. Make me money. It's good, you know. 180, not bad, not bad, not bad. Huge, huge. So, I mean, that's some money. I mean, it is some money. And I'm getting my shit up, you know, and it's all this wonderful little cycle. It's, make the stone brick. It's going to be expensive sandpaper, but come on, money, money, money. Money, money, money. Yeah, bonus is double. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. So, yeah, so that was some money. I mean, it wasn't like spend 700 money, but it, like, what was that? Okay, so that's good. At least I'm sitting on some sandpaper now. There's sandpaper up my freshly bled anus, and there's 700 gold gone. Aww. So expensive. You, go away. You, away, 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 away. Let's make some sales. Because it's like, I have no money, you know. I had money. I had more. I had 14 grand. Then I just blew it all. It's totally gone. Fucking gone. Straight up gone. Like, 382 at 14 cents. What do you want for this? It's like 96 for 501. I will undercut? I don't know. Will I undercut? I think I will, because I think they're charging too much, kind of. But it won't sell. It won't sell. That's the problem. Like, dude, oh my God. It's not too good. I mean, at that price, it's 382 gold. I could go cheaper. I want to undercut you by, like, an actual amount. Fuck you. Yeah, like, fine. If I'm going to gouge for lumber, I'm going to gouge for lumber. I'm going to actually, like, commit to it. I'm not just gonna act all wishy-washy about it. See, you can't at 40 cents, I'm kind of okay with that price, kind of, but I mean, like, $5.99, man, like, I don't know, man, I don't know about that. It's like $2.49. We'll try that and just see if I can get it, because, you know, you can get it. You can get it. It's, what is it? That's, you know, that's like 1,000 gold. It is. It's like exactly 1,000 gold. I'll take 1,000 gold for this. That's what I want for it. Yeah. So go ahead and, you know, if you want it, you want it. If you don't, you don't. I've got more I have to do. Alright, lots of linen. I'm a textile plant. Sateen. Oh, wire weave, you're down now. I shouldn't have sold wire weave. I'm down now. That's not too good. Silk, we'll take a tier 3, which I can't do here, but I could do there. I had silk threads, but I just used them, I think. What happened to my silk threads? I don't know. Did I sell them all? Okay. So I know that silk will fucking sell, but I also need 102 weaving, which I do have. I can do this. I just have to take my wire weave and my set. Oh, God. How many would this be? It would be quite a bit, but I would need my silk thread, like all of my silk thread and all of my sateen, which I don't even know if I posted or what. I have to go see. Sateen and my orders, right? Looking for sateen, right? Silk threads, right? Yeah, take them. I'll take them. That's good. And then what else you got? You got sateen here somewhere. I bet you do. I bet you do have sateen sitting down here somewhere. Stone brick for gold 14. Like there's sateen. I'll take 95 of it. Yeah, because it's all money. I can just take it. I can take it over there. But I will need my. I put up some claw stuff. Why $29.99? There's no fucking way. There's no way. Stone brick. I mean, I could get like there's more sateen. Yes, I want to cancel all of it. 123 sateen. I'm gonna make my money here. Absolutely gonna make my money here. So it's good to see it. I don't find fault with much else here. There's a lot of stone brick that I could just like I don't know. I could just like sell. I have a lot of stone brick that I could sell. Kind of sucks. Like, I should technically take that all off. Yeah, just cancel it all. That's fine. Damn it. I don't like how you pop me to the top. It's really annoying. There you go. Yeah, cancel that all out. And we're going to sell that. You know, we're going to sell that. My orders. I'm gonna directly sell it because it's like worth a lot more than that. That's a lot of silver ingots to not really be getting the money for. Everything gets cheaper the moment I sell it. It's so annoying. It's like the opposite of it's like the opposite of King Midas. Like everything I engage in goes to shit. It's so annoying. So that's it for that. But it does give me this option, although I sold wire weave and I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have sold wire weave. Like, I don't know. I got, like, my orders, my sellable items and stuff, wire weave, right? WRSTU. Yeah, I don't have any wire weave in here, and I really wish I did. I wish I had wire weave. There's stone block. Like, quite a bit, a lot of it. I want to stop. That's Monarch's Bluffs. Son of a bitch, man. Like, where is all this stuff? Did you take it to... Did you take it to this? I think you did. Like, what's in here? It's, yeah, it is. It's a fuck ton of sateen and all that shit. I gotta take that out of there and make my money here. So, this will require some transport, but I gotta go to Monarch's Bluffs. I, for some reason, have a turn-in. Do I have other turn-ins? No, just one, but that's okay. So, that's going. I'm going here anyways, yeah. Alright, looking at town board. Yeah, town board. Okay, strong regen. Okay, 40 sateen. That's good. Yeah, that's good. 100 green wood. That one be easy. 15 common mana. Yeah, it's good, it's good. So, you know, so that was good. What else do I need? Oh, yeah, but here in the box is a bunch of loot. I bought all that aged wood. I can't believe I bought all that aged wood. There's a bunch of aged wood right here, which is hilarious because that'll be some money. Like, I know it is. It is. Look at all this. It's, like, huge. It's like a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. Look at all that. That's fucking beautiful. Though, I don't know. I mean, what do I do with it? I can't really do anything with this. I can't take it out of here. I need to remember this is here because it's insane, you know. There's a lot of money. That's all a lot of money. So, but now we go. Oh no, I need wire weave, right? I do. I need wire weave to make silk, which is a loom. Where's the loom at? It's like, oh yeah, over there east. Yeah, we go to the loom. We look at silk. I need wire weave, right? That is the name of the item because that's what I'm gonna have to buy. It's fucking annoying. But I mean, for silk, that's a huge upgrade. That's good XP. It'll ding me without having to leave the town. So no, I need the loom. The loom. It's silk, right? Silk is like wire weave. Son of a bitch, fucking wire weave. That's gonna be expensive as all hell. I don't even know. I don't know. What can I do there? I can't do anything. I don't have the, or I don't know. Maybe I can actually take, I put those away. I think I did. Son of a bitch. I have a turn-in for that somewhere. Oh, at Weaver's Fen, I've got to turn in for stone blocks. That's good. That's XP. So, but we take a look at, conversion of... Damn, I got all that oil, too. Look at all that oil. Yeah, it's good. So, I'm on here trying to look at wire weave. Which, please don't be horrible. You're horrible. Aww. It's just horrible. I shouldn't have sold all of that. That's so much money. I mean, I don't know. Buy that. And there's a lot of money, but oh well. I mean, I don't really care. It's fine. I want the skill up and the XP more than the money, I would say. So, to do this cloth crafting, I need the materials that I already have. Yeah, I think. And so then, go do a turn-in next at Weaver's Fen. Fast travel. Ba-dum, bum, bum. 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 So that was good XP, yeah. So, like, what else? So, utility for what it is I'm trying to do, which is make silk and sell silk. Because I bet that's got a good buy, you know? So, we come here and we go to the loom. Yes, loom. Which is here. And silk all across the board except loom tier 4. You didn't say tier 4 for this. You didn't say tier 4 for this. You said tier 3. Ah, loom tier 4. So annoying. All that fucking work. Well, fine. I'm just gonna do my sales then. That's fine. Go back and cycle whatever else you can do. I can't believe that fucking jackass moved to this server. He transferred. What an idiot. So, we're looking for just anything we can do there in that respect. Yep, so now we take a look at cycling. Yep. 40. Layered leather, but yeah, oh, wait, are we? Oh, this is a tannery floor, huh? Well, layered leather, that's cool. Nice, yeah. I'll take it, yeah. Leatherworking 100, that's good. Let's go to the kitchen. Yeah, we know that light rations. I don't know. Take mushrooms, make 19 of them or whatever. Wait, did you? Oh. Come on, man. Make light rations like 8. Why am I that low on stuff? Oh, because I moved all my stuff, right? Yeah, whatever. 19, right? That's enough, right? Yeah, that was a turn in. Is it? I don't see it. You say 20. Yeah, 20. Yeah, isn't that it? No, I think it was more than that. Let's see. Light rations, 5 poultry. I don't know. That seems okay, but not really. We're okay for now. What to do now? So we go drop this wire weave. I didn't really get as far as I thought I would, but that's okay. Got a lot of shit sitting around in the background that I can sell. Yeah, like right there. Yeah. So maybe we go undercutting. I don't really care. Let's go undercutting. Yeah. Or I could just take the money. I can take the money right now. But if we undercut, yeah, see, like, yeah, and like just go, you know, 159 for Satine, you know. Yeah. Maybe I better take the fast money on that. Yeah, because I think that's actually reasonable. It's okay for. Nope. Yeah, I'll fill these orders and I'll take this pauper's money. No one, huh? No one. At 50, 39. Yeah, so we go. Yeah, I'll compete with him. 49, right? I'll sell all this. So, but like, silk is good. It's just, you know, yeah. But I'll take the 200 gold, yeah. I have some hyssop, which is good. But it's not enough to make... It's not enough to make the potions that I want to make. These material converters... It's weird how they're like going down for 5, you know. I'm tempted to buy all of those and repost. But yeah, it's still really expensive. Let's do 94 or 208. I'm okay with that. I kind of want to dominate that fucking... I mean, I made some money. I walked away with money, yeah. But anyways, you don't have a turn in here, which is so weird because could have sworn that's what you wanted, but it's not. It's something else. I'm just gonna put those away for now and just see. Yeah. Let's see a lot of other things. So, okay, yeah, looking alright. But, oh yeah, that's stone block, right? Yeah, that's stone block. We get that money too. Yeah. Stone. It's hard to make money, but it's not that hard though. Okay, place sell orders for 189 for stone blocks, huh? Sure. That's not too much money. That sucks. Oh well. Alright, so... Alright, I'm gonna go... Do the butterfly, I think. Decidedly Dex. Ready. Okay. What? Jesus, why did the song cut out halfway through? Oh, well, at least I got the XP. Like, I don't think I really got anything here, but... That sucked. Okay, I cut out. Anyways. So, now, my next bit of business was to journey south there, but... yeah, I think so. Or no, I have a bit more business chopping. I think so. That would be. I mean, yeah. I think I'll. I don't know. Good place for wood. This stage in the game is still yeah. You know, it's like it's not bad. It's not a bad place to be. I'll go there. So, seems good. Try and get 100. Eastburn. Ooh, hits a lot of it. Oh yeah, look at all that hyssop. Maybe September.
Single day of fighting, and on April 26th, most of the Hungarian Transylvanian division, not to be confused with the Romanian Army of Transylvania,
No.
surrendered. Now, the next day, the Serbs and French advanced from their positions in the south as well, and occupied several villages and towns. By May 1st, the Romanians had reached the Tisa River, deep inside Hungary. They linked up with the Czechoslovaks in the north, and with the Serbs and the French in the south. But Soviet Hungary still held out hope that Bolshevik Russia would come to its aid. Assistant Commissar for Foreign Affairs Peter Agoston wrote in his diary on April 27th, "The Entente meant to reserve Budapest for the Czechs, who were on good terms with the Italians. They suggested we allow the Czechs in. Kuhn and I both rejected this proposal. Our view today is that the Russians will finally declare war on Romania, and then our situation would become easier. We already have their promise to that effect." So by the spring of 1919, a second Soviet republic had sprung up in the heart of Europe, but its future, and that of the World Revolution, still hung in the balance, and it was unclear if Bolshevik Russia could free itself from civil war to save its sister state, or whether Hungary's neighbors would fulfill their national dreams at its expense. Now that we've followed the fateful events of the Hungarian Soviet Republic that spring, it's time for our roundup segment, where we take a look at what else is going on in March 1919. So let's start in Russia, where, as we saw in our last episode, a brutal civil war was raging. On March 2nd, the Bolsheviks founded the Third Communist International in Moscow to help spread the revolution abroad. Non-Europeans were also invited under the slogan, "Colonial slaves of Africa and Asia. The hour of the dictatorship of the proletariat in Europe will also be the hour of your liberation." Now, that same day, Bolshevik troops in southern Ukraine began clearing French intervention forces from the Kherson province, and the French would soon withdraw from Ukraine entirely. On the 3rd, a peasant uprising known as the Chapan War broke out against Soviet power in the Volga region until it was put down by 13,000 Red troops. In a sign of the confusion reigning in the country, the rebels rose under the slogan, "Long live the Bolsheviks, down with the communists." And finally, on March 4th, a counter-revolutionary white offensive began in Siberia, which pushed back the Red Army and captured the city of Ufa. Now turning to Germany, on March 2nd, the foreign ministers of Germany and Austria signed an agreement stating that Austria should become a part of Germany. Unsurprisingly, this proposal was rejected by the Allies. On the 3rd, a general strike over food and wages led to another Spartacist uprising in Berlin. The government declared a state of siege and brought in 30,000 government and Freikorps troops. And by the time the uprising was put down after 10 days of heavy fighting, including the use of combat aircraft, about 1,000 people had been killed, mostly in the neighborhood around our studio here in Berlin. And in the middle of the month, U.S. General John Pershing visited American troops with the Army of Occupation in the Rhineland. In Italy, on the 23rd, Benito Mussolini inaugurated his fascist movement in front of a crowd of arditi and disgruntled socialists. Switching to non-European news, on March 1st, a series of demonstrations began in Korea, demanding independence from Japan. The movement would continue for the next year until it was crushed by Japanese troops. On the 8th, British colonial authorities in Egypt, which the British had occupied since 1882, arrested prominent independent activist Saad Zughlul, who had been agitating for Egyptian representation at the Paris Peace Conference. His arrest set off a series of riots that would mark the beginning of the Egyptian Revolution. And finally, on March 23rd in Brisbane, Australia, hundreds of pro-Bolshevik and pro-British demonstrators clashed with each other and with police in what became known as the Red Flag Riots. The next day, 8,000 anti-Russian ex-servicemen attempted to force their way to the Russian Workers' Association building, but they were held back by police, and 100 rioters suffered bayonet wounds in the violence. So those were some of the main developments around the world in March 1919. And for many citizens of that world, peace still seemed as far away as it had been during the dark days of the Great War. As one monk in Galicia recorded in a monastic chronicle, "Thus, after the Great War arises a new war of nations." A big thanks to Dora Faust for helping us with this episode. Now, two of my main sources for this episode were Peter Pastor's Revolutions and Interventions in Hungary and its neighbor states, and Jörn Leonhardt's Versailles, der überforderte Frieden. You can find all our sources for this episode in the video description, including links to Amazon. And if you buy through these links, we do get a small commission, which helps the channel. Of course, you can also support us on Patreon or by clicking the join button below, so you can get access to our supporter podcast and other perks. We've also got some new merchandise available, including Great War stickers, so have a look at the selection beneath this video. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1919, a production of real-time history and the only YouTube history channel that does not make any Dracula jokes when talking about Transylvania.
You just did, though. I think I watched that one. So many of these are good, but I'm wondering, the Russian Civil Wars, 1923 and 17. Yeah, play all of those, like that whole...
This episode of The Great War 1919 is sponsored by Battlefront Miniatures, the creators of Flames of War.
So I just
and the
watched
new
that
miniatures war
one,
game,
and
The
I
Great
caught
War.
a couple in
Supported
the
by a
end, but...
complete range of miniatures and terrain, including trenches, tanks, and guns.
That's cool.
The Great War provides a full selection of models suitable for wargaming, collecting, or modeling. Even better, detailed research into the units and tactics of 1918 lets you bring to life the armies that fought on the Western Front. If you want to get started, we recommend one of their army deals, like Steiner Stoßtruppen.
Such a little
Modeled
boy.
after the German stormtroopers, these troops are great in trench raids and the ensuing hand-to-hand combat.
Trench raids?
If you prefer Entente troops, British, French, and American army deals are also available. For viewers of the Great War channel, we even have 2 special offers. First, you go to greatwar.flamesofwar.com and you can use the code GreatWarChannel1 to get 25% off the 234-page hardcover full-color Great War rulebook, which features all available troops, their abilities, and also historical background information.
They have a
Second,
game.
You can also use the code Great War Channel 2 to get 10% off any Great War Army deals and unit cards, plus free shipping worldwide. Now, of course, you can use both codes for the same order, and you can find all the links and additional information in the video description below. So thanks again to the Great War Miniatures game for sponsoring our episode. And now, on to the show. It's spring 1919, and though peace is being discussed in Paris, the vast expanses of revolutionary Russia are burning. Counter-revolutionary forces are about to launch an attack on the Bolshevik heartland, small nations are arming themselves for independence, and the Allies attempt to intervene. Это гражданская война в России. It's the Russian Civil War. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to the Great War. The civil war raging in the lands of the old Russian Empire in the early months of 1919 was without doubt the biggest conflict in the aftermath of the First World War. Actually, it was more like several wars going on at once because the fighting involved numerous different factions. There were revolutionary Bolsheviks, counter-revolutionary forces, independence movements, and foreign forces, plus peasant uprisings. And not all of them were Russian. I think British Prime Minister David Lloyd George might have said it best when he wrote, "Russia was a jungle in which no one could say what was within a few yards of him." So let's start to make sense of the conflict by asking ourselves this basic question. How did Russia get to be such a mess in the first place? So after the October Revolution of 1917, the Bolsheviks were able to spread out quite quickly from their base in the main industrial cities of European Russia. The chaos and disorder meant there was little resistance to this so-called triumphal march of Soviet power. The Imperial Army was disintegrating at this time, and the aristocracy had basically just fled. So Bolshevik leader Vladimir Ilyich Lenin even announced to the Moscow Soviet in April 1918, "It can be said with certainty that, in the main, the Civil War has ended." Well, Lenin could not have been more wrong. The forces of the Central Powers advanced that spring towards the east, occupying the western part of the empire. The famous Czech Legion, which was made up of some 55,000 former Austro-Hungarian prisoners of war, mutinied and turned on the Bolsheviks, which cut off most of eastern Russia from Bolshevik power. The Allies also decided to intervene and sent some 30,000 British, French, American, Japanese, Serbian, Italian, and Polish troops into the country, mostly in the far north around the town of Arkhangelsk and in the far east at the strategic port of Vladivostok. The forces of the counter-revolution, led by former Tsarist generals, had begun to organize with Allied help, and fierce fighting took place in 1918, especially in the south and east, and particularly along the railway lines in what became known as the Echelonnaya Vojna, or train war. Now, as 1918 ended and 1919 began, the Civil War entered a new and more intense phase with the Allied defeat of the Central Powers. German and Austrian troops began to pull out of the territories that they'd occupied for most of the year. That is to say, the Baltics, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and the Caucasus, many of whose people wanted independence. In other parts of the country, the counter-revolutionary forces were now ready to take the offensive against the Red Army. So that was a little refresher for 1918. Now let's take a closer look at the different factions at the start of 1919 so we can see just who is fighting whom and why. So let's start with some familiar faces, the Allies. In early 1919, the British, the French, the Japanese, the Americans, the Poles, the Serbs, and the Italians had a dilemma on their hands. In theory, now that the Germans were out of Russia, they had a free hand, but in practice, they weren't quite sure what to do with it. They'd intervened in 1918 to deny the Germans material and strategic advantages, to support the counter-revolutionaries, and to protect their own economic interests. But now their people wanted peace, and their soldiers didn't really see the point of remaining in a foreign and dangerous country once the Great War had been won. But they also desperately wanted to stop the revolution from spreading and argued amongst themselves at the Paris Peace Conference about how this could best be achieved. French General Ferdinand Foch and British Minister Winston Churchill supported full-scale military intervention. As Churchill put it, after having defeated all the tigers and lions, I don't like to be defeated by baboons. But Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and Wilson were not so keen on putting more blood and treasure into the Russian mess. They had bigger fish to fry at the peace conference with the establishment of the League of Nations, demobilizing their armies, and creating new borders in Central Europe. In the words of Lloyd George, I would rather leave Russia Bolshevik until she sees her way out of it than see Britain bankrupt. And that is the surest road to Bolshevism in Britain. The French, who were worried about recovering the money they'd lent to Russia before the revolution, did eventually send an intervention force to southern Ukraine in late 1918. But other than Foch, they preferred a more indirect strategy of supporting the smaller countries in Central Europe as a so-called cordon sanitaire, a preventive bulwark that would stop the Russian Revolution from spreading to the west. Wilson was also quite wary, and he wrote that to be dragged further into the Russian chaos would be fatal. Now, the Allies made some attempts at diplomacy in early 1919, but these failed because none of the warring parties wanted to negotiate, and the Allies themselves refused to recognize the Bolshevik government. Their approach then shifted to an indirect war against Bolshevism. They would support those who were fighting the Bolsheviks, but they were also going to begin a slow withdrawal of their troops starting in spring 1919. All right, so much for the Allies. They weren't particularly sure how to engage, but they were sure that they didn't like the prospect of a Bolshevik Russia. Let's turn our attention to the Russian factions now, and thankfully, they are color-coded, which makes it a little bit easier to sort out. We'll get started with the Red faction, the Bolsheviks. But their objective was to consolidate the revolution and re-establish control over the vastness of the empire that had fallen to pieces. They also wanted to spread the revolution abroad, especially to Germany. To further this goal, they founded the Third Communist International in March of 1919, which most communist parties of Europe attended. Now, this ideological fervor made them many enemies, but it also allowed them to produce coherent and targeted propaganda for the population. Now, the centers of Bolshevik power were the big industrial cities in European Russia, with large populations of factory workers like Moscow and Petrograd. They did have some support among minority groups and in cities in other parts of the country, but in early 1919 they depended on the traditional Russian heartland. And on March 5th, they even moved the capital from Petrograd to Moscow, which was farther away from enemy troops. Now, in the central zone they controlled, the Bolsheviks attempted to impose what they called war communism. Now, this was a policy which saw them forcibly take food from peasants to feed the hungry Red Army and city workers. They also tried to organize, centralize, and nationalize the economy, ownership of land, and industry as well. Now, the peasants, who made up the majority of the population, did not take kindly to these policies and resisted them. The Bolsheviks responded by launching what became known as the Red Terror, to impose control by force of arms. The secret police, known as the Cheka and led by Felix Dzerzhinsky, tortured and killed thousands of peasants, especially the wealthier kulaki, plus middle-class bourgeois, and they regularly took hostages to ensure the delivery of food and labor. Lenin wanted this done so the people will see, tremble, know, shout. The Bolsheviks are strangling and will strangle the bloodsucker kulaks. They also set up thousands of prisoner and labor camps, in addition to running over 21,000 prisons. Unsurprisingly, these atrocities turned much of the population against the Bolsheviks. So, although the Reds dominated the Russian heartland, most of the important industrial areas, and a population of 60 million people, conditions were still chaotic, and their control over the vital food-producing countryside was fragile at best in the face of fierce peasant resistance. Now, the most significant counter-revolutionary forces were those of the Whites. They were a military nationalist movement started by former Tsar's Chief of Staff General Alexeyev before his death in 1918, and their members came mostly from the old officer class of the Imperial Army. They believed in Mother Russia and abhorred the Bolsheviks, and though they wished for a return to the old order, if not necessarily the Tsar, they lacked clarity of vision and coordination. The Whites faced all sorts of different challenges in their quest to turn back the red tide of revolution. For one thing, the areas they controlled in early 1919 were remote and totally underdeveloped, and they struggled to coordinate their actions. General Denikin was in command of the Volunteer Army and Allied Cossack forces in the North Caucasus and in South Russia. In the east, Admiral Kolchak squashed a fledgling all-Russian parliament that had been set up in part thanks to the protection of the Czech Legion, and assumed dictatorial powers from his new capital in the Siberian city of Omsk. In the Arctic, White forces were quite small and under direct British influence, and they would not play a decisive role in the fighting to come. Now, all three of the White zones were sparsely populated and had very few factories, which would make raising and equipping armies extremely difficult. But the Whites had help in the form of the Allied intervention forces. Allied troops were present in the same zones as the Whites, although only in the north did they see significant action against the Red Army directly. Now, once the leftover stocks of weapons and ammunition ran out towards the end of 1918, the White Army would be supplied by the Allies, especially the British. Throughout 1919, they would supply the Whites in the east with as many weapons and ammunition as the entire Soviet zone was able to produce, allowing the former Tsar's generals to continue the fight. In the south, the British also sent a military mission to train White troops and shipped 60 tanks and aircraft, which were manned by British crews who actually did see combat. Now, despite this advantage, White leaders could not coordinate their military and political goals with each other, or with the Allies, who were often not even aware of White plans. And as great Russian nationalists, they also had rocky relations with various minority groups, including the Cossacks fighting alongside them. And since they were military men, they lacked expertise and focus on establishing a functional civilian administration and economy. But they were missing a vital ingredient that the Bolsheviks and independence movements had: a clear and coherent vision they could bring to the people through propaganda. The White propaganda emphasized the Bolshevik evil and associated the revolution with the Jewish religion, drawing on previously existing anti-Semitism and justifying it as revenge for the Red Terror. As one White put it after the war, they shouted death to the bourgeois, and we replied, death to the Yids. Now, the Whites engaged in a form of White terror of their own, killing and torturing those suspected of Red sympathies. Jews were especially targeted, and though Polish, Red Army, and in particular Ukrainian troops participated, many of the pogroms, which killed between 150 and 300,000 people, were carried out by White units. So, on the one side, we had the Red Bolsheviks that controlled the industrial centers and tried to establish their power through violence and terror. Their main opponents, the Whites, were spread through the vastness of Russia and couldn't agree on much more than that they wanted to get rid of the Bolsheviks through violence and terror. Now, there were some other colorful factions as well. The Greens were various peasant groups who rose up and revolted against the Bolsheviks, and the Blacks were an anarchist army based in eastern Ukraine. But we will get to them in a future episode because they definitely deserve a closer look of their own. Now, our final group of factions doesn't have a color. They are the smaller peoples on the western edge of the empire who were attempting to form new and independent states. The Baltic countries of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, along with Belarus, Ukraine, and Poland, had all declared independence in the chaos of 1918 and were fighting to maintain it. The fledgling nations rushed to recruit new armies and establish their borders in the face of hostility from the Bolsheviks, the Whites, and also sometimes from each other. Now, the Baltic states were too small and too weak to take on the Red Army on their own. They relied on outside help, whether it be from the Finns, remaining German forces, Freikorps units, or the British Navy in the Baltic Sea. Now, others, like the Poles and the Ukrainians, would end up fighting the Reds mostly on their own. Now, it's important to note that some people from these areas, especially in the towns, fought on the Bolshevik side as well, the most famous being the Latvian Rifleman unit. Now, to further muddy the waters, the Reds also set up socialist governments in each region, which were competing with the independence movements.
Alright, so by early 1919...
Why do they
the
always
Russian
look like they don't have
Civil
like
War
women in their
between the Reds and
lives?
the Whites in different regions of the former empire, while at the same time smaller nations are trying to establish themselves along the old border zone between Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. Now that we have an idea of who was doing the fighting, let's take a moment to look at how they actually fought each other. Now, the Russian Civil War was not an easy war to fight. All sides had to deal with huge distances, poor transportation and communication networks, and a completely wrecked economy. Russia had been absolutely devastated by revolution, occupation by the Central Powers, and civil war through 1917 and also 1918. Industrial production was a fraction of what it had been during the war, and food was extremely scarce. Food was so scarce that zoo animals were eaten in Petrograd, and in Armenia, the pre-war goat population of about 1 million fell to just 6,000. Think about that and remember the goats. Now, actual combat was also a little different than in the Great War. Because of the distances involved, railways were critical for the entire course of the Civil War, and armored trains were used to project power between the isolated cities. And just to clarify a popular misconception here, fighting armored trains under these circumstances was not a trivial thing. You couldn't just blow up the tracks and ambush the train like in a movie. Because the railroad was not just your enemy's supply route, it was also your own side's supply route once you'd taken out their armored train. Tactics also evolved throughout the conflict, and eventually the trains were accompanied by supporting infantry and mounted escorts as well. Now, unlike on the Western Front, cavalry was quite important in the wide open spaces, and a horse-drawn machine gun cart known as the tachanka became a common source of mobile firepower. There were only a few tanks and airplanes, which the British and French provided to the Whites. In early 1919, the White troops were actually better trained and equipped than the Reds, but fewer in number, and they were very officer-heavy. By February 1919, the Red Army, under the direction of War Commissar Leon Trotsky, had grown to 500,000 men, but many of these were recently conscripted and poorly trained peasants. Now, the Reds were also struggling to impose a command structure and discipline, and to integrate former Tsarist officers and political instructors, who were known as commissars, into their ranks. Both armies constantly suffered from desertions and fluctuations in their morale as well. All right. Now that we have an idea of the kind of warfare being waged on the battlefield of the Russian Civil War, let's take a look at how the fighting played out in early 1919. Now let's start in the north, where there were bitter but small-scale skirmishes that we reported on in the last episode. The terrain, the weather, and the few railway lines made military operations extremely difficult. The Allied forces in this area fought directly against the Red Army and actually commanded White troops, which was not the case elsewhere, even though Bolshevik propaganda claimed otherwise. The main battles between the Whites and the Reds would take place in the
I broke my axe.
So let's turn our attention there. In southern Russia, Cossack forces of the Don Host and the Kuban People's Republic, allied to the Whites, overstretched themselves, attempting to take the city of Tsaritsyn, which is today's Volgograd, and were routed by Red troops. Their lands would now become subject to a particular form of Red Terror known as Razkazachivanie, or decossacization, which was meant to stamp out Cossack cultural identity and will to fight.
Cossack
This defeat
cultural
led to a
identity.
united Cossack and White command, which would be called the Armed Forces of Southern Russia. Now, even further south in the Caucasus, the Whites launched a major offensive against the Red Army that was suffering badly from typhus. The Reds could barely supply their troops via camel caravan from Astrakhan, which was about 500 kilometers away. And though outnumbered 3-1 and lacking in supplies themselves, the Whites smashed the Reds, captured the cities of Grozny, Vladikavkaz, and Pyatigorsk. As it would turn out, this was the single biggest White victory of the war. 2 entire Red armies of 150,000 men were destroyed, and about 50,000 prisoners were taken. Now, after this crushing defeat, Trotsky summed up the state of the Red Army in the south. A swollen army, really a horde rather than an army, has clashed with Denikin's properly organized troops, and in a few weeks has been reduced to dust. Now, these numbers give us an idea of the scale of the fighting, which compares to some of the battles of the Great War. Now we're going to take a look east, where the White armies were also fighting, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. In the east, the White Admiral Kolchak's army was in a good position to launch an attack westwards.
because in December 1918, his troops had defeated the Red Army and took the key city of Perm. The Bolsheviks sent a certain Joseph Stalin to investigate this disaster, and he reported that the retreat had been an absolutely disorderly flight of an utterly routed and completely demoralized army. And only about 1/3 of the Red troops made it to the new front line, and many of them deserted. Kolchak therefore sought to make use of his advantage and attacked again in March towards the city of Ufa and the Volga River. This would allow him to threaten the Bolshevik center of power and give him better access to new recruits, railway lines, and food sources. On this front, the Whites actually outnumbered the Reds, but the White troops were inexperienced and young, and the Red Army had large reserves in its rear and an advantage in artillery. Now, at first, the White offensive sliced through the Red Army and sent it reeling on a retreat of hundreds of kilometers to the west. But ultimately, the offensive came to an end short of its objectives, and the Volga remained out of reach for the Whites. So, to sum up, we have skirmishing in the north, both Red and White victories in the south, and a White advance in the east. Now let's have a look at the situation in what had been Western Russia. Here, the retreat of German and Austrian troops after the November 11th armistice seemed to present a golden opportunity for the Bolsheviks. They now felt they could strike down the local independence movements and carry the revolution into Europe as they had dreamed. So even though the Red Army was quite weak, they went over to the attack in January. The Bolsheviks were met by troops loyal to the new republics and also by foreign forces supporting them. In the Baltic, the Red Army first advanced, but then was stopped and partially thrown back by local forces with the assistance of Finnish and German Freikorps troops, including the famous Eiserne Division, also known as the Iron Division, plus British naval support in the Baltic Sea. In February, fighting was particularly heavy as the Reds were halted outside the new Lithuanian capital of Kaunas. Now, Polish and Bolshevik forces also clashed at a place called Bereza Kartuska. Each side was advancing into the gap left by retreating German forces who had kept them apart up until this point. Now, these skirmishes marked the beginning of a full-scale Polish-Soviet war, but we will cover that more in depth in the future. In Ukraine, Simon Petyora's Ukrainian People's Republic and the allied West Ukrainian People's Republic had little outside help. French troops based in Odessa and White forces in the region did not have good relations with the Ukrainians, and neither did the neighboring Poles, who also laid claim to the city of Lviv, which is known as Lwów in Polish. The Ukrainians were driven back and lost their capital of Kiev to the Reds in February. Caught between the advancing Red Army and rival Poles, in early 1919, the future of independent Ukraine looked grim indeed. So to sum it all up, by the late winter of 1919, the Allied-supported Whites seemed well established in the south and east, while the Reds were stalled in the west, and the revolution's outcome was still in doubt. Lenin himself proclaimed, "Our situation has never been so dangerous as it is now. The imperialists were busy amongst themselves, but now one of the groups has been wiped out by the group of the English, French, and the Americans. They consider their main task to be to smother world Bolshevism, to smother its main center, the Russian Soviet Republic." So now that we've taken a deep dive into the Russian civil wars, it's time for a roundup segment where we take a look at what else is going on in February 1919. Let's start in Paris at the Peace Conference, where on the 7th, the Italian delegates published a memorandum claiming full recognition of the terms of the Treaty of London of 1915, which awarded them former Austrian territory, plus the city of Fiume. The treaty presented a problem for the Allies, who wanted to give some of the land promised to Italy to the new Yugoslav kingdom. This would soon turn into one of the most difficult questions of the conference, especially as the Yugoslavs themselves proposed an extension of their borders on the 18th of February. On the 13th, Japan proposed a racial equality clause during the League of Nations discussions, but this was rejected after opposition from the United States and Australia. A French proposal for a League of Nations army was also rejected. The very next day, Wilson presented the draft text of the Covenant of the League of Nations, which had been prepared in just 2 weeks. He then left for home to shore up domestic support in Congress. On the 19th, a French anarchist attempted to assassinate French Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau, who survived despite being shot. Now, turning to other news, on February 6th, the new German parliament met in the city of Weimar, since Berlin was considered too unstable. The majority Social Democrats had won the recent election, while the independent Social Democrats had suffered a resounding defeat.
On the 8th, French General Planchet d'Espéry joined the Allied occupation forces in Constantinople. And 2 days later, the city was divided into British, French, and Italian zones of occupation. On the 16th, the new Republic of German Austria went to the polls, which resulted in the election of a social democratic government, but which would struggle with border conflicts to the east with Hungary and to the south with Yugoslavia and Italy. And finally, on February 19th, an American delegation led by William Bullitt went to Moscow to meet the Bolsheviks to discuss pre-war debt payment and diplomatic relations. Now, nothing would come of the mission as the Bolsheviks refused to repay the debts and Wilson refused to recognize the Bolshevik regime. So those were some of the main developments in Paris and across Europe in February 1918, and we can already see that just a few weeks into the peace conference, the road to a settlement on which all could agree was murky indeed. All right, so
Murky
two of my main
indeed.
sources for this episode were Evan Maudsley's The Russian Civil War and Orlando Figue's
Damn, a lot of his
Tragedy.
stuff right here.
You can find all our sources for this episode in the video description, including links to Amazon. And if you buy through these links, you do get a small commission, which helps support the channel. And of course, you can also support us on Patreon, which gets you access to our Patreon podcast and other perks. We've also got some new merchandise available, like this poster behind me, so give our store a look. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1919, a production of real-time history. It's May 1919, and troop ships carrying thousands of British soldiers arrive at the Arctic Russian port of Arkhangelsk. They've come to replace American soldiers who are about to return home because the United States is unilaterally withdrawing from intervention in the Civil War in North Russia. The Polar Bear expedition is over. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War. In May 1919, the Russian Civil War was still raging. The Allied intervention forces had been in northern Russia for over a year. Yet there was still no unified policy about what they hoped to achieve there, or in the other intervention zones in the south and east. The 5,000 men of the American Expeditionary Force North Russia, better known as the Polar Bear Expedition, were preparing to go home after spending 10 months fighting the Bolsheviks and the harsh climate. Many were asking themselves the same question that we're going to start with today. Why had they been sent there in the first place? Now, before we dive into the story of the Polar Bears, if you want an in-depth look at the Russian Civil War and the wider Allied intervention in early 1919, check out our February episode. But for now, we're going to concentrate on the American role in the intervention in North Russia. Now, there's been some debate about why U.S. President Woodrow Wilson agreed to send American troops to Russia at all, given his strong beliefs about non-intervention and self-determination. Now, most Soviet historians interpreted U.S. intervention as a planned attempt by the United States to topple the young Bolshevik government. But this argument has largely fallen out of favor with European and American scholars. Most Western historians generally agree that the U.S. did not send troops to North Russia on ideological grounds, but because of international political pressure from France and especially from Britain. Now, Wilson was, from the beginning, extremely reluctant to send U.S. troops into the Russian chaos. An aide-memoire that he wrote in July 1918 stated, "The U.S. is not in a position, and has no expectation of being in a position, to take part in organized intervention in adequate force from either Vladivostok or Murmansk or Arkhangelsk. Intervention there would add to the present sad confusion in Russia rather than cure it." But the same document also allowed that American troops could be deployed to guard ports, steady the country, and provide some help to the Czechoslovak Legion if the Allied Supreme War Council so decided. This reflected Wilson's uncertainty, which he himself admitted. "It is a matter of the most complex and difficult sort, and I have at no time felt confident in my own judgment about it." Now, Wilson wasn't the only high-ranking American with such misgivings. Secretary of War Newton Baker thought the expedition was complete nonsense from the beginning. Many generals were also against the idea, and Army Chief of Staff Peyton March called it a serious military mistake. In spite of his reluctance, Wilson finally agreed to send U.S. troops to North Russia and Siberia in the fall of 1918 in order to support the wartime alliance against Germany. The units selected for the expedition were 3 battalions of the 339th Infantry Regiment from Michigan, along with supporting units of engineers, a field hospital, and an ambulance company, all of which were placed under the command of Colonel Stewart. They arrived in Archangels in September 1918, joining a mixed force of a few thousand British, French, Polish, Serb, and White Russian troops responsible for a vast and remote region that was not a priority for the Whites or for the Brits. The fighting was limited by the harsh terrain and climate, with isolated villages along the Archangels-Woloda Railroad and along the northern Dvina River. Influenza, pneumonia, and frostbite soon began to take their toll, even before the fighting began. And it soon became clear that the situation on the ground would be quite different than Wilson's idea of guarding port warehouses. For one thing, the American ambassador to Russia, David Francis, was a staunch interventionist and interpreted Wilson's aide-memoire in a much more aggressive tone than had been intended. For another, the US troops were under British command. The British were not under such a restrictive policy. Their Minister for War, Winston Churchill, was in favor of fighting the Bolsheviks, or Bolos as the men called them. One doughboy wrote bitterly, "We're getting dirty stunts pulled on us by the low-down English. The Russians have no use for the English. I haven't seen anybody yet that did." Almost immediately upon their arrival, the Americans were sent into combat and played a key role in several battles that fall. This, along with the British involvement in a coup in the local White Russian government, prompted the US to send a reminder note to its allies that all military effort in northern Russia must be given up except the guarding of the ports themselves. But the messages from Washington had little effect on the chaos on the ground. British commanders simply did not have enough troops to go around, and the American units continued to see action alongside British forces. For several days starting on November 11th, the so-called Armistice Day battle raged near the village of Tulgas on the northern Dvina River. After the battle, Canadian veterans introduced the inexperienced Americans to the ways of war. An American officer recalled, "The Canadians taught our boys their first lesson in looting the persons of the dead. Our men had been rather respectful and gentle with the dead, who were quite numerous. But the Canadians, veterans of 4 years fighting, immediately went through the pockets of the dead for rubles or knives and even took the boots off the dead, as they were pretty fair boots." The news from the Western Front was cold comfort to the polar bears. In the words of another officer, the men knew they were doomed to a desperate winter, armistice or no armistice. Now, once the fighting stopped on the Western Front, the Allies could no longer justify the intervention in anti-German terms, but there was no agreed policy for continuing to fight in Russia. So the polar bears continued to fight in small-scale actions in the dead of winter. In mid-January, the Bolshevik 6th Army attacked Allied positions at the village of Shenkorsk, about 200 kilometers south of Archangels. The Americans were in the thick of the attack and desperately held off the enemy in deep snow and temperatures which dropped to 37 degrees below freezing. In an ominous sign, the White Russian artillerymen supporting the American troops had fled their guns and had to be forced back at gunpoint during the fighting. Badly outnumbered and surrounded on 3 sides, the Allied forces retreated to a defensive line farther north. American officer John Moore described the conditions of the withdrawal this way. To run was impossible. To halt was worse yet, and so nothing remained but to plunge and flounder through the snow in mad desperation, with a prayer on our lips to gain the edge of our fortified positions. In March, American, British, and White Russian forces attacked the strategic village of Balshia Ozyorki. Struggling against the deep snow and enemy fire, the advance stalled and the Bolsheviks counterattacked unsuccessfully before withdrawing. The spring thaw was about to begin, which would prevent either side from launching any major
Let me
offensive.
guess.
As the fighting continued, it
Now that
seemed
we
back
know
in
this,
Washington
when I
that Wilson
visited
was
the
still
poachers'
unclear
camp,
as to the
I was
extent
able
of what
to
was
get
actually
answers to
happening on
some
the
of our
ground. In February, he still maintained, "We are not at war with Russia and will in no circumstances take part in military operations there." So although combat in the freezing Russian Arctic continued after the November 11th armistice, back in the US, the public grew frustrated with the never-ending intervention in Russia. Once Germany had been defeated, neither the soldiers nor their relatives back home could see much point in continuing to fight the Bolsheviks so far from home. As winter dragged on and the fight against the Bolsheviks and the weather continued, morale began to suffer amongst all the Allied forces in North Russia. And in early 1919, there were small-scale mutinies amongst British, French, White Russian, and American troops. U.S. Sergeant Sylvia Parrish, who was later decorated for bravery in combat, recorded some of his feelings about the conflict and the extreme poverty of the Russian peasants. "The way these kids and women dress would make you laugh if you saw it on the stage. But to see it here only prompts sympathy in the heart of a real man, and loathing for a clique of blood-sucking, power-loving, capitalistic, lying, thieving, murdering Tsarist army officials who keep their people in this ignorance and poverty. The majority of the people here are in sympathy with the Bolo, and I don't blame them. In fact, I am 9/10 Bolo myself. Parrish even wrote his commanding officer to ask why we are fighting the Bolos and why we haven't any big guns, why the English run us, why we haven't enough to eat, why our men can't get proper medical attention and some mail. Even the officers were affected. Lieutenant Kudahi, who later served as US ambassador to several countries and interviewed Hitler in 1941, bemoaned the uncertainty of the long wait for orders to return home. No word comes, and the soldier is left to think that he has been abandoned by his country and left to rot on the barren snow wastes of Arctic Russia. Back home in the US, soldiers' families began to mobilize to bring the boys home. Relatives formed the Detroit's own welfare group to agitate for the withdrawal of the troops and held protest meetings at local churches in early February. They collected signatures in a petition which was sent to Congress and lobbied for their cause via the press. A soldier's wife wrote a local paper. Of course they can't know why they are fighting. No one does. How long must we people of this democratic land stand for this? Soon, political figures in Washington, especially isolationist Republicans opposed to Wilson's engagements in Europe, took up the cause. Senator Hiram Johnson launched a campaign he called America for America First on April 4th and raised the issue in Congress, saying, "Our supineness, our cowardice is risking 5,000 precious American lives in Russia without a plan, scheme, or purpose." With morale falling and unrest at home, President Wilson would have to decide what to do about the polar bears. Amidst growing pressure in the US and with no coherent Russia strategy emerging from the peace conference, President Wilson had already decided to end the expedition and bring the troops home in late winter. On February 18th,
You
he
did it
sent a
then.
note to the Allies demanding the prompt withdrawal of American and Allied
I don't know
troops in
how a
North
bunch of
Russia
bunnies
at
like
the
friendly
earliest
old
possible moment that weather conditions will permit in the spring. Now, this decision was not fully known in Russia or to the American public until mid-April, when American Brigadier General Wiles Richardson arrived to coordinate the evacuation, which was completed by July. The polar bear expedition and the American intervention in North Russia was over, even though other Allied troops remained and American forces stayed on in Siberia. A local Detroit newspaper gleefully remarked as the troops returned, "When once American opinion had become convinced that the polar bears ought to be withdrawn from northern Russia, no power on earth could keep them there, Bolsheviki or no Bolsheviki." And though the polar bears were back and had been welcomed with a ticker tape parade, not all had returned safely. The Arctic campaign had cost 218 American lives, many from disease, and 305 wounded. Resentment over the deployment and loss of American life was still lingering among some veterans. As one officer wrote in his diary, "When the last battalion set sail from Archangel, not a soldier knew, no, not even vaguely, why he had fought or why his comrades were left behind. So many of them beneath the wooden crosses." Now that we followed the story of the polar bear expedition to its conclusion in early summer 1919, it's time for our roundup segment where we catch up on what else is going on in May 1919. So let's start in Europe, where on May 1st and 2nd, German government and Freikorps troops occupied Munich and brought an end to the 3-week-old Bavarian Soviet Republic. Not far away, on May 9th, the Hungarian Red Army launched a counter-offensive against Czechoslovak forces in Slovakia and Upper Hungary. By the 20th, the Hungarians had driven the Czechs back, separated them from the Romanian troops to the east, and reached the pre-1918 border. On the 30th, a counter-revolutionary Hungarian government was established in the French-occupied city of Szeged, with former Austro-Hungarian Admiral Miklós Horthy as Minister for War. That same day, at the peace conference in Paris, Belgium was granted a mandate over part of the former German colony in East Africa, today the territory of Rwanda and Burundi. Also this month, the British charity Save the Children was launched by Eglantine Jebb in order to help German and Austrian children suffering from disease and starvation as a result of the ongoing Allied blockade. Turning to the former Russian Empire, on May 7th, local warlord Nikifor Grigoriev and his peasant troops rebelled against their Bolshevik allies because of the war communism policy, weakening the Red Army position in Ukraine. Also in May, White Russian and British forces attacked along the Murmansk railway towards Petrograd, but were stopped short of their objective near Petrozavodsk. On the 25th, the Estonian and White Russian troops advanced eastwards against the Red Army and captured the city of Pskov. International news. On May 4th, the May 4th movement began in China, sparked by student protests against what they saw as the Chinese government's weak stance against Japanese demands for Chinese territory at the Paris Peace Conference. On May 6th, the Third Anglo-Afghan War, known in Afghanistan as the War of Independence, broke out when Afghan forces under Emir Amanullah Khan invaded British India to free Afghanistan of British control of its foreign policy and secure Khan's position as Emir. On the 15th, the Winnipeg General Strike broke out in Canada. High unemployment and revolutionary sentiments amongst some unionists caused workers to strike for 6 weeks after negotiations over better working conditions broke down. Also on the 15th, Greek troops landed at the Ottoman city of Smyrna. The Greeks had been invited to occupy part of Western Turkey by British Prime Minister David Lloyd George, who wanted to limit Italian influence in the region and was sympathetic to Greek hopes of extending control over the large Greek-speaking minority along the Aegean coast. Almost immediately, violence broke out against Muslim residents as Greeks and other Christians sought revenge for wartime oppression at the hands of the Turks. The atrocities shocked the Allies and outraged the Turks, who formed local militias. On the 19th, Turkish commander Mustafa Kemal arrived in Samsun to begin organizing a new Turkish army to expel the Greek and Allied occupation forces. The Greco-Turkish War, or the Turkish War of Independence, had begun. As usual, you can find all our sources for this episode in the video description, including links to our Amazon stores. If you want to learn a bit more about the British and Commonwealth forces that served in the Allied intervention in Russia, we interviewed Damien Wright, author of Churchill's Secret War with Lenin, in our supporter podcast a few weeks ago. To get access to the podcast and support our show, go to patreon.com/thegreatwar or click the join button below this video. Our supporters can also suggest topics and ask us questions. In fact, this episode was inspired by multiple patrons who asked us about the polar bear expedition. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1919, a production of real-time history and the only YouTube history channel that only intervenes with a clear mission. This episode of The Great War is sponsored by Game of Trenches, a brand new World War I mobile strategy game. Build and customize your own base, craft alliances with other players, and build up your army with authentic World War I military equipment. Recruit stormtroopers, call in French 75s for artillery support, crush your enemy with Renault FTs, and dominate the skies with Sopwith camels. Do you have what it takes to win in strategic multiplayer battles? Play the game on iOS and Android devices for free. Fans of the show can follow the link in the video description to unlock a special offer that will make your start a little easier. Game of Trenches, out now. It's June 1919, and the new republics of Latvia and Estonia have been caught up in the chaos of the collapse of the Russian Empire, revolution, and crumbling German occupation for months. This month, 100 years ago, a major battle between the Estonians, Latvians, and Germans would prove decisive to the fate of the two Baltic states. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War. By June 1919, the Russian Civil War and the defeat of Germany had plunged the Baltic region into chaos for months. Bolsheviks, Freikorps, White Russians, and troops loyal to the new republics of Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania fought in a series of changing alliances and shifting fortunes. Now, before we dive in, if you want a general overview of the Russian Civil War until March 1919, check out our February episode. Now, both Latvia and Estonia had declared independence from Russia during the course of 1918, but German forces in the region were in control until November. Now, after Germany's defeat and the signing of the armistice, the Bolshevik Red Army launched a western offensive and invaded the two countries. Inexperienced Estonian and Latvian troops fled the field, and it was German units who stopped the Bolsheviks. But once the Germans began to withdraw, the Red Army took control of half of Estonia and nearly all of Latvia by January 1919. In February, the Estonians counterattacked and pushed the Reds back. But in Latvia,
only the area around the town of Liepaja remained in Latvian and German hands. So the Bolsheviks had invaded in early 1919, but had partly been pushed back by the late spring by the combined forces of Estonia, Latvia, and the Germans. But these were not the only players in the region. So let's take a look at all the factions involved in this microcosm of chaos in the aftermath of the war. So let's start with the Republic of Estonia. The provisional government in Tallinn was led by Konstantin Päts, who would later take power as dictator in the 1930s. The provisional government aimed to create the first independent Estonian state in 700 years, and had secretly built up an underground administrative infrastructure while under German occupation. Now, although the troops' morale was low at first, Estonians gained something to fight for when the government promised free land for veterans, which would mostly be taken from local Baltic German landowners. Now, many Estonian peasants and workers resented the Baltic Germans who lived in the region. For about 700 years, the Germans dominated the upper and middle class and owned most of the large estates. Now, despite the tensions, Estonian forces did include a Baltic German battalion, which would eventually grow into a regiment. The Estonian army mostly consisted of veterans of the Russian Imperial Army and was led by former Russian Army General Johann Laidoner. The Estonians received arms shipments from the UK starting in December, including artillery and machine guns, and they had about a dozen of the all-important armored trains. Initially protected with just wood and sand, these trains eventually were fitted out with steel armor and brought overwhelming firepower to conflicts where anything heavier than an armored car was rare. Now, additional help arrived with several thousand Nordic volunteers, known as the Boys from the North, mostly from Finland, but also from Sweden and Denmark. By May, the Estonian army could field some 75,000 men. And Estonia even had a tiny navy consisting of 3 captured Bolshevik and German ships given to them by the British. This modest force was under Commander Johann Pitka, whom the British thought to be quite a colorful character. He had only 2 speeds, full ahead and stop, and wasted a lot of fuel in the process. Always clad in a thick greatcoat, Lord knows what he had on underneath, a pistol strapped around his middle, and generally clutching a loaf of our bread, he was quite a figure and a very clever and fearless fighter. His tactics were to get as near to the enemy as he could and then fling his very mixed bag against their flank. He often got away with it, more especially if we were able to back it up with some shelling. So the young Estonian Republic under Päts had armed itself with British help and prepared to fight for its independence. Now let's have a look at the Republic of Latvia. The provisional government there was led by Kaarlis Ulmanis, who, like Päts, would later take power as a dictator in the 1930s. Now, initially, Ulmanis had great difficulty recruiting troops. The Red Army was seen as liberating Latvia from centuries of dominance by the local German nobility, and there were many Latvians serving in its ranks. A high proportion of military-aged men had already been conscripted into the Tsar's army and sent elsewhere, so many early recruits were young and inexperienced. In fact, some Latvians mutinied or deserted when Riga was taken by the Bolsheviks in January. At first, Ulmanis's republic had relatively little support, as many more Latvians held socialist sympathies. But promises of land reform and the political violence carried out by the Reds and pro-German forces led many to join the Republican cause. The Latvian Republic had been allied to some of the German forces, but this came to a crashing halt when the Germans led a coup in April and installed a puppet Latvian regime. Ulmanis was forced to take refuge on a British ship, which was for a time the only place under the control of the Latvian government. On the plus side, once the Germans broke the alliance, the Republic became a more appealing option for Latvians opposed to German ownership of land. So, Latvia was caught between the forces of the Germans, the Bolsheviks, and its own fragile Republican government. But land reform was a key issue here as well. Now let's turn to the Bolsheviks next. Their objective was to reclaim the Baltic states as part of the former Russian Empire and carry the social revolution into Europe. For them, the new Baltic republics represented an obstacle in their quest for revolution in Germany and around the world. In each of the regions, they set up a local Soviet government under the influence of Moscow, with varying degrees of success. The Estonian Workers' Commune lasted until June 1919, just a month longer than its Latvian counterpart. There was actually a fair degree of support for the Bolsheviks in Latvia, both amongst Latvians and Russians, but their disastrous economic policies and political violence soon alienated nearly everyone. Many Latvian Soviet soldiers were battle-hardened veterans of the previous years of fighting, and they were eager to liberate their country from German landlords, but they hesitated when fighting Estonian peasants. Many deserted if they were deployed near their hometowns, and even some of the famous Latvian riflemen of the Red Army joined the Republic of Latvia to fight the landowners more effectively. There were, of course, also Estonians in the Bolshevik ranks, but as time went by, many switched sides and joined the Republic of Estonia, including the commander of the Estonian Bolshevik division. In short, the Bolsheviks represented a mixture of revolutionary zeal and Russian expansionism, with some significant local support. And of course, where there were Russians in 1919, there must be whites as well as reds. The Northern Corps was created as a white Russian force by the Germans in late 1918 and ended up under Estonian command by the end of the year. By that time, in typical White Russian style, this officer-heavy force was hobbled by infighting, rivalries, and incompetent leadership. The Northern Corps intended to take Petrograd and then turn on the Baltic states, which it saw as rightful Russian territories unable to govern themselves. Naturally, this approach hindered cooperation with the new republics. And now for the most complicated of the factions, the Germans, a collection of regular army troops, local ethnic German militias, and Freikorpsmen. Now, after the armistice was signed, most occupying German troops simply wanted to go home. After resisting the Bolsheviks in Estonia, German units largely withdrew from there, but the situation would be different in Latvia. There, the 6th Reserve Corps was under the command of General Rüdiger von der Goltz, who had just helped the Whites win the Finnish Civil War. Now, the Corps was a mixed formation consisting of a local militia called the Baltic Landeswehr, a Freikorps called the Iron Division, and the 1st Guards Division, a regular army unit. Now, just to muddy the waters, there were also some Latvian and Russian units under Goltz's command as well. Until the April coup, the Germans were allied to the Latvian Republic under Ulmanis. The Freikorps gained many recruits since Ulmanis agreed to give citizenship to German volunteers, although this promise was vaguely worded and would later be revoked. The Germans took it to include land rights, but the Latvians did not. By the end of April, many Freikorps soldiers had sold their property in Germany, bought land in Latvia, and some had even begun to work it. Recruitment ads were even placed in the German Social Democratic newspaper Vorwärts. Many Germans had been hoping for favorable peace terms in Paris, but once the treaty content became known in May, many then assumed the German government would refuse to sign the treaty and that they would soon be fighting the Entente again. Some even held out hope of fighting alongside a revived White Russia and saw Estonians and Latvians as Entente vassals, while others expected the Entente to support them against the Bolsheviks. For local Baltic Germans, joining the Landeswehr was a way to preserve their wealth, power, and privileged lifestyle. So the German presence in the Baltics was a mix of local militias, Freikorps, and regular troops who had no cohesive motivation. Some wanted land, some wanted to preserve their status, and some wanted to maintain German power in the region and carry on the fight against the Entente. Now, speaking of the Entente, the British played by far the largest role of the Allied intervention forces in the region. Because the entire Baltic area lies close to the coast, the Royal Navy's guns could and did exert a direct influence on the fighting. The British threw their support behind the Latvian and Estonian republics to stop the Bolsheviks and the Germans from dominating the region. They bombarded Bolshevik positions, delivered weapons and supplies, and ferried Finnish volunteers across to Estonia. The fleet was expanded starting in January with the arrival of Admiral Walter Cohen, and smaller numbers of French, American, and Italian ships joined the British. Now, Cohen was well aware of the complicated situation his fleet had to navigate. It seemed to me that there was never such a tangle, and my brain reeled with it. An unbeaten German army, 2 kinds of belligerent Russians, Letts, Finns, Estonians and Lithuanians, ice, mines, 60,000 of them, Russian submarines, German small craft, Russian battleships, cruisers, and destroyers, all only waiting for the ice to melt to ravage the Baltic. I felt that I'd better get out there as soon as possible to get wise before the Gulf of Finland thawed out. But with the armistice signed, the British sailors generally wanted to go home. Some showed socialist sympathies, and Baltic duty was often dull, so ships were rotated out every 6 weeks out of fears of mutiny. In all, some 238 Royal Navy ships took part in Baltic operations, with an average of 88 ships active at once, including an early aircraft carrier. So there you have it, The Bolsheviks, White Russians, Germans, British, Estonian, and Latvian republics all packed into a small corner of Europe. Now, it's worth pointing out that in May and June, there were 3 competing governments in Latvia alone. The republic led by Ulmanis, the German puppet regime, and the Bolshevik Latvian Republic. Now, we should bear in mind the nature of the violence as well. In the countryside, the fighting often had a guerrilla nature, with front lines, allies, and enemies all unclear. The fog of war was brutal, and Germans typically executed Latvian prisoners, and often received no quarter themselves. Massacres were common, especially in Latvia, with many killed in the White and Red Terrors, in Riga and in other cities. Now, figures vary, but estimates tend to say that roughly 2/3 were killed by non-Bolsheviks, and the best sources estimate 4,000 to 6,000 were killed in Latvia and 2,000 in Estonia. The Freikorps in particular were known for their brutality. As Alan Palmer writes, there was no bond of chivalry to lift their companionship. They had become military adventurers, field grey condottieri. Villages were fired, their inhabitants shot down, their crops destroyed. Ernst von Salomon, a Freikorpsman who would later be involved in political violence and assassinations in Germany, wrote, "We fired into surprised crowds, and we raged, we shot and hunted. We chased the Latvians like rabbits over the fields. We burnt every house and destroyed every bridge and every telegraph mast. We flung the bodies into fountains and threw hand grenades on top. We slaughtered whoever fell into our hands. We burned whatever would catch fire. There were no human feelings left in our hearts. A giant smoke trail marked our path. We had set fire to the stake where we burnt, the laws and values of the civilized world." So now that we have an idea of the different factions involved and just how violent this conflict was, let's see if we can follow the political and military events in the late spring and early summer of 1919. In mid-May, the White Russian Northwest Corps launched an attack towards Petrograd, while other White and British forces attacked towards the city from the north. Now, initially, the Northwest Corps made some progress, and the garrison of the largest Bolshevik fortress in the area, Krasnaya Gorka, deserted. But the Whites then got bogged down in clashes with local Ingrian troops loyal to Latvia, and the Red Army retook the fortress in a counterattack. The city of Pskov was captured, and the White Russian forces grew as Red Army deserters joined their ranks. On June 19th, White forces formally left the Estonian command, but were soon halted by determined Red Army defense south of Petrograd, and the British offensive in the north failed as well. Along the coast during May and June, the Royal Navy clashed with Bolshevik ships, and air and naval raids against the Soviet naval base at Kronstadt took place regularly. In fact, 3 British sailors won Victoria Crosses for their actions during the raids. Now, naval engagements were made trickier by the fact that in the chaos of revolution, the maps in
Go down to the river. Down to the river. It's fucking perfect for this. It's fucking perfect for this. So, let's see how the sound sounds. You know, give it a minute. Yeah. A chance here. Some of it's not so good. Fun though.
Indicating where naval minefields had been laid were lost, and both sides lost ships due to the mines. In one particularly successful action, during the Bolshevik counterattack against the Whites at Krasnaya Gorka, a British torpedo boat managed to sink an enemy cruiser with just one hit. Now a little further south, the Landeswehr and German-controlled Latvian troops drove the Bolshevik forces out of Riga. This battle became known as the Miracle on the Daugava, after the Landeswehr stormtroopers and Iron Division Freikorpsmen captured the last intact bridge over the river, which allowed them to capture the city. Now many residents were relieved, but as was common, few prisoners were taken on either side. Before they left, the Bolsheviks massacred the hostages they'd been holding at the citadel. And once the Germans had secured the city, they committed further atrocities, killing several thousand suspected Bolshevik sympathizers, particularly women thought to have fought on the red side. With the Bolsheviks now having been pushed back in both Estonia and Latvia, the stage was set for a final reckoning between the German Landeswehr and the Entente-backed troops of the Estonian and Latvian republics. The advancing Landeswehr approached Estonian troops moving south near the town of Cēsis in northern Latvia. Since the Estonians recognized the Ulmanis government and not the German-backed Nidaros government, fighting soon broke out in what became known as the Landeswehr War. The Estonians enjoyed an advantage in manpower and had 2 armored trains in the area, but the Germans had more artillery, mortars, and aircraft. The first shots were fired on June 5th, as German troops fired on an Estonian armored train and forced it to retreat. Both sides claimed that the other shot first, but US observers sided with the Estonian version of the story. The next day, the Landeswehr pushed the Estonians, whose forces included Latvian units loyal to the Ulmanis government, out of Cēsis altogether. After further attacks failed on both sides, the Entente negotiated a truce with the warring parties on June 10th. The ceasefire lasted a mere 9 days, during which time the Germans brought their troop strength up to 9,000 and the Estonians and Latvians up to 7,000, plus 1 more of the all-important armored trains. The Germans made some progress, but after 3 days fighting, the Estonians counterattacked. They managed to outflank the Germans, and reinforcements from the Iron Division were turned back by Estonian cavalry. The Germans pulled back, and Estonian forces marched into Cēsis on June 23rd. Estonian and Latvian Republican forces continued to push forward until they had reached Riga. They bombarded the city with artillery and naval fire from the Estonian Navy's 2 destroyers off the coast, causing a panicked evacuation of the city's residents. Now, some reports even suggest that during the fighting, both sides used mustard gas. At this point, Latvian leader Kārlis Ulmanis was able to return to dry land and leave the protection of the Royal Navy. On July 2nd, the Entente stepped in and forced the Estonians to accept German offers for peace, and the next day, a truce was signed. On July 5th, the troops left Riga and began to withdraw.
But instead of leaving Latvia in accordance with the ceasefire terms, the Iron Division retreated to nearby Jelgava and regrouped. From their base there, they would see more fighting later in the year, this time on the side of the White Russians. The German defeat at Cesis on June 23rd was a decisive moment in the Estonian and Latvian wars of independence. It is celebrated today by Estonians as Victory Day, and in 1919, many saw it as a just revenge for centuries of Baltic German dominance. They wanted to hold a triumphal parade in Riga, traditionally a German-speaking city, but this was forbidden by the Entente. Both the Latvian and Estonian republics had, with help from the Entente, gained in prestige and established a stable territorial base from which to continue the fight against the Germans and the Bolsheviks. For despite the victory at Cesis, there was still much hard fighting to come in the Baltics in the second half of the year, which we will cover when the time comes. All right, now that we've tracked the turmoil in the Baltics, it's time for our roundup segment, where we'll take a look at what else is going on in June 1919. So let's begin in the Middle East, where on June 1st, Greek troops occupied the Ottoman town of Ödemiş, following their first clashes with Turkish militias. On the 27th, the Battle of Aydin broke out when Turkish irregulars attacked Greek occupying troops. Within days, both sides began massacring civilians in the ethnically mixed town. Between June 5th and 7th, in the midst of tensions over the fate of the region of Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijani forces killed some 600 Armenian civilians in the Khaybali-Kend massacre. On the 17th, Kurdish rebel fighters under Mahmoud Barzani were defeated by the British at the Battle of Bazian Pass in northern Iraq. Turning to Eastern Europe, on June 7th, the troops of the Western Ukrainian People's Republic began a counter-offensive against the Poles, who had successfully attacked eastwards in May. By June 27th, the Ukrainians had advanced to within striking distance of Lviv, or Lvov in Polish. In Russia, on the 9th, the Red Army pushed back the white troops of Admiral Kolchak and recaptured the city of Ufa, which had been taken by the Whites in March. In international news, on June 2nd, Italian anarchists sent 8 bombs to anti-immigrant US politicians and judges. None of the targets were killed, but a night watchman who opened one of the packages died. Another bomb went off prematurely, killing the anarchist who was carrying it. And one of his body parts landed on the front step of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was a neighbor of the intended target. And on June 4th, the US Congress approved the 19th Amendment to the US Constitution, which granted voting rights to women. And finally, on June 28th, the Treaty of Versailles was signed in Paris, bringing an end to the war between Germany and the Allies. You can check out our previous episode to learn more. Now, as usual, you can find all our sources for this episode in the video description, including links to our Amazon stores. Now, in this month's supporter podcast, we talked to Kevin Axe, who did most of the research for this episode. To get access to all our podcast episodes with expert interviews and other perks, you can also support us on Patreon or by clicking the join button below. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1919, a production of real-time history and the only YouTube history channel that is not claiming to be a Latvian government in early 1919.
Hopefully get a lot of that. 160 times 10, going to be 1,600 gold. I think that'll be a nice amount. Yeah, put me right up there to like 5K right quick, you know.
The Great War channel is turning 5 this week, and we just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, no,
to
did I
everyone
watch
who
this
watched,
one?
shared,
No,
and supported this channel
not for a
the
bit,
past
not
5
until number
years.
13.
We
I
could
got...
not have done it without you out there in YouTube land.
Yeah, I love this series, dude. I love this series. It's high quality. It's not almost ever is it biased or fucked up about it. He doesn't pass his comments on. He doesn't make any comments about this. He just tells the story. It has, and I mean, what happened, and then yeah, and then, like, I find that very valuable. You know, it reminds me of, like, you know, I don't know, shit my grandfather did, you know. It's important. It was kind of important, you know.
4 more years of high quality history content. Consider pledging over at patreon.com/thegreatwar. And now, on to the show. It's July 1919.
I loved my grandfather. I wish I had been around him more. He was an asshole, but I loved him. And he wasn't an asshole, excuse me. He was just an upright man. You know, I would say an upright man with an anger issue about things, you know. I've seen him fucking lose it, but, you know, he was still a really good man. Never harmed anybody, you know. But yeah.
And the chaos of the post-armistice power vacuum is being filled by emerging new states competing with each other for new territory. In the former Austro-Hungarian province of East Galicia, the forces of the young Polish and West Ukrainian republics face off in a decisive showdown. Who will rule the ethnically mixed region? It's the Polish-Ukrainian War.
The Polish-Ukrainian War. Can I make higher than this? Is that possible? I'd love to make these nice powerfuls. Can I make them?
Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander and welcome to the Great War. By the summer of 1919, Central and Eastern Europe continued to be torn apart by multiple wars between the new states that had arisen in place of the fallen empires. In the region of East Galicia, which had been a province of the Austro-Hungarian Empire until 1918, the armies of the Polish Republic and the Western Ukrainian People's Republic had been fighting for months in a back-and-forth campaign. So what were they fighting for and why? Well, the heart of the conflict was control of East Galicia. This was the homeland of Western Ukrainians, but also had deep historic ties to Poland, and had been part of previous Polish states for centuries. The region was mixed, with Poles in a slim majority in the capital city, known as Lwów in Polish, Lviv in Ukrainian, Lemberg in German, and Lemberg in Yiddish. For consistency and clarity, we will refer to it as Lemberg in this episode. In the city, Polish had replaced German as the language of public life, schools and universities, and most landowners in the region were Polish. Ukrainians formed the majority in the rest of the province and considered Lemberg to be their cultural and religious capital. In most towns, there was also a large Jewish minority. Now, between 1914 and 1916, the region had seen titanic battles, and as the end of the Austro-Hungarian Empire drew in sight, both Poles and Ukrainians laid claim to East Galicia. Now, some anticipated a coming conflict, like the Ukrainian National Congress in Kiev in 1917. The Ukrainian people will not tolerate any attempts to seize the rights to the territory of Ukraine covered with her sweat and blood. Once the Central Powers had been defeated, the puppet Ukrainian state they had set up in the aftermath of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk collapsed, plunging Ukraine into chaos. When Austria-Hungary itself began to fall apart in the fall of 1918, tensions in Lemberg reached a boiling point. On October 31st, Ukrainian paramilitaries made up of former Austro-Hungarian units led by Dmytro Vitovsky seized control of the city and interned the Austrian governor, even as the Poles had been planning to take over the city as well. The next day, Polish paramilitaries and volunteers, many of them teenagers known as Lwów Iglitz, struck back, and bitter small-scale clashes began. Over the next 3 weeks, both sides executed civilians, took hostages, and killed prisoners. Now, these atrocities were not government organized, since there was barely a Polish or West Ukrainian functioning state at this stage, but were the result of paramilitary violence and a power vacuum. Jewish residents formed a self-defense militia that stayed neutral as the fight raged between their neighbors. Polish reinforcements soon arrived and took control of the city on November 22nd. After the terrible fighting in what Poles called the defense of Lwów, many Poles were angry that the Jewish militia had stayed neutral, which they equated with support for the Ukrainians. A pogrom soon raged through the Jewish quarter of the city, leaving some 70 dead and more than 440 wounded.
We really used to do each other like this.
Not everyone had wanted to fight.
No.
The Polish Catholic bishop and the Ukrainian metropolitan had issued a joint statement urging an end to the violence, but this only interrupted the fighting for a few days. Some on both sides referred to the outbreak of violence as a tragic bout of fratricidal violence, more akin to a regional civil war than a straight ethnic conflict. Polish Captain Karol Baczynski recalled, "In my unit, I had to start putting together patrols to start looking for volunteers for the military among anybody between 20 and 40 years of age. We searched every single house in the whole quarter and handed those taken to the medical commission. Despite any opposition, of which there was a lot, these men were put into uniforms and immediately informed where to fight."
Once the violence began, though, national feelings were strengthened. The competing new states that had suddenly sprung into the gap left by imperial collapse had mutually exclusive political goals that meant there was no turning back. As historian Joachim Böhler notes, the nationalist agenda prevailed on all sides of the ethnic divide and rendered all scenarios of peaceful cooperation void. People who surely had not always been on the best terms, but after all had got along quite well during the preceding 100 years, were now drawn into a witch's cauldron where violence often even dwarfs the disasters of the Great War, not in dimension, to be sure, but by its ubiquity and atavistic nature. So now that we have an idea of the lead-up to the conflict, let's take a look at each of the belligerents, starting with the Ukrainians. Now, the territories where Ukrainian-speaking people lived were at the heart of the chaos in 1919. The entire region was claimed in whole.
Oh my god, did I just get like 5 aggro? I did.
Russians,
it's scary.
Belarusia, several regional
oh, get out,
and
out.
2 independent Ukrainian republics.
Oh.
The Western Ukrainian People's Republic and the Ukrainian People's Republic. The West Ukrainian state was based in East Galicia and was led by Yevhen
It's very scary.
While the Ukrainian People's Republic
I don't know
was led
about
by
this.
Simon Petlura and had its capital in Kiev, when it wasn't occupied by the Bolsheviks or the Whites. Now, the 2 Ukrainian republics had formally united in January, but did not cooperate at a political or military level.
Yeah, that's too many, man. Like, that was far too many.
To round things off, there was also a Ukrainian Soviet government under Moscow control, based in the eastern city of Kharkiv. As if that mishmash of would-be states weren't enough, neither of the Ukrainian republics had any allies. They didn't even agree on who the main enemy was either. For the Western Ukrainians, it was Poland, which claimed most of their homeland, and Lemberg, the city they saw as their capital. For the Kiev-based state, the main threat came from the east, from both the White Russians and the Bolsheviks, who both opposed any kind of independent Ukraine. In fact, by early 1919, Petlura's army was severely weakened and had lost most of its territory. The only areas still under the Ukrainian People's Republic's control were parts of the regions of Volhynia and Podolia. Now, national identity was another tricky issue for the Ukrainians. There was no traditional Ukrainian ruling class.
God damn it, that's too many at once.
Speakers were peasants.
It's too many.
Religion and local identity was
Deja
often
vu.
stronger than ethnicity. There were
Just
efforts
leash
to build
all
this
of you.
identity,
That's too many.
especially in Austria-Hungary after wartime oppression of Ukrainians there, but it was still not fully developed in 1919. Finally, though there was
Fine, you wanna fight, we can fight. That's fine. Get you off my
unlike
ass.
Poland, there's been no historical independent
Oh,
Ukrainian state.
not good. Not good.
Now,
Not good.
trying to create a Western
Not good.
Ukrainian
I can't
army
move.
in
I can't
these
move.
circumstances was also
Ah.
a Herculean task.
Ah.
The nascent
Ah.
military was under the command of General Mikhailo Emelianovich.
Oh, fuck
Kamenetsky,
you.
who
Ah.
fought in the Russian Imperial Army until 1918 and would later command Ukrainian troops allied
Fuck,
to Nazi
man.
Germany in
Leave me
World War II.
alone. Oh.
Most of the Ukrainians in Galicia, however,
Oh,
had
damn,
fought in the
quit.
Austro-Hungarian army, and the Sich riflemen provided the core of the new units. But
This
they were
isn't
desperately
like a
short of
monument. What are you
officers,
talking about?
supplies,
Aw.
and reserves, since the population was only a few million people. So the Ukrainians were divided in their struggle to create a new state and were surrounded by powerful enemies. Now let's take a look at the situation in Poland. Now, the Polish Republic was declared in November 1918 and represented the first independent Polish state since the late 18th century. The territory where Poles lived had been completely ravaged by the fighting between 1914 and 1918, and most of its people were as destitute and hungry as their Ukrainian neighbors. Given its central location and the ethnically mixed border regions on all sides, Poland was immediately in conflict with its neighbors, with Czechoslovakia to the south, with Germany to the west, with Lithuania to the northeast, with Bolshevik Russia to the east, and with the Western Ukrainians to the southeast. The head of the Polish state, Józef Piłsudski, hoped to revive some of the character of a previous historic Polish state and establish a Polish-led confederation, including Lithuania, Ukraine, and Belarus. A plan made very difficult by rising tensions and violent clashes on all sides. His principal rival in Polish politics was Roman Dmowski. His National Democrat Party favored a nation-state with a strong Polish majority, in which minority Christian groups were to be Polonized. Now, many Poles resented the minority rights treaties forced upon them by the peace conference in Paris, which had been signed in June. Dmowski and many other Poles felt that Poland's rich history and culture put it in a leadership position, and he told the peace conference that Western Ukraine needed Polish leadership and civilization to develop. Since the territory of the new republic had been divided between Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Germany before 1918, organizing a new Polish army was not easy. Units and officers had different equipment, uniforms, training, and languages of command. Officers from the former Central Powers also sometimes disliked taking orders from their counterparts from the former Russian army, since the Central Powers had beaten the Russians in the Great War. Nonetheless, the Poles could draw on relatively large reserves of trained men, and had the support of the French and British military missions to Poland to help train their new army. So while the Poles faced many challenges in forming their new state, one advantage they had was some support from the Allies in Paris. Now, at the peace conference, the Big Four struggled to balance their different interests with simply getting a handle on what was happening in East Galicia. Generally speaking, the Poles were in a position to make a stronger case to the Allies than the Ukrainians, since the Polish delegation was well represented in Paris, and a small, disorganized West Ukrainian delegation only arrived in May. The French were particularly staunch supporters of the Polish Republic, since they hoped a strong Poland would become a French ally and help contain a future German threat. The Poles were also seen as a potential bulwark against the spread of Bolshevism from Russia. President Wilson expressed these concerns when he said in May, "If Paderewski falls and we cut off food supplies to Poland, won't Poland herself become Bolshevik? Paderewski's government is like a dike against disorder, and perhaps the only one possible." The British and Americans were nonetheless not particularly happy about Poland's ambitious border claims or the fighting in East Galicia. David Lloyd George shared his disappointment in what he saw as Polish aggression. "It fills me with despair the way in which I have seen small nations, before they have hardly leaped into the light of freedom, beginning to oppress other races than their own." The British even tossed out the idea of giving East Galicia to the Czechoslovaks. They also simply didn't know much about the Ukrainians and what exactly was going on the ground. As Wilson frankly put it, "It is very difficult for us to intervene without having a better understanding vis-à-vis the Ukrainians or the Bolsheviks." David Lloyd George put it more bluntly. "I only saw a Ukrainian once. It is the only Ukrainian I have seen, and I am not sure that I want to see any more." But the decisive factor was that the Allies simply did not take Ukrainian hopes terribly seriously, since their interests lay elsewhere. Poland was crucial to the Allies' new order, and Ukraine was not. The Big Four were still hoping for the re-establishment of a non-Bolshevik Russia, and were supporting the White Russian armies fighting in the Russian Civil War. Since the Whites' Russian nationalism and ambitions to restore the empire meant they were opposed to Ukrainian independence, the Allies could hardly support it either. So the situation in East Galicia was complicated, and the region was just one in an ocean of chaos in Eastern Europe in 1919 to have become a hot potato of international diplomacy. Now let's have a look at how the fighting played out in the summer of 1919. Now, following the improvised and paramilitary fighting in Lemberg in late 1918, both sides attempted to build up their forces for larger scale operations. After the bitter experience of the violence in Lemberg, gone was any sense of fratricide. One Polish veteran recalled the intensity of the struggle. "Hatred so impulsive we'd tear each other to pieces. There has never been a war like this. With revenge, we suffocated the enemy, the beast. Hardly any prisoners were taken, on both sides. Oh Lord, these moments of terrible struggle, fighting chest to chest, with our teeth, with knives." After the initial clashes in November 1918, the Poles held Przemyśl with its defensive ring of forts and Lemberg and the vital railway in between the two cities. But the Ukrainians were in control of most of the countryside. Now, limited Polish attacks in December forced the Ukrainians to retreat to Ternopil and then to Stanisławiec. In January, Polish forces managed to capture the towns of Belge and Urnów, plus an important local railway. This began a phase of offensives and counter-offensives back and forth across the region. In February, Western Ukrainian troops launched a major offensive. They cut the critical rail line between Przemyśl and Lemberg and surrounded the city and its Polish garrison.
The Ukrainian advance left only Lemberg and Przemyśl in Polish hands, but the Entente now intervened. Keen to stop the fighting, they sent the Barthélemy mission to broker a truce. This only resulted in a short break in the fighting, but ceasefires between the Poles and Germans in the west and between the Poles and Czechs in the south allowed Polish reinforcements to move east. With fresh forces available, the Poles attacked again in March. They inflicted a serious defeat on the Ukrainians, recaptured the Przemyśl-Lemberg railway, and broke the siege of the city. The Allies again attempted to arrange a ceasefire, this time including efforts by British Colonel Adrien Carton de Villars and French officer Charles de Gaulle. These efforts would not bring a stop to the fighting, and during the lull, the Ukrainian situation got even worse. In April, the Bolshevik Red Army reached the Zbruch River in the east, and the Western Ukrainian army was forced to transfer some troops to guard their rear. Thankfully for them, the Red Army turned its attention to Petlura's forces in Valhylnia and did not push west. The Poles, meanwhile, had received decisive reinforcements in the late spring. General Josef Halle's so-called Blue Army of 50,000 French trained and equipped Polish forces arrived from France, where they had fought on the Western Front against the Germans. In addition, the Romanians were now ready to join the fighting on the Polish side. Their aim was to capture the region of Pokutia in the south. Now, the Poles readied 60,000 men and 5,000 horse for the offensive, and the Romanians 10,000 soldiers. To oppose them, the Ukrainians mustered just 30,000 troops and 600 cavalry. Now, the Polish-Romanian offensive was a success, and the Ukrainians were once again forced to retreat, this time stopping in a cramped area between the rivers Dniester and Zbruch to regroup. General Alexander Rykov, who had fought with the Imperial Russian Army in the Great War and had just left Petlura's army, now took command of the exhausted Western Ukrainian troops. The last desperate attack of the Ukrainians, known as the Kharkiv offensive, began on June 7th. Though outnumbered, they smashed through Polish lines and advanced over 100 kilometers towards Lemberg. But time was not on the Ukrainian side, and more Polish reinforcements arrived. General Lucjan Żeligowski's division arrived in Lemberg after a 3-month march from Odessa, where they had been fighting alongside the White Russians. Pilsudski himself even took command of a Polish formation. The Poles had more troops, more weapons, and were better supplied, and managed to stop the Ukrainians just 2 days' march from Lemberg. A Polish counterattack hit the overextended and weakened Ukrainians hard, and by July 16th, Ukrainian forces had withdrawn across the Zbruch. The survivors joined with Petlura's weakened forces to push back the Bolsheviks on the eastern bank, but would never fight in Galicia again. More than 2/3 of them would die of typhus that October. The end of the Polish-Ukrainian War and the virtual destruction of the West Ukrainian state had profound consequences for the people of East Galicia. About 15,000 West Ukrainian and 10,000 Polish soldiers had been killed in the fighting, and some 100,000 Ukrainians were interned in Polish custody, where 1/5 would die of disease. 3 million Ukrainians would now become citizens of a Polish republic that did not trust them, and which they did not trust either. In July, the Paris Peace Conference agreed to allow Poland to administer the region, ultimately recognizing the facts on the ground, as they had done with the region of Greater Poland as well. East Galicia would formally become part of Poland in 1943. But for the moment, Poland's gains meant that it now shared a much longer border with Bolshevik Russia than it had before, and the Polish-Soviet War, smoldering further north, could now spread southward. Long-term, the war, along with Polish-Lithuanian fighting further north, meant that Pilsudski's plan for a Polish-led confederation had failed. Other than a short-lived alliance the next year, Polish-Ukrainian enmity would live on and tear the region apart again in World War II. The defeat of the West Ukrainian People's Republic by the Poles and the Ukrainian People's Republic by the Bolsheviks also ended Ukrainians' hopes for an independent state, which would not come again for the next 70 years. So now that we've seen the end of the Western Ukrainian People's Republic and the consolidation of Polish control of East Galicia, it's time for our roundup segment, where we take a look at what else is going on in July 1919. Let's start in Russia, where on July 3rd, the White Russian Armed Forces of South Russia launched a major offensive. In the recently captured city of Tsaritsyn, General Denikin issued the Moscow Directive, identifying the capital city as the main objective of the attack. By the end of the month, white cavalry from the south had linked up with white forces from the east under Admiral Kolchak near Lake Elton. Further north in Karelia, on July 8th, 2 weeks of clashes between Bolshevik forces and the Finnish Alaniets Volunteer Army brought an end to the Red Army's Vidlitskaya operation, which pushed back the Finns near Lake Ladoga. On the 27th, in southeastern Ukraine, anarchist leader Nyesta Makhno executed warlord and recent ally Nikifor Grigoriev, who had been planning on changing sides again to join the Whites. In Central Europe, on July 17th, the army of the Hungarian Soviet Republic attacked Romanian forces across the Tisa River and advanced up to 60 kilometers. The Romanians launched a successful counterattack, and by the end of the month, were back across the river, and the Hungarian Red Army was in retreat towards Budapest. Turning to the Middle East, on July 5th in Constantinople, a Turkish court-martial sentenced former government members Talat Pasha, Enver Pasha, Cemal Pasha, and Dr. Nazim to death for the massacre of Armenians during the war. The sentence was pronounced in absentia since all the accused were abroad and was never carried out. Still in Turkey, on the 23rd, the Erzurum Conference began. Led by Mustafa Kemal and General Karabekir, the conference declared itself ready to form an alternative Turkish government to oppose the one in occupied Constantinople. It intended to resist the Allied interference in Turkish affairs. On July 19th, in the Caucasus, the Azerbaijani Republic was founded. And finally, on July 10th, the former German West African colonies of Cameroon and Togo were taken on as League of Nations mandates by France and Britain. On the same day in Germany, the Siamese Expeditionary Force leaves the Rhineland occupation to return home after 2 years in Europe. Now, as usual, you can find all our sources for this episode in the video description below, including links to our Amazon stores. To get access to all our podcast episodes with expert interviews and other perks, you can also support us on Patreon or by clicking the join button below. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1919, a production of real-time history and the only YouTube history channel that is not trying to rule a part of Ukraine in 1919.
This was number 5. We're on number 6. Yep, that finished in the... Yeah, this was 5. And then, play 6.
Before we start our episode, I wanted to introduce you to the Great War newsletter. Now, the algorithms of the big online platforms make it increasingly difficult for history creators like us to actually reach our community. We've created the newsletter as an easy way to get directly in touch with you instead of paying other companies to do so. Now, the newsletter will inform you about ongoing and new projects, feature links to the latest Great War episodes, including sources, and cool historical stories that we are currently reading about. You can sign up at realtimehistory.net/subscribe. More details are also below this video. And now, on to the show. It's August 1919, and the Russian Civil War has been tearing former Tsarist Empire apart for nearly 2 years. The White Russian army faces a powerful Bolshevik attack in the east, but in the south, the Whites are about to launch one final offensive to reverse the revolution and take back the empire. It's the drive on Moscow. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War. By the spring of 1919, the Russian Civil War had been rocking the former empire of the Tsar on an unprecedented scale, pitting multiple factions against each other in a kaleidoscope of violence, hunger, and death. Now, the two largest factions, the revolutionary Bolsheviks and the counter-revolutionary Whites, were both preparing massive military operations to bring a victorious end to the struggle, and the fate of the revolution hung in the balance. Now, before we dive in, if you want more details about the Russian Civil War before spring 1919, or about the Baltic Front in particular, check out our previous episodes on those topics. For today, we're going to concentrate on the eastern and southern fronts, where the decisive battles would take place. Now, as a quick faction refresher, the Whites were led by the former officers of the Tsar and wanted to restore the old order minus the monarchy. They held the extremities of the empire in the south, east, and north. Supporting the Whites were the Allies,
chiefly Britain, but also France and the United States. Now, the Reds were the revolutionary Bolsheviks and dominated the European heartland of Russia. In the West, there were the various independence movements of smaller nations like Ukraine, Poland, or the Baltic states. The Greens were peasant armies, which we will cover later, and the Blacks are the faction that we're going to introduce today. The Black faction represents the anarchist peasant army of Nielsen Makhno, also known as Makhnovshchina. Now, Makhno was a peasant from the eastern Ukrainian town of Hulyai-Polye, who had spent 7 years in prison for revolutionary activity before 1917. After his release from prison, he returned home fortified with anarchist ideas that he had absorbed from fellow prisoners like Pyotr
Good for him.
Ashimov. In the post-revolutionary chaos, he took the lead of a band of armed peasants who seized land from local estate owners, until the Germans and Austro-Hungarians arrived in the spring of 1918. Then he briefly fled to Russia and even met Vladimir Lenin, and though the two differed in political ideology, they agreed to fight the Central Powers and whites. Makhno then returned to Ukraine and organized local forces against the Austro-Hungarians and the puppet Ukrainian government. Once the Austrians left, Makhno's Black Army fought against the whites and the independent Ukrainian People's Republic of Semyon-Pedura. He formally allied himself to the Red Army in February 1919, and by April, he commanded 20,000 men, armed by the Reds. The local peasant leaders were joined by anarchist intellectuals from Russia, like Ashimov and Volin, though the two groups didn't always see eye to eye. Now, in the zone under their control, the anarchists tried to introduce a program of local self-rule, free peasant councils, giving the land to the peasants, promoting education, and the free exchange of goods and services between the countryside and the city. In political meetings and in the local anarchist newspaper, the Bolsheviks and the Red Terror were openly criticized, and Makhno retained, for the time being, a fair degree of military and political freedom. He felt anarchism was the natural political ideology of the free peasants, as he wrote later. An instinctive anarchism clearly illuminated all the plans of the Ukraine's toiling peasantry, which gave vent to an undisguised hatred of all state authority, a feeling accompanied by a plain ambition to liberate themselves. Now, there have been many different interpretations of Makhno. Some say he was a Ukrainian nationalist, or an anarchist, or the leader of just another peasant jacquerie, or a criminal bandit. Some have questioned to what extent anarchist principles were actually put into practice, or whether his movement was simply a traditional peasant revolt about land reform that needed his military leadership. In any case, in 1919, his standing among local peasants was such that many referred to him as Batka, or Little Father. In the late spring, he controlled a chunk of territory in southeastern Ukraine around Hulyai-Polye, though this would soon change. So, now we've refreshed our grasp of the various factions at war in the summer of 1919. Let's turn to the action at the front. Let's start in the east, where the white forces of Supreme Leader Kolchak stood tantalizingly close to the Russian heartland after a partially successful offensive in March and April. They'd been stopped just short of their goal of reaching the Volga River, but Kolchak was hoping that his advance would spur the peasants to rebel against the Reds,
I'll take it.
and cause the Allies in Paris to recognize him as the legitimate leader of Russia. In fact, it was to win Allied favor that he had rushed the start of the offensive, and now his army was overstretched and vulnerable. Now, the spring attack had been a major gamble, since his forces faced some serious problems. For one thing, the white troops were mostly inexperienced. Of his 150,000 men, 2/3 were poorly trained recent conscripts, and only 5% of his officers had received proper pre-war training. Now, the army was also inefficient and corrupt, in spite of the large amount of weapons and supplies it received from the Allies. General Gaida's Siberian army, for example, was drawing rations for 275,000 troops, even though he only had 30,000 men under his command. Now, British goods and weapons often never made it to the fighting units. Instead, they were diverted and sold on the black market, brought over to the Reds by deserters, or simply held up by inadequate transport infrastructure. The British General Knox, in charge of overseeing Allied military support to the whites in the east, had been furious when the first Red Army soldiers he saw were wearing fresh new British uniforms. Legend has it that the Reds even sent him a joking letter thanking him for supplying the Red Army. Now, what supplies did arrive took over a month to make the journey from far-off Vladivostok, and had to cross territory controlled by peasant rebels and Cossack warlords, since Kolchak's authority essentially stopped at Lake Baikal. Now, white officers themselves knew their position was fragile. As one put it, don't think that our successful advances are a result of military prowess, for it is much simpler than that. When they run away, we advance. When we run away, they will advance. But it wasn't just the white military in the east that was weak. White civilian legitimacy was also lacking. Now, Kolchak had hoped that as he approached the center of Russia, the large population of peasants would rally to the white cause. This did not happen, because many of them feared the return of the landowners and factory bosses if the whites won. Now, Kolchak's statement on land reform in April rang hollow and was not enough to win peasant hearts and minds. One officer later
Peasant
wrote
hearts
in
and
failure,
minds.
"We not only did not give the mushik the bird in the hand, we were even afraid to promise him the bird in the bush." Now, though it's been argued he held some progressive views, many in his regime were reactionary, and the peasants and ethnic minorities knew it. Kolchak's own General Budberg wrote in his diary, "The regime was only form without content. The ministries can be compared to huge and imposing windmills,
It so
busily
inspires
turning their
me to
sails,
discourse with
but
one of
with
our
no
own.
millstones inside,
what do I
and with
owe
much
this
of their
auspicious
machinery
meeting?
broken or missing." Meanwhile, the Red Army facing Kolchak was growing in strength. Reinforcements were moved east, a luxury it could afford since it had far larger reserves than any of the white armies. The young but talented General Frunze also arrived, along with future Marshal Tukhachevsky, who spent some time as a prisoner of war in Germany alongside Charles de Gaulle. And with these fresh forces, the Bolshevik counterattack began at the end of April and pushed back the overextended forces of the whites. Ethnic Bashkir units deserted Kolchak and went over to the Red Army, further weakening white resistance. Now, despite the progress, in May, Lenin was still worried about the situation, given the strength of the whites in the south. "If before winter we do not make the Urals, I consider that the defeat of the revolution will be inevitable." As it turned out, he had no reason to worry. Ufa, at the edge of the Urals, was taken on June 9th, partially thanks to the efforts of Commander Vasily Chapayev, who was made into a Soviet hero for his part in the war before he was killed in September. And the Siberian army under General Gaida, which had continued to advance in May, was now forced to retreat because of the collapse of the center. The rout was on, and by the end of June, Red forces reached Perm, the starting point of the white offensive back in March. Now, at this stage, the Bolsheviks had a choice to make. They'd won a great victory, but had also stretched their supply lines. Red Army Commander-in-Chief Vatsitis and War Commissar Leon Trotsky wanted to call a halt and consolidate their gains. But Lenin, Stalin, and General Kamenev, the top commander in the east, wanted to press on, and they got their way. Kamenev took over the command of the army, Vatsitis ended up in prison, and the offensive continued across the mountains. By mid-July, the Bolsheviks were in Yekaterinburg, following an advance of up to 300 kilometers in 4 weeks. By July 24th, Chelyabinsk had fallen, despite a major white counterattack. Now, this counterattack used up the last few fresh troops the whites had, and though they inflicted 15,000 casualties on the Reds to their own 5,000, the Red Army could not be stopped. The fleeing White Army, with its bloated complement of staff officers and families and servants in tow, was described by one of its own officers. These were not military units, but some kind of Tatar horde. Kolchak himself summed up the reasons for white failures in July. Poor supply, poor relations between officers and men, effective Bolshevik propaganda, and ineffective white propaganda. Now, to make matters worse for Kolchak, in July, Allied representatives came to Omsk to discuss how they could help the white regime. Instead, the white defeats convinced the Allies that Kolchak's government was a lost cause, and further help was likely useless. The British withdrew their training mission in late summer, and General Knox wrote to the white government. "At present, all seems to me to be absolute chaos,
I'll start
and
redistributing
worse
all the
chaos
stolen-
than anything I have seen in the past 12 months. It is my wish to help you, but frankly, at present, you make help impossible." Now, the loss of the Urals was decisive. Not only did the British lose faith in Kolchak, but the mines and factories in the region were among the few that the whites had. Plus, it cut off the central white armies from their southern forces. Now, by mid-August, the Red Army had reached the Tabol River, and the White Army was a shadow of its former self, with no reserves left to replace battle casualties or deserters. Kolchak attempted a last desperate counterattack in September, but the gains were soon lost, and the isolated Southern Cossack army surrendered. his main force had shrunk from 62,000 men to just 15,000, mostly because of desertion. And as the summer turned to early fall, the white regime in the east was in full retreat. The army had been smashed, and the authorities were in no position to organize a recovery. General Budberg summed it up. In the army disorganization, at the Stavka illiteracy and harebrained schemes, in the government moral decay, discord, and the dominance of the ambitious and egotistical, in the country uprisings and anarchy, in society panic, selfishness, graft, and all kinds of loathsomeness. At the top thrive various scoundrels and adventurers. Where will we get to with such baggage? So, the summer campaign in the east had resulted in a major Bolshevik victory and pushed the Kolchak regime to the brink of collapse, causing the Allies to withdraw their support. But the Allied disengagement in summer of 1919 was not just about Kolchak. It had been months in the making. Back in March, Red Army General Vatsitis had expressed the Bolshevik fear of Allied power. So everything depends on whether the Entente wants to come in actively against us or, for various reasons of internal and external policy, does not. But even as he was uttering these words, Allied policy in Russia was about to fall apart. The French and Greeks had pulled out of Ukraine in April, and the Americans had decided to pull out of North Russia in May. France began to shift to a diplomatic policy, strengthening the newly independent countries in Eastern Europe to contain Bolshevik Russia with a so-called cordon sanitaire. Now, even the British, up until now the most dedicated interventionists, were ready to go. Trotsky commented on the Allies' pending abandonment of the Whites. We have before us a case of betrayal of the minor brigands by the major ones. But that didn't mean it was easy to go. David Lloyd George, who'd always had doubts about intervention, admitted as much. Bolshevism threatened to impose, by force of arms, its domination on those populations that had revolted against it, and that were organized at our request. If we, as soon as they had served our purpose, and as soon as they had taken all the risks, had said, "Thank you, we are exceedingly obliged to you. You have served your purpose. We need you no longer. Now, let the Bolsheviks cut your throats." We should have been mean. We should have been thoroughly unworthy indeed of any great land. But leave they would, in spite of a few last-gasp efforts. In May, the Allies gave partial diplomatic recognition to Kolchak, just as his armies were being defeated. The same month, they tried to attack Petrograd along with the Whites, but were also defeated. The summer saw the last offensive action in North Russia as well, as a covering action for the evacuation of Arhanga. Now, only in the Far East did a significant Allied presence remain, and it could not influence the outcome of the war. By June, Trotsky knew the jig was up, and the Allies had no stomach for a fight. German and Austro-Hungarian militarism has been smashed to pieces. French and English militarism still exists outwardly, but it is inwardly rotten and incapable of fighting. Neither America nor England, and still less France, is in a position to send a single corps to Russian territory for the struggle with Soviet power. The Allies were all but out. But it wasn't only Allied withdrawals and white weakness that had begun to turn the tide of war. The Bolsheviks were also hard at work behind the front, organizing, planning, and propagandizing to strengthen their hold on power. Now, the Reds knew if they were going to overcome the Allied-supplied forces of the Whites, reform was needed. They were cut off from most of the world, and from their potential allies in Hungary, Slovakia, and Bavaria, so they would have to survive on their own. Now, the economic situation in the Red Zone was still incredibly difficult, and the Red Terror against the peasants continued, although the authorities did reduce the violence and pressure somewhat. Now, defense production was concentrated in a few areas at the expense of the rest, according to the new principle of udarnost, or shock production. This allowed the Bolsheviks to overcome the serious ammunition shortfall of 50 million rounds a month by July. Now, the Reds also tried to reform the army. Former Tsarist officers were given more power, and political commissars a bit less. More of the critical junior commanders were trained, and more men were conscripted, bringing the total strength of the Red Army up to 1.5 million men by mid-1919. Now, desertion was still a major problem, but hundreds of thousands of deserters also returned to the ranks of an army that had become more traditional in its culture. Now, as Lenin had said in March, iron discipline is needed here. And if you say that this is an autocratic feudal system and protest against saluting, then you will not get an army in which the middle peasant will fight. Though he'd lost some influence after the June disagreement with Lenin and Stalin, Trotsky also took steps to keep up morale and motivate the troops. He flew around the front on a special armored train, making 36 visits to the troops and covering 120,000 kilometers. As he wrote later in his memoirs, the strongest cement in the new army was the ideas of the October Revolution, and the train supplied the front with this cement. Now, the improved quality and morale of the Red troops was not lost on their opponents. General Budberg confided to his diary in August. We are up against not the bolos and motley Red Guard rabble of last year, but a regular Red Army. So the Red Army and Bolshevik government were slowly reforming, gaining the upper hand over the chaos in the center of Russia, while the whites in the east were collapsing. Now came the sternest test for the revolution from the white armies in the south. In the south, General Denikin's armed forces of South Russia spent the spring consolidating its newly won base in the Caucasus and licking its wounds after defeat on the Don. But the Red Army was in no mood for rest and attacked in the Donbass and Don regions in March and April, making good progress before being stopped. Now, due to the harsh policies directed against the local population, in March, a major revolt broke out behind red lines amongst the Cossacks, which was supported by airdrops of supplies from British planes. At the same time, the Red Army advanced in central Ukraine, crushing the forces of the Ukrainian People's Republic, pushing out the French and Greek intervention forces, and occupying the Crimea. In May, Trotsky was ready for a final reckoning. This spring and this summer, we must finish with the Southern Front once and for all. But despite his public bluster, Trotsky was well aware of the difficult conditions facing the Red Army. After visiting the front in May, he wrote, "The prevailing state of chaos, irresponsibility, laxity, and separatism exceeds the most pessimistic expectations." Later that summer, he shared his concerns with the Central Committee. Nowhere do soldiers suffer so much from hunger as in the Ukraine. Between a third and a half of the men are without boots or undergarments and go about in rags. Everyone in Ukraine except our soldiers has a rifle and ammunition. Now, it may be that he was exaggerating to force the government to send more supplies, but the situation was indeed serious, and hundreds of thousands deserted the Red Army down east. Indeed, the tables were about to be turned on the Red Army. By May, the Reds had about 230,000 troops in the south, some of whom had been transferred from the relatively quiet Polish front, while the Whites had only about 50,000. But though they were outnumbered, the White troops in the south, unlike in the east, were still of better quality than their Red opponents, which they were about to prove. The first White blow fell to the west, in the direction of southern Ukraine. General Shkurov's troops quickly took the Crimea, as well as the Donbass. Kharkiv was taken in June, and the experienced Whites had beaten Makhno's anarchist peasants on their own turf, and the Black Army withdrew westward across the Dnieper and accepted an offer of alliance from another peasant leader, Nikifor Grigoriev. The Bolsheviks accused the Black Army of treason, and fighting broke out between the former allies. Makhno then had Grigoriev shot shortly thereafter, upon learning his new ally was planning to join the Whites, or in order to take over his units, depending on whom you believe. In the east, Wrangel's Caucasian army finally took the besieged city of Tsaritsyn on the Volga, which had been under pressure for so long it had become known as the Red Verdun, and 40,000 prisoners were taken. On July 3rd, Denikin held a victory parade and issued the famous Moscow Directive, which announced an offensive aimed at the occupation of the heart of Russia, Moscow. Now, according to the directive, Wrangel's forces were to follow the Volga north to Saratov and then wheel west, passing through Nizhny Novgorod before attacking Moscow. In the center, the volunteer army was to advance north through Kursk, Oryol, and Tula, while the Don army was to advance along the axis of Voronezh and Ryazan. This plan was a huge risk. The White armies were suffering from weak discipline and morale, and the supply situation was catastrophic. Now, some observers have argued that Denikin was foolish to go for Moscow at this stage, including his own General Wrangel, who criticized his superior in his memoirs after the war. But others say that he had no choice, that the Red Army's numbers, quality, and armament would only continue to increase. If there was a chance for the Whites to overturn the revolution, Denikin had to seize it now. And by the summer, Allied aid had also begun to arrive at the port of Novorossiysk, including 60 British tanks and 168 British planes, complete with crews. Lenin sensed the gravity of the moment. Now the foreign capitalists are making a desperate effort to restore the yoke of capital through the attack of Denikin, whom they have supplied, even more than Kolchak, with officers, supplies, shells, and tanks. But the White offensive that began after the Moscow Directive weren't directed at Moscow at all. Instead, White forces acting without orders from Denikin struck hard to the west, again in Ukraine. They took Poltava by the end of July and had occupied Mykolaiv, Odessa, and Kiev by the end of August. Makhnol's Black Army, fighting both Whites and Reds, took refuge around the city of Uman to regroup. They agreed to a truce with Petyora and began to integrate Red deserters into their ranks. Now, the Central Front was a mess. Red Army attacks in August delayed the launch of the White Drive on Moscow and pushed the Volunteer Army back to Kiev. At the same time, White Cossack cavalry under General Mamontov launched a wild raid behind enemy lines. They ran unchecked for a month, sowing chaos and damaging Red lines of communication and supply. They took Tambov on August 18th, where they nearly captured Trotsky himself. In early September, they were in Voronezh. Now, during the wild ride, the Whites looted and plundered to the extent that some soldiers simply decided to desert and go home with the spoil. Trotsky called the Mamontov raid a comet with a filthy tale of robbery and rape. On the Volga, Wrangel's army set out in July and made it to within 100 kilometers of Saratov by August. But he was stopped by a Red Army reinforced by troops freed up from the Red victories in the east and a lack of White supplies and reinforcements. Near Lake Elton, a few White patrols actually met up with some of Kolchak's cavalry that had been cut off by the Red advance in the Urals, but the contact was fleeting. By the end of August, the Caucasian army had retreated to its starting point in Tsaritsa. Now, the main White offensive finally got going in the second half of September, though by now, Kolchak was long beaten in Siberia, and Wrangel had already failed on the Volga. It was one last desperate gamble for the fate of the country. The Volunteer Army's elite units led the charge and captured Kursk with the help of armored trains on September 20th. The Dawn Army then captured Voronezh on September 30th. The Red Army was in full retreat, and many soldiers deserted in the face of the White advance. Nikita Khrushchev, the future leader of the Soviet Union, experienced the rout firsthand as a battalion commissar in the shattered 9th Division. Ariol fell on October 14th, and the White armies were within reach of the all-important arms factories at Tula and, 300 kilometers away from where they now stood, Moscow itself. A British military mission report made a bold prediction. In the face of resistance, judging from the progress hitherto made, Moscow might be reached within 2.5 months. But despite the impressive progress of the White armies, there were worrying signs. On September 25th, Makhnol's regrouped troops destroyed Denikin's units in western Ukraine at the Battle of Peregonovka. The Black Army raced eastwards, soon reaching its capital of Kulai-Polye and threatening White supply lines for the advance on Moscow. Denikin was forced to transfer some units to the south to deal with Makhnol. But this was not Denikin's only problem. His army's advance was chaotic, and the command structure was weak. The awful supply situation meant they had to live off the land, which in practice meant stealing from the local population. His forces also committed pogroms against the local Jewish population. Now, the Whites hoped that the people would rise up and join them, but this did not happen, and they did not have enough troops to properly hold on to the wide front they now held. In September, Denikin complained to General Maevsky. This gloomy picture of grandiose looting and plunder, the bacchanalia of arbitrary rule, which reigns unchecked in the whole frontline zone. So by the early fall of 1919, the Red Army stood triumphant in the east, with the remnants of Kolchak's armies in full retreat. Allies were withdrawing from the north, east, and south, and had lost the will to continue the intervention. The last hope of the Whites to stem the tide of Bolshevik revolution were Denikin's armies on the road to Moscow. But their strength was on the wane, and in the heart of the Soviet zone, the Red Army was marshaling its forces for a counteroffensive that would decide the fate of the revolution.
And that's a big jump up. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Tanner Pants. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Huge.
Our channel, you can help us on Patreon, or you can buy our official merchandise, like our newly released Hope 1919 design, which is an excellent conversation starter for all the history parties you attend.
It is.
I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1919, a production of real-time history and the only YouTube history channel that would really love a ride.
I'm going to do history. Lots and lots of history. I'm just going to soak my brain in information. I love this shit. It's like the modern age. Time to sit back and just absorb information for whatever reason, you know. Just get more intelligent. I don't see how it could hurt, you know. Learn more about the world and what happened, and, you know.
Now, before I start today's episode, I just wanted to tell you that the Great War team is producing the ultimate documentary about the Battle of Berlin in World War II. You can find out more at Indiegogo.com or check the first comment.
So I went back here, but I didn't get... okay, I got credit, I guess.
Now, on to the show.
Something.
It's September 1919, and the confused, back-and-forth fighting in the Baltic region of the former Russian Empire continues. German Freikorps units who had remained after the November 1914 armistice are now formally dissolved. But instead of going home,
hello? Okay, yeah, it's good.
Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War.
Okay.
By the summer of 1919, the fighting in the Baltics had ravaged the region and confirmed the independence of the new republics of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. The first half of the year had seen clashes amongst the Bolsheviks, the forces of the three republics, the Royal Navy in the Baltic Sea, and local Baltic German militias and Freikorps. By early July, an armistice had been signed at the insistence of the Allies, and the German Freikorps were
I don't know what the fuck that guy's doing, but I tried to help him.
As usual in the post-1918 chaos, it wouldn't quite...
I guess there's really no point delaying my arrival here.
The fall of 1919 would be no less of a mess than the first half of the year. So let's start with the strange story of the Germans in the Baltics. Now, up until that summer, they'd been...
So, unfortunately, guys, I gotta pause it here for some amount of time, maybe like an hour, maybe a little less, I don't know, while I go and eat dinner with my family. And so I'm going to pause the stream here, and I apologize. Not pause it, but I'm going to take a break here. And it shouldn't be gone longer than an hour, but it might be a little bit shorter this time. I never know if I'm going to sit down or not. So if I sit down, it'll probably be like 20 minutes, and 20, 30 minutes. And if not, I'll be back in like 5. But anyways, thank you so much, and you know, I'll be back, play quite a bit more New World, get that grind, try to get to like 46 or something like that, you know, tonight, and yeah, and thank you so much for sticking around so far, and I'll be back right quick, you know. BRB after dinner. Okay. All right, let's do this. Finish dinner.
Loosely organized as a militia of local Baltic Germans and Freikorps units, known as the Iron Division, under the command of Rüdiger von der Goltz. After their defeat by the troops loyal to the Republican governments of Estonia and Latvia at Cesis in June, the Freikorps had agreed to withdraw, but instead, many stayed put around the town of Jelgava. But the Entente feared a German Bolshevik coalition in Eastern Europe, which, given the fact that the Germans had brought Lenin to Russia to instigate the revolution in 1917, didn't seem too far-fetched to many at the time. The British and French therefore threatened to resume blockading Germany if it didn't force von der Goltz's men to leave. But the German authorities were divided on how to proceed. The Army High Command and Chancellor Ebert did call on German forces in the Baltics to return, but many key politicians quietly turned a blind eye to what was about to happen. You see, many Freikorpsmen had been fighting for land, which they understood had been promised to them by their former allies in the Latvian government. They began to reorganize in secret, and when the Latvian government of Kalis Ulmanis declared that they would not be granted citizenship in July, thousands gathered to lay claim to land they felt they'd earned by fighting the Bolsheviks. Von der Goltz told the German government in Berlin they intended to form a, quote, military settler state. On August 24th, von der Goltz returned from lobbying in Berlin to find that the first troops scheduled to return to Germany had mutinied.
This thing is
and
300.
Now, the mutiny was led by German officers Josef Bischof and Heinz Guderian.
Jesus.
The Germans felt betrayed by both Latvia, which refused them land and citizenship, and Germany, which they felt had abandoned them and had fallen under socialist rule. Berlin was not pleased, but its demands that the mutineers return home were simply ignored. But the revitalized Freikorps could not declare itself openly due to Allied and Weimar German opposition. Instead, to hide the mostly German character of the force, it was christened, oddly enough, the West Russian Volunteer Army, not to be confused with the Northwestern White Russian Army operating nearby in Petrograd. Now, the West Russian Volunteer Army was formerly under the command of Great War and Russian Civil War veteran Cossack commander Pavel Bermont-Avalov. According to one observer, Bermont liked to think of himself as a dashing adventurer, a great, if syphilitic, lover, and a brilliant military leader. But although the so-called Bermontists did include some rather uninterested Russian prisoners released by the Germans, it was a mostly German formation, and Bermont himself was a mere figurehead. Some in the force did dream of restoring a Russian empire in which they could settle as landowners, while others wanted to preserve German power in the Baltics, and some were simply spoiling for a fight. On September 17th, German forces officially came under Bermont's command. When Ebert sent yet another demand for them to return, von der Goltz simply told him there were no German forces left. Now, estimates as to the strength of the Bermontians vary from 14,000 to 22,000 fighting men, about 80% of whom were Germans. So, by September, there was a phantom White Russian force in Latvia consisting mostly of German Freikorps. They were eager to fight, and Bischoffs announced to the men that they would march on Riga and reclaim the lands that they'd been promised. On October 4th, the Bermontists moved on Riga and demanded entry into the city to transit to Russia. The Latvian government refused, and Bermont attacked the city on October 8th, despite the cold, rain, and wind. Now, the two sides were more or less evenly matched, with the Bermontists fielding about 8,500 men and the Latvians between 6,500 and 9,000. Now, thanks to an agreement signed back in July, the Estonians provided the Latvians some assistance, including tanks and armored trains, and their troops guarded a stretch of the river outside the city. Aircraft and poison gas were used in the attack, and the Bermontists attempted to seize the bridges on the Daugava to cut off the Latvian line of retreat. The Latvians rushed in reinforcements from the east, where they were facing the Bolsheviks. Now, after back and forth fighting, the Bermontists took one bank of the Daugava on the 10th and began to advance downriver. Expecting Riga to fall, Ulmanis' government escaped to Cesis, and some Latvian soldiers also fled, and some looting took place. But the city did not fall. In addition to the Latvian soldiers who remained, Estonian tanks had intervened at a crucial moment, and the attackers had limited ammunition for their artillery.
Some residents also volunteered to fight or to prepare defenses, and morale soon recovered. An emergency battalion of students, civil servants, and firemen damaged the bridges at night in order to prevent an enemy crossing. Ulmanis returned alongside 4 Estonian armored trains. But sporadic bombardment of the city continued, and the fighting bogged down for some 4 weeks, during which time the guns of the Royal Navy ships supported the Latvian Republic and cut off German shipping and supply routes. On October 15th, following an ultimatum, the Royal Navy fired on a German port, allegedly in response to German fire directed at their ship. Finding it, quote, silly to blow the enemy out of the fort and not occupy it, the Latvians agreed to make an amphibious assault. Here's how one British sailor described it. A large collection of ferry boats, pleasure steamers, launches, and tugs, crowded with troops, came down the river and made for the fort under our barrage, which lifted at the proper time. The crews of all these craft were women, and they handled them well. We weighed anchor and steamed slowly up the river, shooting at the Germans who were bolting across the country pursued by the Letts, who took 300 prisoners. This action helped stop the main assault on the southern bank of the river. Now at this point, Bermont offered the Latvians a ceasefire if they would help him attack border with Russia, an offer that the Latvians simply ignored. On November 4th, the Bermontists attacked the town of Liepāja with 8,000 men. The small Latvian garrison of 2,000 defended the town as best it could, but by the 14th, the Bermontists had taken the outer defenses. The Royal Navy intervened again, and naval gunfire in support of the Latvians turned the tide. One British sailor recalled, as soon as the Germans started to run, the men of Libau went after them by cart, car, tram, or anything on wheels, armed with anything from rifles to spades and pickaxes.
You know, the Royal Navy wasn't the only act of the Baltic Sea in 1919, right?
Oh, hi Drach, nice of you to stop by. I do know a bit more about the naval military history of the region, but it's already tough to pack all the events on land into just one video.
Well, such a coincidence then. I just released a video detailing the naval war conducted in the Baltic Sea in 1919.
Yes, what a coincidence. Well, I'll check out your video, and I'm sure that our fans will be interested as well. See ya.
Thanks very much. See you later.
Now, generally speaking, between Latvians and Germans, few prisoners were taken, but the Latvians often spared the Russian Bermontists, since most were more eager to hold political meetings than to fight. 18-year-old Freikorpsman Rudolf Höss, who would later become Auschwitz's first commandant, recalled, "The fighting in the Baltic was more savage and desperate than anything else in all the Freikorps fighting I saw before or afterwards. There was no real front to speak of. The enemy was everywhere. And whenever there was a clash, it turned into butchery to the extent of total annihilation." So although the fighting had bogged down in front of Riga, the tide had begun to turn at Liepāja, and now the Latvian Republic would go over to the attack once and for all. Now back in Riga, on November 11th, the Latvians had attacked along the Daugava, outflanking and surprising the enemy, who swiftly retreated. The Bermontists were nearly surrounded at Jelgava, but were saved at the last minute by the 1,000-strong Vosper Freikorps, which arrived after a forced march from East Prussia through Lithuania, against orders from Berlin. Now, after these defeats, von der Goltz asked for his men to officially be allowed to join the German army, and the Germans requested an armistice. But the Latvians and Lithuanians ignored the armistice requests, and the Latvians even declared war on Germany on November 26th. Now, as the defeated Bermontists retreated towards the Lithuanian border, the Freikorpsmen left a trail of destruction. They torched Jelgava before they left, and spared no one they came across. According to historian Robert Waite, the soldiers of the Iron Division and the German Legion unloaded all their despair and fury in one wild power against the Latvians. As villages burst into flames, prisoners were trampled underfoot in chaotic revenge and destructive joy. The leaders were powerless, or else looked on with grim approval. Now, during the retreat, many Freikorpsmen were executed by their own officers for plundering, which some have seen as a foreshadowing of 1945. At the end of November, the last Bermontists left Latvia and entered Lithuania. The Latvians wanted to pursue the enemy across the border, but the Entente pressured them to stay put. Now, the French attempted to negotiate a ceasefire, but the Lithuanian army attacked and chased the Germans into East Prussia by mid-December. So, the Freikorps army of the so-called White Russians had been beaten after months of bitter fighting. But while all this was going on, the Bolshevik Red Army and Allied forces were still facing each other, and this front was not quiet either. In fact, there were Germans on this front too, who had chosen a different path than the Freikorps Wehrmachtists. After the Battle of Cesis and the ensuing armistice, the Baltic German militia, known as the Landeswehr, was placed under the command of 27-year-old British Colonel Harold Alexander. They were stationed facing the Bolsheviks and remained loyal to Alexander rather than marching to aid the Wehrmachtist attack on Riga. Of course, it didn't hurt that the Latvian Republic had intercepted messages between the Wehrmachtists and the Landeswehr, so any mutiny would have been swiftly crushed. But the Landeswehr was one small part of the activity on the front, which saw active fighting on sea and on land. In the Baltic, the Royal Navy launched several daring raids against the Soviet fleet based at Kronstadt, near Petrograd. On August 17th, 8 small craft attacked the base at night, with Finnish smugglers showing the British the way. Simultaneously, Sopwith camels from the aircraft carrier HMS Vindictive also attacked. The planes did little damage, since they were inexperienced at night bombing, but they distracted the defenders from the torpedo threat from the boats. The British managed to sink the Bolsheviks' 2 biggest ships, a dreadnought and an older battleship, against the loss of just 3 of the coastal attack boats. Lieutenant Gordon Steele described his boat's attack. Then there was another terrific explosion nearby. We received a great shock and a douche of water. I realized that the cause of it was one of our torpedoes exploding the side of the battleship. We were so close to it that a shower of picric acid from the warhead of our torpedo was thrown over the stern of the boat, staining us a yellow color which we had some difficulty in removing afterwards. In addition to raiding Kronstadt, the British also snuck into Petrograd several times to make contact with their secret agent, Paul Dukes. A concert pianist by training, he helped hundreds of whites escape to Finland, infiltrated the Cheka, and was conscripted into the Red Army. Eventually, he escaped through the lines in Latvia and made it back to Britain, with his information preserved on toilet paper. Then, he was knighted, only in 1919. So, the Royal Navy had crippled the Soviet fleet for now. Let's head inland and see what's happening there. Along the line between the Estonian Republic and Bolshevik Russia, there was another unusual situation. A different White Russian army, this time actually consisting of White Russians, was sandwiched more or less between the two sides since the late spring. The Northwestern Army, under General Yudenich, had the lukewarm support of the British and the downright reluctant support of the Estonian Republic, which distrusted the Whites but hated the Bolsheviks even more. Estonian troops and artillery and British and Estonian ships supported the White Russian attack on Petrograd in October. Once the attack failed, the White Russians retreated back into Estonia, and the Estonian army promptly disarmed all the soldiers who refused to fight alongside them, fearing chaos caused by the disorganized soldiers and their leaders, who were not on good terms with the Estonian authorities. Those who did not join Estonian units were put in labor detachments. Now, the White Russians and the refugees with them were in a sorry state. One Estonian newspaper reported, "One can see on the streets of Narva human shadows roaming around with vacant faces. These are the soldiers of this former army, utterly defeated by hunger and disease. Their greatcoats have been burned off from the hem to the waist at the campfires while they were sleeping off their exhaustion, unaware that their clothes were on fire. One group has not seen food for several days. One of the soldiers has frostbitten feet and barely creeps along with the help of another soldier exhausted by hunger." The White Russians, still able to fight, were incorporated into the Estonian 1st Division, alongside minority Ingrians and Baltic Germans. Now, although Lenin ordered Trotsky not to pursue the Northwest Army into Estonia, fighting continued. The Bolsheviks launched their offensive on November 16th. The Estonian defenses in the north were based on prepared positions, but the Red Army advanced, following the heaviest bombardment yet seen in the Baltic fighting. By November 25th, the Estonians had been forced back to their second line of defense. The town of Narva was nearly surrounded, but its 20,000 Estonian and White Russian defenders held out. The constant attacks had drained the Red Army, and by November 31st, the Red 7th Army was too exhausted even to mount a proper defensive deployment. Now in the southern sector, Estonian defenses were weaker, and the Red Army broke through to the Narva River and managed to cross the frozen surface several times. But each time, the Estonians pushed them back. Fighting reached a fever pitch after peace negotiations began on December 5th, as the Bolsheviks fought to improve their position. The last week of December, the Red Army launched a final attack, and when it also failed, an armistice was declared on December 31st, which came into effect January 3rd. Now, this series of battles is known to Estonians as the Estonian Verdun, and some historians have compared the character of the fighting with artillery barrages, pounding enemy trenches, barbed wire and bunkers, to the Western Front. All right, so much for the Estonians and the Reds. But further south, the Latvians were also facing off with the Bolshevik armies. The front between the Latvian Republic and Bolshevik Russia was quiet for most of the second half of 1919, since both armies had their hands full with other enemies. There was no defined front line, just some fortified outposts at regular intervals, which saw frequent raids and skirmishes. But things changed dramatically on December 30th, as Latvia and Poland signed an alliance and attacked the province of Latgale, which was under Red Army control. Historically, the region had, for a time, been part of a previous Polish state, but now, Poland wanted to ensure the land went to Latvia, rather than Lithuania, with whom the Poles were also fighting. Some 33,000 Latvian troops, 6,000 Landeswehr, and 20,000 Poles took part in the offensive. Local guerrilla fighters also harassed Red supply lines and communications in the forested region. In a sign of the times, the Landeswehr, consisting of Baltic Germans, under command of a British officer, went into battle alongside Poles and Latvians against Russian Bolsheviks, only in 1919. Now, on January 5th, the Latvian-Polish force took Latgale's largest city, Daugavpils. The Red Army tried to make a last stand, but they were forced to evacuate under cover of an armored train. Eventually, an armistice was declared February 1st. So, as 1919 ended and 1920 began, a hint of stability began to take shape in Estonia and Latvia. The fighting had largely ended, and peace treaties would come later in the year, but not without difficulty. An August agreement by the Baltic states to negotiate a joint peace with the Soviet Union had gone nowhere, and Estonians referred to negotiating with the Soviets as, quote, dancing with the devil's grandmother. But the situation in the region was still unstable. British sailors were war-weary and near mutiny, and the blockade of Bolshevik Russia had ended. Lithuania and Poland were still fighting, as were Poland and Russia. The Baltic states had consolidated their independence in 1919, but with a neighbor as powerful and as unstable as wartime Russia, the future was far from clear. So now that we've hopefully made some sense of the fighting in the Baltics until the end of 1919, it's time for our roundup segment, where we take a look at what else is going on in September 1919. And as usual, we will start in Eastern Europe. In Russia, General Denikin's armed forces of South Russia finally began the drive on Moscow aimed at defeating the Bolsheviks. Progress was good, and the Whites captured Kursk and Voronezh before the month was out. In the east, Admiral Kolchak's White Army, on the run since April, hit back with a counteroffensive that temporarily pushed back the Reds. On the 21st, Lithuanian authorities quashed a second Polish coup attempt to establish a Polish-friendly government. On the 10th, near Paris, the Treaty of Saint-Germain-en-Laye was signed between the Republic of Austria and the Allies. It set the borders of much of Central Europe and forbid Austrian union with Germany. On the 12th, Italian nationalist Gabriele D'Annunzio and his followers entered Fiume, which he declared he had annexed to Italy. But the Italian government opposed the action and blockaded the city. D'Annunzio's Impresa di Fiume, or March on Fiume, served as inspiration for Mussolini's March on Rome a few years later. On the 14th, the British government outlawed the revolutionary Irish Parliament. And on the 28th, a referendum took place in Luxembourg. The country voted to retain the monarchy and Grand Duchess Charlotte and for an economic union with France, though eventually it got one with Belgium instead. From September 4th to 11th, the Turkish national movement of Mustafa Kemal met in Sivas. The delegates attempted to unite Turkish resistance groups and the Ottoman government in Istanbul against the Allies. In the United States, throughout the month, the Red Summer continued and race riots occurred in New York, Omaha, and Elaine, Arkansas, where on September 30th, at least 100 blacks were killed in one of the deadliest outbreaks of racial violence in U.S. history. And finally, on September 3rd, President Wilson began a tour of the country to gain support for the ratification of the Treaty of Versailles. On the 25th, he was forced to return to Washington due to poor health. As usual, you can find all our sources for this video in the video description, including links to our Amazon stores. Thanks to Kevin Axe
That's where the
for
year
most of the
ends.
research for this episode. To get access to all our podcasts with expert interviews and other perks, you can also support us on Patreon or by clicking the join button below. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War 1992, a production of real-time history and the only YouTube history channel that is not a fake white Russian army actually made up of German Freikorps running wild in the Baltic. Now, before I start today's episode, I just wanted to tell you that the Great War team is producing the ultimate documentary about the Battle of Berlin in World War II. You can find out more at Indiegogo.com or check the first comment in the comments section below. And now, on to the show. It's October 1919, and in Russia, the civil war ravaging the country has reached a breaking point. The white forces in the east are on the run, while those in the south are closer to Moscow than ever before. But the tide is about to turn. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War. By the fall of 1919, the Russian Civil War had been devastating the country for nearly 2 years. The counter-revolutionary whites had been beaten in the east, and they were fleeing the advancing reds. While in the south, the white armies were advancing in one last desperate attempt to defeat the Bolsheviks. The Allies, who up until now had supported the whites, had all but given up on the intervention in the north and south. Only in the far east did they remain, and would play little role in deciding the war's outcome. For today's episode, we'll start in the east, where Admiral Kolchak's armies had suffered a string of devastating defeats, made worse by terrible morale, desertion, and poor resistance. A last-ditch white counteroffensive in September managed to win back some ground, but these gains were soon lost. The Reds counterattacked Kolchak's optimistically named Moscow Army Group in October, and by November 4th were on the Ishim River, just 250 kilometers from the white capital Omsk. Untrained white conscripts were sent to the front to stem the tide, but many deserted en route. Kolchak himself explained the problem this way. The essence of the problem was this. The enemy was able to reinforce his ranks with new forces more quickly than we could. How can this have happened? Our units, which were formed from conscripts, from Bolshevik-minded elements, crossed over to the red side. This experience bred distrust. We sent reinforcements, but detachment commanders refused to dilute their units with these reinforcements. The Red Army had about 100,000 men and 300 guns ready for the advance on Omsk. To oppose them, the Whites mustered just 55,000 troops, more than half of whom were completely unreliable. Bolshevik forces raced ahead, and the disintegrating White Army offered little organized resistance, partly due to confusion at the top.
You've returned!
General Dietrich insisted the
Sadly,
city
my
could not
memory
be
now
held,
goes. He
but
was!
General Sakharov argued it could still be saved. Kolchak wavered and eventually sacked Dietrich in favor of Sakharov, but it was too late. White units that had already been withdrawn further east simply refused to return
Okay.
to defend the capital. After covering the last 100 kilometers in a single day, the Red Army surprised the White garrison in Omsk and took the city on November 14th. 30,000 white soldiers surrendered, largely without a fight, in what has been called the greatest example of white ineptitude.
Oh
Many
my
white
God.
officers simply fled before the Reds even arrived. One British observer remarked, "The streets were so thickly littered with epaulettes as to suggest the idea of fallen leaves in autumn."
Oh God.
White General Budberg agreed. Often, the instability and even cowardice of the officers are the reason the soldiers quit the battlefield and flee in panic. Now, his diary was published later in the Soviet Union, but other accounts confirmed this view. Now, at this point, what remained of Kolchak's armies completely melted away, and the white government all but ceased to function. General Sakharov was relieved of his command December 9th, but it made little difference. The garrison at Tomsk mutinied as the Reds approached, and another 30,000 whites were taken prisoner when the city fell December 20th. So, Kolchak's armies had been beaten in the field. For the remaining whites in the east, the question was, what now? A panicked scramble to escape further east soon began, which became known as the Great Siberian Ice March. The few trains available soon filled up, and thousands of white officers, administrators, their families, and other refugees attempted the 2,000-kilometer journey across the frozen taiga on foot. In the depths of the Siberian winter, thousands perished from typhus and exposure on the march to the distant city of Chita, of Lake Baikal. But even in Chita, there was no real refuge. The city was controlled by Cossack warlord Ataman Semyonov, and he declared it his capital in December. Nominally on the white side, Semyonov was in fact a brutal warlord who followed his own self-interest and ruled with an iron fist. He had ample support from the Japanese, who backed him even though the other allies refused to do so. General Budberg wrote later of his despair. "The poison of the Ataman regime and the lure of lawlessness have penetrated everywhere too deeply, and we are unable to put an end to this evil. It will, in all likelihood, consume us, but it will itself perish in the stench it has produced." The remaining elements of Kolchak's regime were beset by infighting, even as their cause fell to pieces around them. Many generals refused to serve alongside Semyonov, arguing amongst others to save their skins and leave the country. There were also bitter arguments between prominent civilians and military men on what had gone wrong and what to do now. One of Kolchak's ministers, Sergei Tretyakov, summed up the hopelessness of the situation. "The bloody dictatorship of Lenin and Trotsky will not get us a step closer to what we understand as truly democratic methods of government. Our culture is a frail vessel on the raging ocean. We, the representatives of the intelligentsia, ignoring the elements descending upon us, are fighting each other on board the ship. The ocean will swallow the ship, and us together with it." Now, to add fuel to the fire, because of Kolchak's weakness, local uprisings broke out across the region. Some of these were revolutionary in character, while others were simply groups of bandits intent on profit. But usually, neither of these types of groups coordinated their efforts with the Bolsheviks. In fact, local partisans who had resisted the whites often turned on the Red Army as soon as it marched into town. So, with the remains of the white movement adrift and the countryside in revolt, it wasn't only the peasants who turned against their former masters. What chance Kolchak may have had to create a new white government further east was an open question, since a strange alliance had sprung up between disgruntled white generals and socialist revolutionary politicians. Now, the Socialist Revolutionary Party, or SRs, was a democratic left-wing party which had actually won a plurality in the elections of 1917, but had then been suppressed, first by the Reds and then afterwards by the Whites. Kolchak had even exiled some of its members to China and allowed others to be executed. The party split, and some joined the Bolsheviks, while others took refuge in white-held areas and bided their time. They hoped there could be a so-called third way for Russia, other than red or white. And now that Kolchak was on the run, they decided the time for a coup in tandem with the suddenly friendly white general was right. Again, only in 1919. In Vladivostok, the SRs teamed up with General Gaida to inform the British on November 7th that he would seize power as soon as the troops fell. Now, Gaida was certainly no stranger to switching sides. He started the war as an officer in the Austro-Hungarian army, then ended up in the Czechoslovak Legion, then commanded one of Kolchak's armies, and now joined with the SRs to lead a coup against his former commander. But it was a doomed enterprise. The SRs declared a provisional people's government of Siberia on November 14th, but there were powerful forces arrayed against them. White General Rozanov and the nominally white Ataman Warlord Kalmykov, with support from the Japanese, surrounded Gaida's troops and the SRs and massacred 300 as they surrendered. Soon after, the whites executed 500 more prisoners, throwing the leaders into the harbor and shooting them like fish in a barrel. But Gaida stayed alive, and a similar revolt in Irkutsk met a similar fate just a few weeks later. There, SRs and Mensheviks, another left-wing party suppressed by the Reds, tried to create another Siberian government, which they called the Political Center. Their program was a separate democratic state in the east, the end of Allied intervention, and a peace treaty with the Bolsheviks. But with Kolchak approaching to the west, and the Red Army closing on the city to the north, their leaders were arrested on December 23rd. When the whites fled the city a week later, the remaining SRs tried to take power with the help of white deserters. But instead, Romanov's men had to leave the ground in the icy waters of Lake Baikal. So the alliance of convenience between the social revolutionaries and rebel generals had failed, and disorder prevailed. But there was another force in the region that was about to make its presence felt. The Czechoslovak Legion had played a key role earlier in the Civil War, but following Kolchak's seizure of power, they'd taken a secondary role, guarding the Trans-Siberian Railway throughout 1919. The Czechs had not helped the SRs in Irkutsk, since at this point they had other priorities. The Legion had been in war-torn Russia for years and were desperate to get out. They were disenchanted with the whites, as they made clear in November. Under the protection of Czechoslovak bayonets, the local Russian military authorities permit themselves activities that horrify the entire civilized world. The burning of villages, the beating of peaceful Russian citizens by the hundreds, and the shooting without trial of representatives of democracy on the mere suspicion of political unreliability have become habitual developments. The Czechoslovak National Council in Irkutsk announced they could no longer be accomplices to such crimes.
No more fishing for the lost.
Their control of the vital railway was the card they would now play to get home.
Oh, third backslide, yeah.
Kolchak's train as it made its way from Omsk
Oh,
to
yeah.
Irkutsk, but they deliberately slowed it to buy time.
Cool, 45,
4th,
fuck
he
yeah.
stepped down as leader of the white movement in favor of Denikin, and the train ran up Allied colors for safety. But despite the French and British flags, his fate was in the Legion's hands. They decided to trade him and the gold on the train to the remaining political center leaders in Irkutsk in exchange for free passage east. The deal was struck.
So
Kolchak became a prisoner, and when the Bolsheviks took the city soon after, he was executed by a Cheka firing squad. So, the white collapse in the east was virtually complete, leaving only local rebels,
Those blasted
supposedly
their
white
stockpiling
warlords,
grenades
and the
at an old
Japanese
wreck
in
known as the
control of
Minnow's
region
Revenge.
east of Lake Baikal. Now let's turn our attention to the northwest, where Petrograd was under attack. In October, General Yudenich's Northwest Army occupied a sliver of Russian territory just west of Estonia, tantalizingly close to Petrograd. And in a rare instance of white coordination, he launched an ambitious attack towards the former capital at the same time Denikin's forces advanced in South Russia. He had about 18,000 men, 44 guns, plus a few tanks and aircraft under his command, to go along with limited support from Estonian troops and the Royal Navy in the Baltic Sea. But the Northwest Army faced some serious challenges. Its men were mostly unreliable Red prisoners or deserters, and the Estonians didn't trust it because Yudenich wanted to re-establish the Russian Empire, and the Allies didn't trust it either because it had originally been set up with German support back in 1918. His force was in such a poor state that it seemed there was nothing to lose by going all out for Petrograd. The offensive began October 10th and started well. The Reds were likely caught off guard, having transferred troops to the south just weeks before, and the Whites made quick progress. By October 21st, they'd reached the palace towns of Pavlovsk and Tsarskaya Selo. From there, they could see the golden dome of St. Isaac's Cathedral, just 30 kilometers away in central Petrograd. But all was not well. Many White troops deserted during the advance, and White officers displayed poor discipline, ignoring orders so they could race pell-mell to Petrograd. Their flanks were left open, and they failed to cut the rail line to Moscow. All the same, the Bolsheviks were concerned. Reinforcements were rushed north from the southern front, and Trotsky arrived in a special train on October 17th. Now, he's often credited with re-energizing and reorganizing the defense of the city and mobilizing civilians to prepare the defense, though others emphasize Lenin's role. In Trotsky's memoirs, he certainly did take credit for the victory and said that Lenin was prepared to give up Petrograd if necessary. It is true that Lenin did make the following suggestion for the defense of the city. Mobilize another 20,000 or so.
I have 3,000 gold, 3,800 gold. Jesus.
Set up machine guns behind them,
well,
shoot
okay.
several hundred, and assure a real
Works for
mass
me.
assault on Yudenich. In any case,
You
such
bought
a
my-
strength was not needed, as 40,000 Red troops with 450 guns was more than enough to halt the ragged White Army and drive it back, despite many desertions on the Bolshevik side as well. The North Army was pushed back across the border into Estonia, where most of its men were disarmed and interned.
Oh, that's cool.
The attack on Petrograd was a failure, but that was not a surprise given the weakness of the Northwest Army. What it did achieve was to draw valuable Red reinforcements away from the southern front, where the decisive action was taking place. Now, by the middle of October, the White offensive in South Russia had reached Oryol and Voronezh, just a
Yeah,
couple
it's so
of hundred
crappy
kilometers
though.
from
I
Moscow.
gotta know. I'm sorry.
The
but
Bolsheviks were
I
so
don't want
worried at
that.
this point that they actually declared martial law in the Moscow region and put an emergency revolutionary committee in charge. 120,000 residents were conscripted for preparing defensive work, and the Bolshevik government prepared to escape east of the Urals. They even printed fake passports for the Central Committee, just in case. But things were not as
we're
bad
doing
for the
okay
Reds
on
as
room.
they seemed. The Whites were overstretched and suffered from many of the same problems of desertion and disorganization as those of the East. The new White recruits were also of poor quality compared to the older elite units that were now severely weakened. Many were Red deserters, and training was haphazard. The British mission remarked, as infantry, the old units would have been hard to beat anywhere, while it would have been hard for any other infantry not to beat the new ones. The Red Army, on the other hand, had grown in strength to nearly
I should have
3
looked
million
into
men
a
in
new
a year.
spear.
Most of the 2 million losses they would suffer in 1919 were from desertion, and nearly 2/3 of those returned to the colors in the second half of the year. The Bolsheviks still faced serious challenges from economic chaos and peasant revolts behind their lines, but they were now stronger than their main enemies. On the southern front, the 150,000 to 200,000 Reds outnumbered the 100,000 Whites and had far larger reserves. Secret talks with Poland also allowed troops to be shifted south from the quiet western front. Now, the Red counterattack was supposed to go like this. The main attack would come from the east along the Volga and push toward the Sea of Azov, cutting off nearly all the White armies at one blow. Lenin endorsed the idea on October 4th, but the Bolsheviks panicked and changed the plan when Oryol fell 10 days later. Troops were transferred from the Volga to the Moscow front, and the main counterattack was expected to be delayed. But the Reds did attack, just not as planned. A strike force with Latvian and Estonian units in the van had been carefully prepared on the left flank of the advancing Whites, and it was in part. The Whites were pushed back, and Oryol fell October 20th. Days later, a Red cavalry army under Simeon Bunyoni smashed the Dawn army and recaptured Voronezh. It kept up the westward pressure, and on November 17th, took Kursk, despite a winter storm, threatening to cut off the White spearhead and split the Dawn and Volunteer armies. To avoid encirclement, the Whites began to pull back. Now, both Trotsky and Stalin later claimed to be the masterminds of this unplanned victory, but these claims were made later and are questionable, even though Stalin was in fact the Southern Army's commissar since October 3rd. In fact, Red's success was due in part to improvisation. Budyonny wasn't supposed to be anywhere near the area where he attacked. He disobeyed orders to move east and instead turned west, which put his army at exactly the right place to hit the vulnerable White flank in rear. At first, the White retreat was more or less controlled, but once Kharkiv fell on December 11th, discipline broke down, and the retreat became a 500-kilometer route. Kiev was given up on December 17th, and the White armies did not stop until they had
God.
taken refuge.
It's too much.
The Whites did not sit quiet.
Oh,
As the
you
army
fucking dicks.
retreated
Oh
to
my god.
numerous pogroms were committed against the Jewish population.
Oh.
The violence was often motivated by revenue gain, but anti-Semitic sentiment and propaganda created.
Oh shit, I fucking boned you.
And officers either
Oh
turned a
shit.
blind eye or encouraged the violence. General Valentine told his men, "Arm yourself and rise against the common enemy of our Russian land, against the Jewish Bolshevik communists." Denikin
There,
protested
finally,
in October,
fucking dick.
but it was too little, too late. Of course, the advancing Red Army was not free of anti-Semitism either, and certainly didn't do well. One commissar reported the crimes that he had seen: breaking open chests, pulling out women's underwear, money, watches, dishes, and the like. There have been cases of rape and torture.
Oh, it's not
Peasants
funny.
ask, what's the difference? The Whites pillaged, now it's the Reds.
Now it's the Reds. It's
It
like the
was
same
now
thing.
clear that the Whites were beaten, and the Reds definitively had the upper hand. The question the Whites asked themselves then, and historians have asked since, is why? Now, there's been a lot of discussion then and now about why the Whites were defeated. General Wrangel criticized Denikin's military strategy in his memoirs. Striving for space, we endlessly stretched ourselves into a spider's web, and wanting to hold on to everything and to be everywhere strong, we were everywhere weak. The British mission agreed and told Denikin in February, "The procedure hitherto adopted would have led to complete shipwreck if you had reached Moscow, because you would have left behind you an occupied area which would not have been consolidated." Denikin's course saw it quite different. Lengthened the front by hundreds of versts, and we came from this not weaker, but stronger. At the time, some saw reasons other than faulty strategy behind the defeat. Denikin also blamed the Poles for not attacking the west, and some officers blamed
Oh, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. He's gonna kill me, he's gonna kill me. No.
Others blamed the Jews,
No.
as British journalist John Hodgson reported.
Oh.
The White Army laid
Oh shit, you scared me. Fuck me, you stopped my heart, you motherfucker, dude. You jump scared me. You jump scared me, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, you scared the fuck out of me. I was like, oh shit, I got slaughtered. I was so close. It was too many. Why did you send like 6 of them, man? 6 of them. It was insane.
Others have called
Oh, well.
this Moscow directive, quote, a disastrous
I mean,
mistake.
I got credit. I mean, like, I don't know. It's
So,
sort
the
of
debate on
dumb.
that
It's,
continues. Now, he's been roundly criticized on several other counts. He could not control his army.
That was so nasty. It was so many dudes, and I killed so many of them too. It's just it's sort of crazy. How many guys am I supposed to be able to kill at wall at once? Like 6? 6 is really hard.
Red Army
Like, yeah,
control
fuck
of their
it.
territory was also weak in some places, so there's no real consensus on that point either.
Kind of want to roll as a
As far as the
DPS in a
White failure
dungeon, but I also
peasants
realize how
is
stupid that
concerned,
is, and
there
I'm
is
just like,
much
nah,
agreement.
nah,
Denikin himself
nah.
recognized his political failure, as he wrote later. Our liberation of vast regions was supposed to bring about a popular upsurge. Would the people come over to us, or would they, as in the past, remain inert and passive between two waves, between two mortally opposed camps?
You demented pirate
For a series of
guy.
complicated
Yeah.
reasons, some
Thanks for the
independent,
gray
some
shield, you
dependent on us,
asshole.
Life gave an answer that was
Just
first
kidding.
indecisive, and then negative. A popular saying
Sure,
in the
it's
White Army
cool.
about
I
the
mean, it's
peasants
fine.
reinforced the fact
It is
that
what
the
it is.
whites had not won enough hearts and minds. Встречали цветами, провожают пулеметами. They met us with flowers, now they are seeing us off with machine guns. Peasant and worker fears that white victory meant the land and factory owners would return had simply not been overcome.
This guy speaks like 6 languages, and he knows like most of what happened in World War II. Which is weird. It would be weird to be passionate about that, but I mean, he's passionate about it in a way that's very scientific and kind of crazy.
They see the regime, although bad, as their own. Psychologically, they identify the present with equality and Soviet power, and the whites with the old regime and its scorn for the masses. So by the end of 1919, the Red Army was triumphant in the east, northwest, and south. Its main enemy, the counter-revolutionary white movement, had been smashed, and now had no real hope of overthrowing the revolution.
I did like that
All
parry
the same,
of all 3 of them. It was really good. It was like fucking perfect. Like that parry was insane, man. I want to get good with it.
And there was still external enemies as well. And the Polish front, which had been so quiet that year, would not stay that way for long. Now, as usual, you can find all our sources
that
for
hurt.
this episode in the video.
Oh my god, he's gonna win again. Oh god. Come on, man.
On Patreon or buy our merchandise.
Oh, you fucking dick. Oh. You fucking dick. You gonna die, honky. Oh. Yeah, you're dead now. No more pistol for you. Pistol P. Shut.
If we want.
Shut. Shut. Just get. Ah! What was that? A bomb? Whoa. Okay, that was fun. Yeah, keep it coming. Very educational. I'm learning more about World War I than I ever have. Yeah, good job. So what am I doing here? Oh yeah, I'm going out that way. Alright.
It's October 1919, and the 3 small republics of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan are struggling to survive in the post-revolutionary chaos. It is still unclear whether they will be able to maintain
He looks
their
German, but I
independence,
don't think he
or
is. I
whether
think
the
he's
resurgent
American.
power of Kemalist Turkey and Bolshevik Russia will return to the South Caucasus.
South Caucasus.
Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to the Great War. Now, following the collapse of the Russian Empire into revolution in 1917, the South Caucasus was plunged into uncertainty, which, along with the remoteness of the region from media coverage of 100 years ago, means we don't really have access to as many photos and film reels as we would otherwise. So this episode will be short and sweet. Anyway, while many groups in Russia declared independence straight away, leading Georgians, Armenians, and Azeris were not so sure that this was their best option. They formed a joint commissariat which declared its loyalty to the Russian Republic and rejected Bolshevism. By early 1918, seeing few other options given the chaos, they formally joined together as the Transcaucasian Federation.
Transcaucasian
Georgian
Federation.
Menshevik leader Noy Jordania summed up the situation. A misfortune has befallen us. The connection with Russia has been broken, and Transcaucasia has been left alone.
Transcaucasia.
We have to stand on our own feet and either help ourselves or perish through anarchy. But this federal experiment did not last long.
Oh
There
yeah,
were
that
many
fucking
factors
rabbit.
driving the 3 nations apart. Overlapping
Yeah, that
claims
fucking
to
rabbit.
ethnically
I
mixed and
remember
minority
this.
populated regions, outright
Yeah, what's up,
violence,
Stanley?
and the question of relations with the Turks. In late May 1918, first Georgia and then Armenia and Azerbaijan declared themselves independent republics, and the federation was no more. But the birth of these 3 republics was not an easy one. So let's take a look at the fate of each new state, starting with Georgia. Now, the situation in Georgia was, let's say, the least precarious of the 3. The popular Social Democratic Menshevik Party was in government and adopted a pragmatic approach, prioritizing national interest over revolutionary zeal and gaining peasant support by redistributing the land.
That's fine.
Now,
So-
the Georgians had gambled on German support to protect them from the Bolsheviks and the Ottomans in 1918. But once Germany was defeated, they turned to the British, who sent a garrison to the port city of Batumi in 1919.
Damn sure
But the Georgians also had several other conflicts on their heads. They fought the White Russians over the Black Sea coast and the Armenians over the border region of Borchello.
Man, they sure do fight a lot.
Abkhazia and Mingrelia revolted in the face of perceived Georgian oppression.
I'm not trying to say
crushed by the government.
it's some racial thing. It's not. I'm just saying
rightfully belonging to
all
Georgia.
those factions fight a lot. They fight.
Commented, I am sorry to say that
Shouldn't
the
have
record
so
of the
many
Georgian
factions,
government
you know?
in its 2 years existence in the Transcaucasus has been marred by nearly every fault that a state can commit.
So it's like Transylvania mixed with cock. It's sort of weird. Transcaucasus. Like what? Like what? Transcaucasus. Transcaucasus
did not get along with the leftist government.
Transcaucasus.
British Colonel Toby Rawlinson observed, the Georgians had at this time what they were pleased to call an army of very small and indifferent bodies of cavalry, artillery, and infantry, the officers of which swaggered about the town in magnificent uniforms. Several prominent Bolsheviks from Georgia and opposed its independence. Stalin, born in Gori, urged its conquest, calling it, quote, the kept woman of the Entente. Revolutionary Sergo
just poke the gator.
One cannot hope for an internal explosion. Without our help, Georgia cannot be Sovietized. And Sovietized it was, eventually. After an uneasy treaty in 1920, the Red Army marched into the country in 1921, and Georgia was incorporated into the Soviet Union. So, the Georgian Republic fell to the Bolsheviks by 1921, but its Armenian neighbor was in an even tighter spot. By 1918, Armenia was a land ruined by the effects of war and genocide. The Armenian Revolutionary Federation, or Dashnaks, was in control, but was beset by conflicts on all sides. They had stopped the Turkish invasion at Sadarapat in May, but the country was in crisis. There was a brief border war with Georgia and several disputed territories with Azerbaijan, including Nagorno-Karabakh, or Artsakh to Armenians. Thousands were killed on both sides in military clashes and civilian massacres. Already impoverished, refugees from Anatolia had flooded the country, trying to escape genocide at the hands of the Turks. The country was near
This is
starvation,
such a long
and food
fucking
aid
walk.
from the United States
Like,
was a welcome relief. British journalist Beckhoff
I think
observed, the villages are masses of rubble,
I'll go do
the station's
that
wilderness.
and
Everywhere
then
there is
come
desolation,
around, I
except
guess, I
where,
don't know.
among the ruins, new inhabitants are sheltering in misery. All the same, in May 1919, Armenia annexed lands in eastern Anatolia, western Armenia to them, where the genocide had taken place. Once they arrived, the Armenians carried out reprisal atrocities against the local Muslim population. President Wilson sent U.S. General James Harbor to assess the situation in August 1919. He reported on the impact of the violence. Mutilation, violation, torture, and death have left their haunting memories in 100 beautiful Armenian valleys. And the traveler in that region is seldom free from the evidence of this most colossal crime of all the ages. Villages are in ruins, some having been destroyed when the Armenians fled or were deported, some during the Russian advance, some on the retreat of the Armenian irregulars and Russians after the fall of the empire. In the territory untouched by war from which Armenians were deported, the ruined villages are undoubtedly due to Turkish devilry. But where Armenians advanced and retired with the Russians, their retaliatory cruelties unquestionably rivaled the Turks in their inhumanity.
Inhumanity.
Now, in the summer of 1920, the Treaty of Sèvres granted Armenia much of eastern Anatolia. But although Wilson had pushed for a strong Armenia, the situation was beyond his control, as the U.S. had rejected taking on a mandate for Armenia. The Turks wanted Bolshevik support for their war against the Allies, and Turkish Republican forces launched an offensive in the fall and captured eastern Anatolia. As the Turks drew closer to Yerevan in November, the Red Army marched in from the east and was seen by many in Armenia as the lesser of the evils. Armenia had been crushed, and the new borders of the Armenian Soviet Republic established in December 1919 and were a far cry from those
desecrated leather pants.
in Armenia
I don't want
just
them.
a few months before.
You desecrated your pants. I don't want them.
From the ashes of genocide, only to fall to its powerful neighbors soon after.
Oh, the star medal I can't
Neighboring
hit.
Azerbaijan was soon to suffer a similar
Are we
fate.
done here?